still going to be the radio station, but you know what I mean. We'll take your phone calls, 248-539-9797. I was asked to come up with my top 5 radio moments.
Yeah.
And so here they are. I mean, I picked the goofiest ones. Here, when I was working with Bill and Sarah, because I predicted the Tigers would not win the division, I think it was 2012. So I lost that bet, and I had to get my chest waxed, my chest hair waxed.
I wish that I could have been here for that.
That was our friend Lori's first day.
Oh my gosh!
Walked in the old
Who is
building.
this guy?
That's how she met you?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You were bare-chested, getting your chest waxed.
Yes.
Wow.
How about 2004 and the Pistons win the NBA championship? I'm doing in the locker room, and you heard some of it in the montage, and you will. Kid Rock, I'm trying to interview him, and there was a camera light. He thought it was my camera. It wasn't. I was just doing radio. He goes, I'm just trying to get laid, dude. He wanted to get the hell out of there. We used to do a thing called WDFN Squares, and in one of these Stoney and Wojo radiothons, we were doing one, and I fell asleep during the thing. And then Jamie they go, Marv, and Jamie goes, Marv, and I go, oh yes, and I fell asleep during that part because we were up all night. Some of the drops, and I just fell asleep in the same bed with my sister.
Yes.
Yes.
That's number one moment.
And the number one moment.
Oh, it was number 2.
That was number 2. Number 1 is giving my phone number early on the air. That's pretty epic. That is just the stupidest thing of all time.
You repeated it.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
Wojo knew you would repeat it.
I know.
It was just
Well, at that point,
wait, what was that?
Yeah.
Exactly.
At that point, what is it? I mean, you've said it once. You might as well say it again.
Yeah. I'm surprised Wojo realized it because usually, he was worrying about writing a column at the time. Do you remember when we once had to do a show from the TPC, and he never showed up because he was like talking to Larry Brown on the phone for like 3 hours and didn't show up for his show because that was when the whole Larry Brown stuff going. But he was, whatever. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Taylor and say good morning to Bob. You're a 97-1 the ticket.
Good morning, Stoney, John, Heather. Congrats, Stoney, on your great accomplishment. Stoney, you know who this is. This is from the WDFN days of the number 1 fan contest.
Oh,
the number
God.
1 fan.
The Jeopardy contest we used to do. Yep.
Those things are awesome. And you kind of were my lead-in because I had 2 of the stories that you just gave. When you fell asleep as Marv during the telethons, and that was awesome. And you used to do Marv all the time. And
yes!
Jamie, I don't know how Jamie could rack up. And the other one, and you didn't mention this, and I think this was a telethon too, when Bert Sugar called about hair and baldness. You remember that one?
Well,
I'm not much of a.
Yes, well, he was calling to promote a fight, and if anybody remembers, there was a boxer named David Tua who had this ridiculous hair, and I asked him about his hair. He goes, "I'm not an expert on hair, Stanley." He called me Stanley instead of Stoney. So yes,
that drop was played forever. And
yes.
again, congrats, and the new show will be great. And my kids have grown up with your kids, so it's been a great ride. So enjoy, and look forward to.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. You're right. The new show will be really, really good. Just give everything time. Costa and Jansen begin on Monday.
And you filling in all over the place.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I'll fill
Seriously,
in for them.
I cannot wait for, I don't know what to expect from any of these shows. Like the Valenti and Stoney show is going to be quite interesting. Maybe not the first couple.
Yeah.
But as you get, maybe into middle of summer and stuff like that, and Lions training camp.
Well, there's also a chance.
I cannot wait for you to drive him so crazy with something that he just loses it naturally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll throw a chair or something. And you know what? We'll have a couple shows before then, but there's a good chance because he and Rico are going to be out in Vegas the same time I'm going to be out there with my friend Rich.
Oh.
And I'll probably come by to their show. And as long as Mike says, I'll put you on as long as you're not gummied out like you were the last time. Because a few years ago, he put me on and I was just wasted.
Yeah, and the other thing, you're going to be doing the Lions post game next fall. And with
absolutely.
the way this team finished the season, and now I think you can invest a little bit more yourself into that because you still had to be here Monday morning.
Yes.
And I always felt just from afar that was very challenging.
Only on I didn't actually. I had to do that. The last one was the Ram. Was it the Rams game or the I don't remember which one it was. Yeah,
God.
Charlie, you're a 97 won the ticket.
Mr. Stone, it is Traveling Charlie.
Oh my God, where the hell have you been? You've been traveling around. I haven't heard you for years.
I'm still listening. I'm
Well,
still
good.
listening.
Good.
Oh my God! All of those memories, the Radiothon days, and all those things. Holy!
We used to
smoke.
sleep in your RV.
That's an understatement. You haven't lived till you. Remember that one night you said, "Wake me up at whether it was 3 a.m." So I went out to the door. I'm knocking on the door, and you're standing in the middle of my motorhome with a towel around you, and going, "Yeah, I'm up. I'm up."
Oh.
And I was like, "Oh, I'm never going to get that visual out of my."
Oh, I took a shower, and then you walked in right after I took the shower?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
And then Wojo kept asking me, he goes, "Did all the hair clog your drain in the shower?"
Oh, the back hair. Yes, exactly. Thank you for the support, TC.
There's
Appreciate
some egg
it.
for you, Heather.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Thank you very much. 248-539-9797. Let's take one more before we go to Mr. Falar. Brad, you're on 97 The Ticket.
Is this Mojo in the morning? I love listening to you guys every weekend.
Yeah, it's exactly.
It's,
War of the Roses coming up.
It's Brad Galley from Channel 7, but I was
What's
Brad
up,
Galley,
bud?
a high school kid. I was just a high school kid listening to Stoney and Wojo show, calling in, and nervous as all hell. And you couldn't have been more graceful than when I called in for the first time to talk about the Pistons, and you guys were really, really good to me then. And then, Stoney, I don't have many funny things to say other than when I got into this business, meeting you and becoming friends with you, you still carry that same grace and goofiness, and it's an honor to call you a friend. Everyone in this world is busy, and yet somehow you put the busy aside to make time for others, and that's a gift, man, and so you deserve this celebration today.
Brad, thank you very much, and thanks for everybody at Channel 7. We did the sweater update before that, and then your sports cave and all that kind of stuff.
Well, you can
and
be like that because Cindy does everything.
that's exactly right. She does everything.
I got to say, too, when you would do the update with us all the time, I would be the intern, and then when I got to do it with you, I would answer the phone when you'd call. And you guys know how Stoney is, right? He is like either at 100 miles an hour, super goofy and having a blast, or like absolutely exhausted. And so he'd call at the gate and go, "It's Stoney, I'm here." "Do you want to do the show or not?" "Yeah, I'm here." "What do you just open the door? I'm cold."
Brad, thanks to you and your your dad, man. He's a funny dude. Larry Galley is a saint. Especially when he has a few cocktails in him.
Yeah, you guys have that in common, man. Congratulations, Tony.
Thanks, Brad. Appreciate it. Keep up the great work. That's Brad Galley of Channel 7. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Falar.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Wolverine women have their part in history. Caitlin Clark tearing them up for 49 points, only needing 8 to achieve the scoring record when women's basketball history has her as the all-time leading scorer in D1, hitting the Iowa logo triple to break it. The Star led Iowa to a 106-89 win over Michigan. Michigan coach Kim Barnes-Arico said that she was sending triple teams at Clark and still couldn't stop her. A frustrating night for the Wings, according to Coach Lalone. He said they limited Vancouver to 21 shots. That's good, but still, they lost 4-1 on the road. He mentioned being blanked on the power play, but also that they simply couldn't generate anything during 5-on-5s, a stark difference between how they were buzzing against Edmonton in the previous game. And Tigers beat reporters taking a tally on how many players got married or engaged over the offseason. Torque, Carpenter, Dingler, Englert, Lang, Lipschitz, McKinstry, Meadows, and Wentz, 9 of them. Carpenter got engaged and married over the course of the offseason. AJ Hinch joined the show this morning, said that love has been in the air, and it is actually a running joke for them in the clubhouse down at spring training. And also, Stoney, my mom wanted to specifically thank you for thanking me after every single update that I have done. She says that you are her favorite because of that, for being kind to her son.
Well, Thank you, Mrs. Falar.
Oh, there you go. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Falar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Chris Falar.
There you go.
There we go. 1 hour to go. 248-539-9797. Bad news for Michigan football. Keon Sabb has entered the transfer portal.
That's too bad, yeah.
I know, it sucks, but that's the way college sports are these days. I want to thank everybody for all their, tweets and Facebook posts. Everybody has been really nice. I just want to reiterate before we get into something that's really, really funny, how much how much this means to me. And the other thing, I'm not retiring. I will be here for 2 years, filling in for a lot of shows. Lions football. I'll have a presence at the draft downtown. Well, everything it'll be different, yes, but you'll love the show, the Costa and Jansen program. And as somebody once told me just about a few minutes ago, that when those 2 years are over, who knows? I might want to stay another 2 years and do the fill-in part-time. So I'll be fine.
Yeah,
whatever.
You know me. That's the thing about lingerers.
Yes.
Lingerers.
Right.
You never know how long they're going to linger.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Gov has put together something pretty special here. So in the old days, I would say, roll your tape recorders. But now we can put this up on the website and tweet it out and all that wonderful stuff that we do. So go ahead, Gov.
All right, so this is not like a memory lane thing in terms of getting sappy and all that. Instead, it's pointing out some of the most ridiculous things that Stoney has said throughout the years. They've been manipulated in some ways. Who cares? Because we're having fun, right? That's what made you great.
That's right.
Part of what made you great. And then just few of the sports drops that I know you really always liked and stuff. So the intent is to, if somebody got left out, not offend them. We did what we could with the archives that we had. And thank you, Greg, for contributing to this and keeping the archives that we did use.
That was freaking awesome.
So many questions.
Let's start asking them.
Oh, man.
Where'd the I love butthole come from? I'll ask that one.
I
No,
don't know.
That was one. Then that was. I
don't
way
know.
back.
I don't even remember that
It
one.
worked.
Oh, it definitely worked.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm
knew.
curious, too, when you said, and I think it was Jamie, I could hear the reaction when you said inbred but not in a bad way. Mike, is there a good way?
Probably not. Probably not. No. Probably not.
Reference to body hair in there?
Yeah, I don't remember where that one came from either.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of it.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
but
were,
it was-
you
it
were
was-
referring to a specific
I
area
know.
of
Yeah,
body
it's a
hair.
certain
I know.
region, yes.
Yeah.
yes,
Exactly.
yes.
All right. Thank you very much. That was incredible. So we'll put that on
It's
our
on
platforms.
It's on the
You,
website.
you can check it out. All right, let's take a few more calls. Let's go to Tony in Northville. What's up?
Yeah, hey guys, first time, long time. I've never called in before, but I've been listening to Stoney my whole life, and so I got this story where I was volunteering at the Radiothon one year, and one of the prizes was a golf foursome. Let me clarify, golf foursome with Stoney, and I think
Cindy, sister.
I think Morgan Pressel and two other people at Oakland Hills, right?
Oh, Morgan Pressel, right? Okay.
So this woman calls in and she's like, "Hey, what's the price?" And so I tell her what the price is. She's like, "Oh, I'll beat that, no problem." So she's like, "Hey, do me a favor." She's like, "Take my number down. I really want this for my husband. So call me back. If somebody beats my price, call me back and I'll see if I can match it." I'm like, "Yeah, all right, whatever, no problem." So a little bit later, Stoney and Wojo walk in, I guess just to thank us for, volunteering. And Stoney's looking at the board because all the prices are on a board. And he's like, "Man, that golf foursome price is way too low. I wonder if we can call that person back and see if we can have them beat, tell them that somebody outbid them and see if they'll outbid the price that, that was already there." And he's like, "Who took that call?" And I'm like, "Stoney, I think we can call that person back and name a price, and that woman will pay for it." So I think that's a great idea. So I don't know if that ended up happening or not because I had to leave, but I thought it was pretty smart on Stoney for suggesting that.
Once in a while, something smart comes out of my brain. Let's go to Brad in Oxford. What's up, Brad?
Hey, Stoney. First time. I just want to say congratulations. I echo a lot of the sentiments that obviously everyone's calling in with, comparing you to Dick Burton, J.P. McCarthy. I could not agree more. I'm a little biased. But listen, I want to say thank you, too, because I was a mess of an intern, a mess of a producer at one point with you guys over at WDFN, and you were always a complete class act and couldn't thank you enough. So just want to say congratulations, and you deserve everything that's being said.
Thank you, Brad. Appreciate that. I'm trying to remember. We had so many. Radio stations were allowed to have interns back in the day.
Yeah,
you don't have to worry about guys falling and getting sued.
Did somebody fall?
No, but that's why you don't have. That's why stations don't have interns anymore.
Because they're clumsy.
Not the only reason.
Well, that's one of them. Because now interns expect to be paid. That's the other thing.
Yeah, I mean,
whatever.
Best thing I ever did was my free internship.
Yes, me too. I mean, you learn so much, and you get credit. So anyway, different topic, different day, different show. Ryan in Milford, you're a 97 won the ticket.
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Good.
Just wanted to pass along my thank yous to the Stone Man. So, grew up with my dad picking me up from school and driving me to football practices, listening to you and Mojo on the old staticky station.
It was staticky.
And, oh, yeah. And then, so my dad ended up calling in and ended up making it on the old Bit Brigade CD back in the day. So we still have that, and we still play the best stuff from that station. And then years later, I ended up winning the 2 Grand Slam and spawned the I Am Awesome drop from Heather. So I just kind of...
Wow.
It meant a lot to our family throughout the years, so I just wanted to pass on the thank yous and the well wishes.
Ryan, the statute limitations are probably
Oh.
over. You should try again.
Yeah.
So I was just talking about that the other day. I think next week I'm going to start firing it up. So, Greg, be ready for it.
Time for hard questions.
All right. Thanks for the call, Ryan. All right. 248-539-9797. We'll take more of your phone calls. 9:35, my little farewell to the morning show speech. Right now, I'm going to tell you about Planet Fitness. It's the home of the judgment-free zone where anyone, and we mean anyone, including me, feels comfortable working on their fitness. Planet Fitness is where you build a lasting, active lifestyle. And it's more important almost, well, maybe not more important, it helps with your mental health because when you feel good physically, you feel good mentally, always a squeaky clean gym, judgment-free atmosphere. And if you're short on time, no problem. You get a full body workout in just 30 minutes in the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. Right now, the big fitness energy sale at Planet Fitness is going on right now. Join today. Only $1 down and $10 a month. This is a deal you do not want to miss. Over 50 locations in the Detroit area. Walk into one today, sign up, or go online at www.planetfitness.com. Planet Fitness, it's a judgment-free zone. Congratulations to Dave from Southgate. He heard me say, but we'll call her Mrs. Stafford, beautiful lady. Little mumbles there. Gee, I never mumble. Her husband is a good quarterback, so he wins a pair of tickets to see Green Day, the Saviors Tour. Tickets go on sale now, Ticketmaster.com. They are on sale, courtesy of the great folks at Live Nation. All right, you guys want to speak or you want to go to some calls first? It's up to you. I'm going to be a driver the rest of the show, except for when I speak. So you tell me what you want to do.
Room.
Yeah. So I'll start. Obviously, I've been here, 3 years, and I think everybody knows the circumstances under which I arrived, and I had to replace an absolute legend. I had to replace, somebody that I've come to know more since he passed. That's obviously Jamie Samuelson, and how much he meant to you. And the fact that when I got here, you welcomed me with open arms, and there was no, hey, you've got to do this because it's how Jamie did it. You've got to do this. There was no hangover for you in regards to how you treated me. You welcomed me. It wasn't an easy thing to do. No one wanted those circumstances. And since then, I have learned, and I've tried to always pick up things from people that I've been around, whether it's, playing at Michigan, playing in the NFL, working in the media before I got here. But every single day, there's something that I learn from you. And I am so much better today, not just for being on air, but being a better person, because I've had an opportunity to spend 5 days a week, 4 hours a day, having a conversation with you. And that's what it's been. It's not been work. It's been a conversation about sports, about other things, about life. You've shared things with your family. You've showed me how to be able to share things with my family. You've been able to show me how to be appropriately inappropriate at times, and how to laugh at myself. Mm-hmm. And I mentioned it earlier, the ability to be absolutely opposite, on opposite sides of a topic. And it could be sports, it could be politics, it could be life, it could be a lot of different things. And we can have a spirited conversation, and then when it's done, we're still good friends. And I thank you for every single minute, every lesson, and every opportunity that I've had to be around you.
Thank you. So I'm going to start welling up now, and we're still going to be friends anyway. So.
Yes. And you're still working here.
I'm still working here.
Yes, I know that. But
I know.
I
didn't mean that to you. I meant that.
I'll still be at your tailgate.
Yes, I've probably talked to you more in the last 3.5 years than I think I've talked to anybody.
Well, that's a great thing that Jamie pointed out to me one time. He's like, and that was the weird thing about when he got sick and all that, is that we had to, he pointed that out. Yeah, we talk more than we do to anybody in our lives. Yeah. And it's like, so I just say this, through that transition, you made things so easy when it was freaking very difficult, way more than we let on to believe. I know that show we did that day was
crazy.
Hey, just from me, we've known each other forever. Mm-hmm. I think the biggest thing somebody pointed out earlier was people can trust you. They might not like you as a personality. You just have people have their likes and dislikes. They're people people like everybody for a different reason. Mm-hmm. But my thing is that you could be trusted. You fought hard in this industry. I think, especially back when it started, you just gained locker room respect from all four teams, and you built relationships. And it led to, even if you didn't like Stoney, you got to hear local people of high prowess getting interviewed. Relationships with, just like AJ's interview earlier today. Mm-hmm. It's just your hard work. I think the biggest thing that maybe hasn't got mentioned, he just has a super genuine heart.
Yeah.
I mean, he's so, seriously, it's like oblivious. I wish I could be that oblivious sometimes. Instead, I pay attention to everything, and maybe that's why it's worked. I don't know, because we've driven each other absolutely nuts at times. But at the end of the day, it's like what you said earlier, somebody did. We just, you go to break, and we're all good.
Yeah.
Because we're just having a debate here, and it's all the whole thing about this is just trying to create that bar thing where you're sitting at the bar with your friends. Yep. You don't have to be drinking. You're out for a dinner or whatever. Just you're shooting the crap, and we try to do that in an entertaining way. And we bring the A game when A game sports are there, and we fooled around and we're silly when we had to be because we want to have fun. And just the last thing is that the biggest thing for me is he gave me the opportunity to stay in Detroit. I was pretty young in my career and making crap money. I did have a full-time job, but it was like entry-level full-time. And, when the producer position became open for Stoney and Wojo, he pointed at me. I remember him in the boss's office, and it just was done. There was no process. There really wasn't much of an interview more than just, hey, we just need to make sure a few things were in line with each other. But I didn't have to go through a process, and I stayed here. And I never had to leave the market, and it's very hard to do that in this business. So then, what that led to is, big things in my life, like family staying here, grandparents get to be with my kids and stuff like that, all because of that. It may have happened a different way, but I don't know that.
Yeah.
Wasn't your third child? Isn't Stoney to?
Oh yeah, of course. And we had such a good time and hadn't been out much because we had 2 young ones already.
Yeah.
So we go to
the bat mitzvah.
Bat mitzvah. I'll never learn which one's right. But anyways, we had such a good time. It was such a good party.
That Sam was conceived.
Yeah.
Yes, that night.
Thanks to Stoney. So you basically thank Stoney for your son.
That's right. No wonder Sam's the sports one.
You knew this, right, Jessica? Okay. I couldn't ask you that at that time. That would have been very inappropriate.
Still seems weird.
Heather.
Well, I just want to say that I have had a blast working with you for the past 6 years because when I started, I didn't know what I was doing. I still don't know what I was doing, but you made it very, very easy for me to transition to this type of work, something I've never done in my life. And the one thing that I love about you, Stoney, is that you are unapologetically you, right? You don't change for anybody. And I love that you are going to say what you're going to say. And the things I love too is like, I shouldn't say this. You give him 2 seconds, he's going to say it.
He's going to say it,
yes, and it is phenomenal and sometimes cringy, sometimes awkward, a lot of the time awkward. But that's what makes you you, and mornings aren't going to be the same anymore without you. You bring so much humor, so much joy to my life, and I think to all the listeners as well. That's going to be missed. I do hope that you enjoy sleeping in, that you enjoy whatever is next. I want, you brought up one time that you haven't been to Europe because you haven't been able to take that many days off in a row to work because you're always on air. I hope you get to do some things you've never done before and just enjoy this next chapter. But just thank you for being you and all of your Stoneyisms, the things I could talk forever about your Stoneyisms and the things that you say, the words that you've created. But you've definitely brought a lot of joy to my life and made my job a whole lot easier. So thank you.
Thank you very much. It means a lot to me. Greg?
Just a couple of things I want to iterate here is, first of all, the worst thing about Stoney is that he absolutely doesn't care. And the best thing about Stoney is that he absolutely doesn't care. Yeah. I think it's always the best and the worst of all of us is the same thing. Stoney, thank you for always willing to be the butt of jokes and just that self-reflective humor you have had and been able to, put yourself out there like that. I do thank you for that, and it's a very endearing quality. And I also want to say just finally that when we introduced the show at 6 a.m., and I know that Chris Fillar's mother loves you for thanking Chris for the update. When you do introduce everybody, it does not get lost on me that you do introduce me first. So for that, I thank you and salute you.
Thank you very much, Greg. You've been I'll talk about you and everybody else in a little late.
I'll deal with you later, son.
If I can get it all out. All right, let's go to a phone call here before I start crying. Mark in Macomb, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Good.
And Sarah. Hey, listen.
That'd be Heather. Sarah was, that's okay.
I'm sorry. Sarah's on the mind because we were talking about her before. So congratulations, Stoney. I'm a long-time listener, and I just wanted to say, John and Greg stole a little bit of my thunder, but I got 3 quick things to say about you that I really appreciate. First one, they've already mentioned, is just your ability to kind of poke fun at yourself, right? It makes you human, helps you really connect with those of us out here who also can poke fun at ourselves, right? So I appreciate that. The second thing is, in your business, right, it's a talk business, but there are a lot of people in your business who can overtalk and who talk too much. And I just always really appreciate the balance that you have, just your way of being able to work in whatever the topic is and just how you banter It's just always done classy and tastefully. Third thing is I'm glad you're, retiring, but you're also going to be around, because I think another trait of yours I really admire and appreciate is your ability to be good at your job no matter who you work with. And I do look forward to hearing you on some of the other shows as well. I know you'll be great because that is who you are. You just mix well with people, and it means, that's really a true testament to, to how good you are at your job. So thanks for all the years of making the drive enjoyable. I can tell you, getting in the car, you deal with traffic and weather, and you spend time in your car. It's always a highlight of my day to kind of turn on and say, what are they going to be talking about today? And I just appreciate that and appreciate you. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That was very nice of you, Mark. All right. Coming up next, I have a few little words, a few little pages to thank. Yeah, you know me. It's so weird. I always say less is more, but this is, I can't leave people out. So anyway, that's coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket. All right. Here we go. Hope I can
Do we
get
need to
through
play
this.
the Andy Murray drop?
No, you won't have to play it. And I won't be looking you in the eye, I don't think, because I have to read this stuff. I moved to Detroit in 1986. I never thought I'd be here 3 years, let alone 38. It's been awesome. I want to thank tons of people. So please bear with me. And if I don't mention you, it's just because I forgot. I didn't want this to go on halfway through the Carson Anderson show. Bernie Smilovitz brought me here to be his producer at Channel 4 from Washington and remains a great friend. I was introduced to Mitch Albom, who put me on the air in 1988 with the Sunday Sports Album on WLLZ. We also lived together for about 7 years with my buddy Ken Droz. We were 3 guys and a dog, and we weren't gay. That's what we always said. Not that there was anything wrong with it. I owe a ton to Bernie and Mitch for all of this. Many people have been important in my career, but they helped lay the foundation. I would like to thank the PR and SID staffs of the teams that had to put up with all sorts of stuff over my career. I can't mention you all, but I do want to highlight Kevin Grigg, the late Matt Dobeck, Todd Beam, Bill Keenest. We had wars. Eamon Reynolds and his great Lions crew, Solomon and Ellie and Greg right now. They do an amazing job. Ron Colangelo, the great Bruce Motti, who is just a legend in this town, Dave Abloff, Mex Kerry, and Chad Crunk. The teams that I was fortunate to cover through championships, heartbreaks, and yes, countless trips to the lottery, and even a winless team. The coaches, managers, general managers I was fortunate to talk to are countless. But I do want to highlight a few of my favorites, and I'm sure John's too. Tom Izzo, he's the best. Dan Campbell, Larry Brown, A.J. Hinch, we had on today, Brad Osmus, Steve Eiserman, Troy Weaver, yes, even Jim Harbaugh, Brady Hoke, friend of the station, Greg Campy, and the Hall of Famer, Jim Leland. And I also, although he's not a coach or general manager, I do want to mention Mike Tirico for always being there when we needed him. The support from the television stations have been overwhelming. I'd like to thank all the sportscasters who were okay with putting this mug on TV. Dave Llewellyn, Tom Lydon, Brad Galley at Channel 7, the late Don Shane, and to Dan Miller and the staff of Fox 2 Sportsworks. Thank you for letting me be a part of your wonderful show and taking Jamie's place. I could never take his place, but thank you for that. To my WDFN days, working there was incredible. Thanks to Lorna Gladstone for hiring me, Greg Henson, and the great Rona Danziger for running the show until corporate America took over. I got to work with legends like Art Regner, Dave Pash, Matt Derry, Albert Dale, my great friend Jennifer Hammond, love you, Hammer, John Bloom, Van Earl Wright, old Shep as well. I finally got a taste of corporate America when Cheap Channel fired 2,000 people in January of 2009. Thankfully, I had a great agent in the late Mike Novak, so I was still getting paid. And it was December of 2009 when Jimmy Powers and Debbie Kenyon decided to take a chance on a 51-year-old hunchback and offered me a job. And it has been a wonderful 15-year run, nearly 15 years. There are so many people to thank, including Debbie and Jimmy. Thanks for putting up to me. And I'm going to forget some people. So to the sales staff, led by Pete Kowalski, who I've known since the DFN days, thank you for your support, especially Andrea Ferreira, Bob Turner, great popcorn, Jeff Lasser, Jen Ludo, and all the others. Thank you. All the advertisers who, for some reason, wanted me to pitch their products. I could never understand that. Thank you, especially the long-timers, Derek Stevens of the D and the Circa, and the longest of supporters, my great friend, Harry Glanz of Capital Mortgage Funding, along with Dan Burke. I can't thank you enough. Thanks to some of the people that have helped me in other ways, Morton Meisner, Jim Dwarman. Thanks to Cheryl at the front desk and all the engineers and the traffic people here at this radio station. The update people, Tony Ortiz, worked with him for years. What a great guy, even though some of the things, you think I said weird stuff, man. Some of the sports takes he has were crazy. I love Tony.
That's why he's in news now.
That's right. Jeff Lesson, Chris Villar as well. To the programming staff here at 97.1, I can't thank you enough for making me feel at home. Doug, Gator, love the crosstalks. Kang, love everybody. Mike, Enrico, looking forward to filling in for you guys as well. Hatchet, who I didn't find out till a long time ago that Hatchet grew up listening to me and Wojo. Terry Foster, Sully, Roberto, Kenny, been a great addition. Yes, the book, Pat Caputo, who I did my first shift here at 97.1 The Ticket when he said, hey, Stoney, I want to teach you about radio, Tom Bigby style. Okay, thanks, Pat. Dan Leach. Say what you want about Dan Leach, one of a kind. When he used to work up until 6 a.m., seeing him in the morning is like smoking out anyway. Bogey as well, Brian Chapman. Everybody, thanks for putting up with my lingering. I do want to single out a few others who don't get enough attention. Jeff Rieger. He's the hardest working guy in the world. Thank you for all you have added to the shows I've worked on. He does everything. Evan Jenkins. Evan is the jack of all trades. He does everything here. He does the podcast. He does the web stuff. He's a great person, and he's a pretty damn good golfer, too. And he's going to be a great father. Evan, thank you. The Birchie Kid, Will Birchfield, thanks for writing great stuff all the time on our interviews that we do. And what would our life be without Lori Haddad? She does everything for this station in promotions. She works her butt off. She puts up with my ticket requests all the time for my family. She always smiles. You are the best. Pause for water.
You all right over there?
Yeah, so far. Got halfway to go. My producers, Greg Hargrave, has been a part of my 97.1 life for about 13 years. He started as an intern in the old building, talking to himself while screening calls. Most shows need two people to do what this guy does by himself. He is a savant when it comes to college hoops and other sports facts. Our shows would not be the same without you. Plus, I'll always thank you for going to my twins' bat mitzvah service and not just the party. The Gov, Tom Milken.
I didn't go to that.
That's okay.
Apparently you were busy.
The Gov was a producer of the Stoney and Wojo show, as you know, the Stoney and Bill show, Jamie and Stoney, and of course, Stoney and Jansen. Gov, your passion for our shows is something I can never thank you enough. Yes, you scream at us. We bicker constantly, but that's what couples do. We have lasted longer than many marriages. We've been together through thick and thin.
We did separate for a little while.
Yes, I know. We did. That wasn't by our own doing.
But then
either.
we got back together
Yes.
after counseling.
Yes, we've been together through thick and thin, and it was worth every minute. Thank you.
Love you.
As for radio partners, Rob Parker was the first. I loved working with him, the original Odd Couple, the old Jewish guy in a black man's body. A great guy who has gone to great things and is still a wonderful friend. Thanks for a great start. And then came Wojo. It was the most fun I've ever had in radio. We did brackets. We did People Are Stupid. What's Your Beef? The Pyramid. All the stuff that you heard in the montage. And, of course, Wojo Damas. Yes, there were times when we never knew when you would show up, but you were the star of the Stoney and Wojo show. You named my kids Jasmine and Miranda. You called my wife lovely and talented. But most importantly, you're a great person and a great friend. I can't forget Bill McAllister and Sarah Foraker, my original crew at 97.1. Bill is Detroit. He's funny, smart, and creative, who I enjoyed working with for over half a decade. By the way, if you ever run into him, ask him to do his Louis Delmas impression. Sarah, what a voice. A radio star. Thank you for putting up with the boys club. Jamie Samuelson was the man. Way smarter than me. We shared a dark sense of humor that most couldn't understand. He was my friend since the day we met in 1994 until his passing over 3 years ago. Jamie was good to everyone. He cared about everyone. I know I would frustrate the hell out of him a lot, but he rarely showed it. I miss him every day. I walk into the studio appropriately named after him. I always love you. Heather, thanks for putting up with my sick sense of humor. Your vibrancy makes most mornings more tolerable for me and, more importantly, our listeners. I apologize for having zoned out during your news occasionally. We missed you when you were away, but it's obvious that you are turning into a great mother. John Jansen. I hope our time together has been as good for you as it has for me. We'll never agree on many issues, but at least it proves to me that people with different views can still be friends. I thank you for your obvious football acumen and what you have brought to this show. Interviewing Harbaugh with you each Monday has been a trip, to say the least. I'm sorry if I put you in some uncomfortable position when it comes to my favorite college football team and their transgressions. I guess I need to learn to let it play out. And you need to, and also you need to, I forgot that I had to let it play out one minute. The one thing I'll miss the most is making you laugh. You have the best freaking laugh in Detroit.
Not many people could make me laugh like you. So thank you.
Thanks to you, Lisa, and your kids for all the love. By the way, I do want to mention what begins on Monday. I'm going to Boca for 10 days, but the Costa and Jansen show will kick off. I appreciate all the people who say they're going to miss me. The mornings will not be the same, etc. But I encourage everyone listening to continue to do so. Jim Costa is a talent. He knows his stuff, and more importantly, he is a good person. Yes, it will be different, but give it a listen. You won't be disappointed, and please let the show develop. Judge the show in 3 to 4 months, not 3 and 4 days. Water break again.
Let it play out.
I'm parched. All right. It would be remiss if I didn't thank my longtime friends and family. Many who have listened via the internet or app for the years. First, my parents. As many longtime listeners know, my father would call the Stoney Wojo show and sing the Penn State fight song before countless Michigan-Penn State games. He would listen constantly and always wore his Stoney Wojo Radiothon shirt until he passed away at the age of 96 this August, like 2 days before he was wearing that shirt. My mom loves running into people from Detroit and says, "Do you know my son?" Thanks, Mom. There's also a member of my Philly family that has gotten legendary status. That's right. You might have heard her earlier today. Oh man, I lost my place. Lisa Stone Velasco. I can't thank you enough.
Anytime.
I can't thank you enough for your support. She listens constantly and will text during the show. Thanks to the AU boys, in particular TK and Rich Wolfer, for listening almost every day. Yes, I took Rich's shoes and drove around Indy for 3 hours. Also want to thank Goldie, Zakes, Tribal Council, Pickleball John, the TAM crew, the Board of Loves, the West Bloomfield football program, Matt Riley, Jeff Sacwa, my sister-in-laws, my brother-in-laws, and all my great nieces and nephews. I can't look here. To Cindy, I can't thank you enough for all your support and love. I'm sorry I might not have been the most attentive husband, and I'm sorry so many people got to learn what Saturday night meant to us. Especially my kids. I love you. Jessica and Marissa, I'm sorry I missed a lot of your activities, and I apologize. I'm so proud of you both. Jess, you are a rock star. I don't think I appreciated your equestrian excellence enough. You'll be the best accountant out there. Marissa, I love that you love sports, especially football, and working at NFL Films, which is your dream job, brings me joy. Finally, I want to thank you, the listener. It's unfathomable that you have been with me for all or parts of 31 years of sports talk radio. Thank you for making me a part of your life. My favorite part of this job is interacting with you, even when we disagree. I love talking to people at games, restaurants, and bars, and all over the state. I am somewhat sad that I will not be on the air every day, but I know that sadness ends when there's no freaking alarm at 4:30 in the morning. I will be back filling in over the station beginning March 1st. I'll still be doing Lions postgame next year and various podcasts, so you won't be rid of me yet. Once again, thank you so much for allowing me in your world, and most importantly, in a world and country with so much antagonism. Do me a favor right now. Just be nice to one another no matter what. Thank you very much. We'll finish it up next. 97.1 The Ticket. Sounds like Darryl Green. Who'd they use this year? They used
Your retirement's better than his.
I know. No, I know you hated Darryl Green, but this is the Darryl Green when he walked up to with the Lombardi after one of the Super Bowls. Who did they do? Who'd they do it this year? I figure you would
Larry
know.
Zonka.
Larry Zonka, and he handed off to John Elway. I think.
Yeah, and then as soon as Elway, like they caught it, like he gave the trophy, like he looked like he did not want to be there.
Yes. All right, 248-539-9797. We're going to take one or two more calls, then we have a special in-studio guest at this hour. Wow, it's amazing. Let's go to Dave in Commerce here in 97 The Ticket.
Hey, Stoney, how you doing?
Good, Dave. How are you?
Special day, man. Special day. Hey, I wrote a little ditty for you. Takes about 30 seconds, but I think it kind of means a lot to the listeners, how they feel for over the years.
Okay.
How about I give it a shot?
All right.
All right. It's based on that Eagle song, okay? Christmas Eagle song. I heard a little bit that you guys played, so I went with that. Here we go. Bells will be ringing, a sad, sad song. Oh, our Stoney, he's moving on. There'll be no older voice to carry on when Stoney is gone. Stoney and Wojo, Stoney and sometimes Wojo, hey, kept me sane on my long rides home. Now I'm retired and love the morning show, but soon Stoney's voice will be gone. So I'm just saying that I realize that Stoney is ancient and costly.
Can I
Look out. Fine.
Watch out.
So there'll be many.
All right, goodbye. I cut off my last call.
He gone.
Should I get one more so I don't end with a bad note?
There's no guarantee this is better.
That's true. That's a good
yes.
point. Yeah.
The odds are good.
Let's go to Ron in Detroit. What's up, Ron?
Yeah.
Stoney, I just want to say thank you, man. I've been listening to you from the beginning, from with Parker and the Man, and all the way through. I just want to say thank you. You have changed the listening habits of me, myself, and a lot of my friends, my fraternity brothers. We used to listen to music every day until your guys at the Fan started, and you guys changed our listening habits. We followed you over to 97.1, and we will continue to listen. I just want to say thank you. A lot of the on-air personalities don't understand that they're living in the house that you guys built. You guys were fans just like us. That's what made it special when we listened to you, because it was just like talking to our friends about sports. You guys did it for the love. You guys started from the basement, from our garage, and now look at what you built, Stoney.
Yes.
I mean, I just want to say thank you, man, and I wish one time that you had did an old bit, which was Evil Stoney, when these guys used to make fun of you and turned into Evil Stoney, so you could get back at those guys.
I should have done Evil Stoney on the guy who's singing the song. But I didn't do that. Thank you, Ron. All right, we are blessed to have a very special studio guest at this hour. Hi, Bob.
I had to get up early for this, Stoney. What are you still doing here?
I don't know. I'm lingering.
As I said, legends live on and they linger on. And
Exactly.
Stoney is a legend and he will linger. I've been listening since probably about 9:45. No, 8 o'clock this morning. And everybody said beautiful, wonderful things. I do want to point out the 2 times that I saw Stoney get the angriest he's been on the air. Because Stoney can roll with anything, obviously, as we know. People like that. And the 2 times when he blew up on the air was the famous guy who used to call all the time and say, "Hey, and Stoney, do you know that you're ugly?"
Oh, yeah.
And Stoney went bonkers. "Oh, I called Stoney ugly. I called to the article." He went bonkers. And the other time was, and this happens sometimes when me and Stoney did a show, I would interrupt him and try to throw him off. And I kept interrupting. And he just yelled, "I'm asking the fans out there, whoa, Joe." And I feel like Stoney's been asking the fans out there, what's it been, 60 years, 50 years,
Close to
40
that.
years?
Yeah.
And they've been responding.
Yes,
and
for the
it's
most
been
part.
wonderful, and it will continue
Yes, it will.
to be wonderful. If I can convince Rieger to leave our program every now and then, you could come in and do updates for us if you don't mind.
Sure. If I'm not doing anything, if I'm in town, I'll make a deal. I'll do that. If there's a podcast out there that people would love to hear.
Podcasts? I don't know. Do you have to get
Stoney
up
and
early for
Wojo.
that?
No,
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
that's the
All
thing.
all right.
Once
No.
a week, 40 minutes. We gotta, get Izzo on. Your boy Eisman.
All right, we'll discuss.
You'll
Have your
get-
people call my people.
Okay.
But Stoney, no,
Our
seriously.
people are the same, though.
You're not by the. Oh, that's true.
Those people?
Those people. By the way, and not getting morbid, but can we save the tape of everybody I mean, it sounded like a eulogy. You're not going anywhere, are you?
I don't think so.
Okay, good,
Hopefully not.
good. Yes.
Every day's a new day.
But Stoney, honestly, a great friend, great host, legend. Legends linger, as I say, and you'll be around. Great friend, great host, and the Godfather.
Let's go have a Bloody
of
Mary.
the sport. And there is a Bloody Mary table out there. Hello.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there. Hello. Yeah. Stoney, you going to Columbia? What do you?
No, I'm going to Boca.
Oh, they have that stuff in Boca.
Yeah.
What I've heard.
All right.
Congrats, my friend.
Thank you.
Yes. Awesome.
Thanks to everybody. You did it before. Thanks everybody for listening and all that wonderful stuff. Karsh and Anderson are here in the last official crosstalk with the Stoney and Jansen program. And
Stoney, let's get a Bloody Mary. See you.
All right. Muy bien, Gator.
It's been a thrill
Thank you.
to get to know you.
Thank you.
Get to know you.
Thank you.
Seriously, the craziest thing is my daughter
I know.
worships you.
I know.
She thinks that you are the greatest.
She's great too.
And I've learned a ton about broadcasting and
what not to do.
No, I seriously like. We talk to Goff every week, and sometimes those interviews are uncomfortable, but I would listen to you ask uncomfortable questions, the tough questions, but the questions the fans wanted asked.
Mm-hmm.
And you did it in such a way, a disarming way, where you could ask the correct questions. And I try to mimic that. Not always successfully, but I try. But anyway, we're going to start with Stoney stories.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
I have a concern.
Yeah.
I don't know if we should continue the bit now when the Tigers are the day game. I mean,
That was more Janie's bit than mine.
The short show?
I mean, it's.
Well, you're
it's-
actually gonna do a full one
I mean,
all
unless,
summer long?
Well, if you want to carry the torch, that's great. You and
more than happy.
Jim
Fantastic,
wants it,
yeah.
then
I mean,
you got to
yeah.
give us crap about it. But it was always always a pleasure coming to the studio. And the days that there was going to be the 1:00 start and waiting to hear at some point the zinger brought on by first Jamie, and
Yeah.
then you would continue it. So
Yes.
But Stoney, you're awesome. You're the best.
Thank you, Gator.
And,
Love singing
really
at your
appreciate
parties. Gator Palooza is a great.
Well, that's a moment we'll discuss.
Okay. All right.
Love you, Mike.
Love everybody out there. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend. I'll be back March 1st with Rico. So, John.
Love you.
Costa's out there. Have a great show, Heather. Love
you.
everybody. 97.1 The Ticket. Be nice to people.
Well, you kind of know you're in trouble when you don't even care what you have to say. I want more of Mike. But God bless him. He is absolutely the best. And in classic Stoney fashion, with the reputation that he has, he goes into retirement, but will continue to linger here at the station in one facet, one show or another, one place or another. You will still hear plenty of Mike Stone. You know that? You know all the complaining that people do? Like, Kang, do we ever get text messages when it's just one of us and people, they need the other guy there. This show sucked. Blah, blah, blah.
No, we run the perfect show here. We never get complaints.
Well, now Stoney will be in for many of those shows.
Yeah.
And so he will be around and coming out of the bullpen, and it's going to be great. And seriously, I learned a ton about broadcasting from Mike. And I'll say this. It's really difficult to come from another major market with a personality that's steeped in that other major market and get accepted and embraced and adopted by Detroit. We could list, there's no point in it, but we could list people that came from other markets and took various positions here, and it didn't work out. And they got labeled as the guy from here, the guy from there. Stoney is the guy from Philly. Yeah. He's the guy from Philly that did the incredibly difficult, if not impossible. And the guy from Philly came here, stayed exactly who he was, and was beloved. It grew into one of the favorite sons of Detroit. And that's really, really tough to do. That's really tough to do.
It is, but you know, knowing Stoney, it wouldn't be tough for him because it's who he is. He's friendly, he's outgoing, he's gonna shake hands and not look you in the eye. And he's gonna make it awkward, but he's self-deprecating, and he's a monster sports fan, monster music fan. I mean, the whole bit. He loves everything that he does. He's a very passionate guy, and it's been great to work alongside him the times that I've had. Early when he mentioned that when he first started here that he worked with Caputo. I think I may have been the next show that he did when you were out of town, and worked with him for a few days, and it was difficult because Stoney and I are a little bit similar. Mm-hmm. So it was hard to kind of navigate through them. Like, I don't know if this is going to work, if he's going to work here. And then like 2 weeks later, I think we had to do another show, and it was totally different. I'm like, oh, it will, and I think it can. And then here it is 15 years later, and he obviously found a way to work here with us and in the station. And of course, he's the godfather of sports radio in Detroit. Of course it was going to work out. He's amazing.
So, and there's all kinds of stories, and it's showing up at work with two different shoes or going the entire day with his shirt on backwards.
Sure.
There's the classic, the absolute classic story from back in his younger days when he and a friend were driving, I believe it was from Philly to UCLA. They were going to Los Angeles, and they were in Indianapolis. And anybody familiar with Indianapolis, if ever driven to Indianapolis, Indianapolis has one highway that circles the entire city that probably is 35 to 40 miles long. And Stoney took over in Indy for the drive in the middle of the night. And his friend was sitting in the passenger seat and went to sleep, and Stoney drove for several hours. And the sun started to come up, and they're driving, and his friend's messing around with the radio, and it's like, how are we still getting an Indianapolis radio station, terrestrial radio, some 4 or 5 hours after you took over? Then his friend started looking around and realizing that Stoney got on that loop and just circled Indianapolis for 4 to 5 hours overnight. He went around and around and around.
That's not how it's done?
And you think about the absurdity of that, never once questioning what highway you were on, what your next turn would be, just completely obliviously circling Indianapolis all night long while his friend slept next to him, is one of the funniest stories I've ever heard. And Kang, didn't the friend, you got the friend on right to do something for your podcast, or didn't he originally tell you the story? Or maybe it was Evan. It was Evan? Okay. Sorry. But it is my favorite Stoney story of all. And when you're young in broadcasting, you try to be perfect. You want everything to be perfect. And then quickly you realize you're not going to be. And the best are the ones who recover the best from their lack of perfection. When you screw up, how do you bounce back? Mike screws up all the time.
All the time.
And bounces back
all the time
with great charm, and it's a skill. It's a real skill. And I remember, when I first started in the business, I'm like trying to be Bob Costas. Like I want every word, every verb I select to be perfect, an adjective to be perfect, and it's an impossible goal, but sure, you strive for it. And then I remember watching SportsCenter and hearing Craig Kilborn screw up, and the way he recovered immediately and actually made it funny. I'm like, that's the skill. Stoney was the best at it, and just love that guy. So
yeah, well, he's was a fixture here for, like I said, 15 years. Most of that in the morning, and he'll be around though.
Yep,
he'll be around. That's good. It's good to know.
That's the good part. All right, lots to get into, including a report out there about one of our Lions. We got a Red Wing disappointing loss, and we have to wonder if there's some developing trends that we need to be concerned about. We'll talk some Tigers today. We got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? All coming up today. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 if your bet wins. Bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and shoot your shot. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. 971 won the ticket. Quite the party carrying on outside the studio.
There's a lot going on.
There's going to be heavy drinking taking place. And there are rules that are very strict that we will abide by. Very
Not on
strict
camera.
rules. The show might be worth listening to after all.
Yeah.
Could be our last show. All right, your Stoney tribute. What do you remember the story that you want to share?
I mean, for me, it's going to be about Stoney and Bruce, because Stoney's a monster Bruce Springsteen fan.
Mm-hmm.
He had it written into a contract at one point in time that he would be able to miss time, he'd take time off to go follow Bruce, which is amazing to be that dedicated. And he invited me to go to a Springsteen concert when Bruce was here in town at the Palace. Had to be like 8 years ago. I'd never seen Springsteen, not the biggest Springsteen fan, but I always heard the shows were great. And I'm like, oh, yeah, sure, I'll go. Had a great time. But the best time is watching Stoney have a great time, because Stoney knows how to have a good time.
Yes, he does.
And when it comes to Bruce, he really knows how to have a good time. I've had my Gator Palooza parties, and I think it's either 2 or 3 times Stoney has decided to get up with the band and sing Springsteen songs. Like just walks right up, grabs the microphone, and then talks to the guys in the band. So, you guys know Bruce? And the Jody Raffoul band, which is the band that plays my party, they're like, yeah, we know some Bruce. So they played a couple different songs, and Stoney's there singing completely out of tune, but having a great time. Everybody else is having a great time. But this past year, the last Gator Palooza I had, Stoney gets up there to sing, and I had rearranged some of the furniture in the house, and I had it set up so people could sit and watch the band, kind of like stadium seating, if you will. But there was an ottoman that was in the front, and at some point in time, Stoney jumped up in the middle of the song, and I think it was the song "Spirit in the Night," and he jumps up onto the ottoman, and it's not the steadiest because it's like cushions.
Right.
So it's not like he's jumping up onto a coffee table. And I thought he was going to lose control, bite it, fall on the ground, crack his head open, and I'm in trouble. It did not happen that way. Instead, it was Stoney. It was awkward. It was almost like he was surfing, finishing the song. It was great. And, everybody had their cameras out there. They're just getting video footage of it because it was amazing. And then about 20 minutes later, after he's done, the band's still playing, I got to tap my shoulder. I look over. I'm like, hey, what's up? And he goes, hey, thanks. And he goes, let's do a shot. And has a shot of Fireball ready. I'm like, okay. And I do the shot, and he does the shot. He goes, all right, man, great time. See ya.
And out he goes.
And his wife, who was there at the party, she went and drove home. But I thought it was that's Stoney, right? Got to have the great time, and that's what he is. He's a great time.
He really is. And, he doesn't take himself too seriously on the air. He absolutely, and it's something, I learned from. When somebody, like every once in a while we get a call, you suck, and they start laying into, all the reasons why you're terrible, not just at your job, but
just a horrible
probably
person,
a bad person, yeah. Sit there and listen to it and just, okay, move on to the next guy. And Stoney was the best at that. And he really, again, I learned from him.
Well, he is the best at that.
Yeah. And he will be back.
Yes.
He will be back, filling in quite a bit. In fact, I got next month, I got 3 days. I'm going to be in Florida. And Mike will be filling in on this show. So good luck.
To me or to him?
To both of you. All right. So, I want to get to this, and I don't want to overreact to the Red Wings back-to-back losses, because I was hoping they'd come charging out of the All-Star break, sending a message and ready to take it to the next level. And beating Vancouver at home was cool in overtime on Saturday. Then they went to Edmonton and gave up a train load of goals
In the third period. Yeah.
And then last night, it continued in Vancouver in a game that was really kind of weird. A lot of skating and not a lot of shooting, but enough done by Vancouver to get the win. And, I don't want this West Coast trip to be something that we remember, like we remember the Ottawa series last year. which they had problems before the Ottawa game, but they were right in it. They were in the mix, and Ottawa is a team that they were in the mix with, and Ottawa took that and catapulted themselves into the playoffs, and the Red Wings faded quickly. So I don't think losing to two of the best teams in the West back-to-back signifies that this is the Ottawa collapse of a year ago. I will start to be concerned if the two more winnable games on this trip, Calgary and Seattle, if they lose those as well, then I'll be into more of an oh crap kind of place. But part of this, and I'm just going to ask the question, and the numbers are really bad, but is Alex Lyon coming back to earth? A little bit here.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's logical to think that water finds its level. This is a guy that hasn't played a whole lot of NHL hockey, despite that he's in his 30s. He's gotten more starts this year than he has basically in his career coming into this season. And it was one of the concerns that Derek Lalonde had addressed a few weeks ago when he was on with Stoney and Jansen and said, we don't know how sustainable it is, but, we certainly like how he's playing, and the team plays well in front of him. They play defensively, and that's good. I think that I think you're wise in saying let's not look at the last two games against two of the best teams in hockey and judge this team and say that's it. They're terrible. See what happens the next couple of games. And see who else the Red Wings decide to bring up as a second goaltender. We'll find out how long Husso's going to be out, if Husso's going to get the job back, or if they're going to have to go somewhere else. Are they going to have to go with it to the trade deadline and add another goaltender? Or do they have somebody that they can, they develop Kosa enough, or one of the other goaltenders they have at Grand Rapids? Can somebody else do in a pinch? But, counting on Alex Lyon being the guy, I don't know if you can do that. I think maybe you have to do that for this season, but for the future, I don't know. But that's to be determined. But for this, the here and the now, you're concerned because a year ago it was a similar situation, and they just tanked it against Ottawa and they were done. Fortunately, they've got some time here, and they're still in a wild card spot right now as you look at it.
So a couple things here. And the other thing it could be, is the workload for Lyon, right? The last 18 games, he has started 16 of the 18 games. He's never gotten this kind of workload. And of those 16 games, one of them, he basically started that one too. It's basically 17 of 18 because Husso started the other night, played 9 minutes, got hurt. Lyon came on and got shellacked against Edmonton. So there's a preservation thing here too, is do they need to rest him? But they need to win every game. Like, they're holding on to the last playoff spot. So there's a delicate balance here between, Alex Lyon has helped play them into this spot, but can they afford to give him some rest here and try and look, I don't know that he's a problem. Watching the game last night, there's probably two of those goals I'm imagining a goalie would say. The second one in particular, where he would probably say he wasn't ready for it, although the puck went off the pipe and in. And maybe it was the fourth goal, but two of them he was screened. One of them came off an awful,
I was going to say that terrible play
turnover.
by Petrie.
Yeah, that was bad. That was holding onto the puck. He had multiple options, and then the next thing you know, he skated himself basically into the corner.
I was so pissed at that.
And then he just throws it off the boards. When even then, at that point, it was better to pull the chute and just play the puck behind the net, but whatever. Alex Lyon, you don't want to say that the bubble is bursting, and I think it's too early to say that, but it's just in the back of my mind because, I go back to what somebody in the game told me. Goalies have long runways. It's okay for a guy at 31 to blossom, but has he been playing way over his head?
Well, that's the thing. He hasn't played much hockey. He's made 54 starts in his career. 23 of them are this year. He made 14 starts last year, and before that, they were all single-digit starts that start back in the 2017-18 season with Philadelphia. He just hasn't played much in the NHL. So give him a chance, see what's there. As you mentioned, it's not all his fault with what happened last night or what happened against Edmonton. We'll see how they, shore up the defensive pairings when you get towards the real. I mean, right now they are in this playoff push. I'm not going to be surprised if they call up some guys from Grand Rapids from on the defense to say, all right, we're giving you guys the chance to play instead of some of the veteran players they have that are maybe making some too many mistakes.
Well, Red Wing fans, what are you seeing? 248-539-9797. Real concerns or just a blip on the radar as this team goes for a playoff push? God, we want to see them in the postseason again. Feels like we could be at the light of the end of the tunnel after 7 years being out of the dance. It'd be great to get back in. 248-539-9797. Got some Lions stuff we'll get to shortly as well. Interesting report out there. We're not sure how serious we should take it, but we will discuss it because it will be an issue eventually. It's Carson Anderson here on a Friday, 97.1 The Ticket. Every once in a while, you're overstating the case. I know I'm overstating the case, Gator, because I know what I'm about to say is ridiculous. But I'm talking about for my mental health, all right? This is for my mental health and my mental health only. Does that make sense, the way I'm couching this?
You're speaking on your own behalf because if you don't, who will?
Nobody else will. The game tomorrow against the Calgary Flames is a must-win. They have to win that game. Okay?
All right.
For my mental health.
For your mental health.
Yeah. And if they lose it, my mental health takes a serious hit as it pertains to my interest and Red Wing fandom.
Well, things are getting tight now in this wild card race.
Yep.
They're still 2 points ahead of New Jersey, but now there's no games in hand. They're right there with them.
Well, Jersey lost last night, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So they're still 2 points ahead of them. But now Toronto they had a big win. So now they're 4 points ahead of the Red Wings for the first wild card spot. You don't want to see everybody taking off and moving away from you, and then all the people behind you are starting to move up and get in a tight group with you. You need to move with the movers and shakers there.
Yeah.
So it would be nice if they started winning.
Okay, so must-win game tomorrow for the Red Wings. Here's some of the feedback we got coming in for my mental health. Feedback coming in, Jerry writes in, Lyon came out of nowhere and was playing out of his mind. Of course it was not sustainable. So, look, I mean, I'm a big fan of listening to people in the game, and people in the game say this can happen. So who was the guy from Boston? Name escapes me. A couple of years ago, came out of nowhere late.
Tim Thomas.
Thank you. I mean, that's the high end of what you can hope to have. Is that
mid-30s shows up out of nowhere.
Yep.
And boom.
That's the high end of what you hope you can have. I'm not saying he is that, but could he be better than he's been his whole career? Or that his numbers show, or that the opportunity just was right here? Jerry, I think we have to question it, but.
Well, he's gotten the opportunity to start here, which he didn't have anywhere else.
Yeah, and I never bought into him being the next Tim Thomas, but I did. All I'm asking him is to be better than Husso and Reimer, right? Because that's what he's played.
Well, Lyon had been awfully good through his first 20 starts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, awfully good. He had finally qualified in the statistical categories with the save percentage and the goals against, and all of a sudden he had the third best save percentage in hockey. Well, it's been knocked down quite a bit since then.
Next text, guys, Mo Seider concerns me even well before this trip. He's a -7. I was concerned with how many great chances for the opposition occur with Mo on the ice. It's a big concern.
I don't think he's a defensive liability at all. I think he's an outstanding defenseman, but keep in mind who he's going to be playing against. This guy's logging 22, 24 minutes of ice time against the top unit for every team. Would I like to see that plus-minus number better than minus anything? Yep. Without a doubt. I mean, you saw there's a pair last night. Was it Hughes and Hronek, former Red Wing?
Yep.
They're both in the plus 30s and 40. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, Vancouver's really good. So.
Yeah, their numbers are Mickey Mouse numbers.
I think
they're in Vancouver, not Anaheim.
Unnamed texter, I think Lyon got screwed up when he had to come in unscheduled the other night. Heard he likes to prep before games. He starts in a certain way. Yeah, I mean, that could be part of it too. But
it's also an excuse.
I mean, but it might be true, right?
I understand. Yeah, but it's if that's the last thing I want to. I mean, I understand it, right? You're throwing out your routine, but suck it up, Buttercup, and get out there and do the job.
Well, if you're going to tell me that he needs to start to play his best, I don't have an issue with that. If you need to tell me he's got a pregame routine when it's his net, and I don't have an issue with that, because this is such a rare occasion. So I'm not that worried about it, and it very well could be true. I mean, I like to think, to me, sports excuses are when they have absolutely nothing to do with it. And I'll never forget a player long ago, and I've told this story on the air, who didn't play well and cited it was the pregame breakfast. And it wasn't because they didn't have what he wanted. It's because the tray of eggs, half of the tray had bacon in it. He didn't like bacon. He ate the other half. He just ate from the other half of the tray and complained after the game that the tray of eggs also had bacon in it on the other half of the tray. And that's sent him down the wrong. I mean, that to me is
You sure this
wild.
wasn't your hockey team and this was you complaining?
No, I'm sure it wasn't me.
Okay.
I also don't dig on swine, but but no, it wasn't me. And I know why I don't play well, because I'm not good.
There you go.
But in this particular, I heard that and I'm like, and who I heard it from was rolling their eyes. Like, that's an excuse. But if something happens that might actually impact the way you play, how many times is he going to have to come in relief? Not very often, but. Next one, I'm with you, Doug. No time to panic. This stretch is proof that this team has flaws, and the only move that should be considered is a goalie trade. Do not trade for defense. This team was always a fringy playoff contender, not a team Steve Yzerman tries to add to. Well, I thought the offseason reeked of him trying to make the playoffs this year. It seemed like he was expediting the process, and really, the way I see it, they've developed a few young players in obviously, Lucas Raymond and
Sider.
Mo Sider and
Rasmussen's
coming along, and obviously he's still young. But when you go out and you start adding JT Compers, and I mean, DeBrinket's still young too, I guess, but I just felt like he's trying to win now was my takeaway. And so I'm not sure how committed he is to that. And does that motivate him to be a little aggressive come trade deadline?
I think they're trying to win now. I think they're trying, by winning meaning being a playoff team now. Yep. I think they absolutely are going to try to do that. I think that they feel that they have a lot of prospect depth and that those guys are going to be pushing for jobs in the next couple of seasons here. So let's make something happen now, and then each of the next couple of years you're adding a piece that makes you stronger as a team.
Koi Boy 1 says on Twitch, for my mental health, I'm going to need mock draft 1.0 if the Wings lose in Calgary.
Oh, boy.
I understand.
What you guys did the other day wasn't Carson Anderson mock draft 1.0.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not sure how we're going to do that anymore. Think of how many people we're going to have to take off the list.
I think it's fine to have a lot of diversity.
We're going to have to keep 25 guys that you can't draft. It's going to be clunky. I don't know how we're going to do it this year, but we'll figure out a place. We're already well behind schedule. All right, so Red Wings lose last night. Red Wing fans, you want to continue? I mean, I don't know where you are with this team. It was a tough stretch. Kind of hoping if they finish the road trip and take care of business against Calgary and Seattle, it's kind of back to your regularly scheduled programming, back to a playoff push. But if they lose them both, they'll probably split and keep us in that the place where we don't know who they are right up to the trade deadline is my guess. But 248-539-9797. Did you watch Tiger Woods yesterday?
I saw the last couple of holes that he played.
Yeah. I had it on most of the day. I figured, all right, let's take a look. Let's commit here a little bit. And it's interesting because he scrambled and wasn't anywhere close to being good Tiger, let alone peak Tiger.
Apparently dealing with some back spasms.
Yeah, it's still interesting to watch and still drawing the biggest gallery. And it's funny to watch a golf broadcast with Tiger in it now. And it's nothing new. It's just Tiger, 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 Tiger. Here's our leader, Cantley, putting for par. Tiger, 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 Tiger. Here's Jordan Spieth, and he drops a stroke there. Tiger, 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 Tiger. But as you and I know, in broadcasting, you give people what they want, right? You play the hits, and the hit is still Tiger Woods.
Because you may not have him over the weekend.
New gear. He's got new gear.
He does have new gear.
Yeah. Did you see the logo?
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think?
It's like a bone tiger.
Yeah. It's like, are those the stripes or kind of a ghost tiger with the stripes?
Yeah. The tiger carcass?
Yeah, it looks like a tiger. It did look like a tiger, like a saber-toothed tiger fossil is what it looked like.
It's funny because I was wondering, are we going to start seeing this stuff everywhere?
Yes.
You think?
Oh, I think absolutely going to start seeing. You'll see it from people on the golf course. I mean, when I say, oh, yeah, everywhere. On golf courses, you'll see it. I think everybody's going to be.
Yeah, I don't mean like at Kroger.
Yeah, no, I don't know if. Yeah, but it's an interesting logo. His other the TW logo he had with Nike was awesome.
Yep.
Obviously, he has to move away from that because he's no longer associated with Nike. So now it's his own brand, his own company. So I imagine this is going to be quite the moneymaker for him. But because he's still relevant. But how much longer is he going to be relevant in golf if he doesn't win? You know? I mean, I still love watching the guy play.
Yep.
But if he ends up playing in like 10 tournaments this year, which he won't, but let's say he plays 8 or 10 tournaments and fails to make the cut in half of them.
Yep.
I mean, the legend starts to wear a little bit. And then you remember the legacy, what a great player he was, and he was phenomenal. But then it's oh yeah, Tiger played in this and he finished 50th. Who cares?
We do have maybe our first response to the chaotic Waste Management Open. You didn't see this news. We'll get to that today. 11:47 plus your open line calls 248-539-9797. Next hour, there's a rumor out there. That's what we'll call it about a Detroit Lion. And how would you feel about it? That coming up today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson 97.1 The Ticket.
You want a great place to watch any sporting event? The best place in town is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. It's a place I love to go to because they have great food. It's a great atmosphere, great specials they have, the best wings in town. And you want to watch UFC? This is where you go. No cover charge at all. This Saturday, you got UFC 298, Volkanovski taking on Topuria. You got Whitaker and Costa. Again, no cover. Also, you got the big game with Michigan and Michigan State taking place tomorrow night in basketball. And for all the Detroit hockey and basketball games, you get $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light, and the specials are all day, every day. And plus, 24 is open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. And on Thursday nights, trivia is back. It's always a good time to check out the trivia. Go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram for all the great contests they have. And if you need any party or event catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work. Every seat's a great seat. Flat screen, high-definition TVs all throughout the place. They pipe in the sound for all the big events. It's fantastic. Again, the food's great. Check out the great new specials they have and all the happenings at their website, 24secondsbar.com, and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go? 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
All right, so a graphic has been put out from the Waste Management Open. Scottsdale Police Department. At the Waste Management Open in 2022, there were 440 calls for service. In 2023, there were 558. This year, there were 653. In 2022, there were 0 arrests. In 2023, there were 18 arrests. This year, there were 54 arrests.
Oh, boy.
In 2022, there were 90 ejections. 2023, 102 ejections. 2024, 211 ejections. And trespassing charges in 2022, 14. 2023, 41. 2024, 73. This is trending in a bad direction.
They were a little rowdy this year.
Yeah, a little rowdy.
Did you guys see the TikTok from the? There was a bartender who have allegedly worked at Waste Management, and he put out a TikTok at why they had to stop the alcohol sales. And from his point of view was basically they got overwhelmed. Too many people without tickets, without VIP bracelets, things like that. They were trying to serve at one point. It got way too crazy, and so they were told to shut it down, not even give water or any service. And they thought they were going to restart it again, but they just never did. And that's when everyone was reporting everything just got shut down. No more sales.
Well, look.
Yeah, because initially it was just a few stands where they weren't selling alcohol.
Well, don't ruin the fun for everybody when you go too far. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Dennis here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dennis.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Hey, without getting too technical here, one of the biggest reasons that the Red Wings have had problems all during this year defensively is their inability to exit their zone. A skating defenseman. I know it's great to everyone else has got one, a Quinn Hughes and this and that, but it is well overdue time, guys, to bring Simon Edmondson up here. Here's a guy who's got longer strides to take up space. Go, and skate the puck out of the zone. We get pinned in our end. Jeff Petrie, hey, God bless him, has had a real good career in this and that. Not just last night's giveaway, but it's time. We have to get younger on defense, and we have to get faster. A guy that can stick handle it with the long reach that Edmondson has, the ability to hold the puck from there. We haven't had anybody like that, of course, since Lidstrom and Cronwell. But it's overdue time. Now, I know, I guess he's hurt or something right now. Maybe he's better, but he has got to be up here. And even secondarily, maybe Johansson's got to be up here too. Gostisbehere is strictly an offensive defenseman. You can pin him in our zone. Just Hall, I don't.
Well, they definitely need. You're right. They definitely have to improve on the defensive side. And I think Edmondson's the obvious call up at some point, and I think it happens probably sooner than later.
I was told to expect it. In fact,
yeah. I mean, he's played 40 games this year, and in Grand Rapids, he did play a couple games for the Red Wings as well. So I don't think he's hurt.
Well, the one thing about it is everything you said, if accurate, and he was ready to do that, he'd be here already. Like, there's obviously some seasoning that they believe is still necessary.
Well, the only thing I'd say to that, Doug, is that I would rather have him make some mistakes up here. They want him overripe, like they say. They did the same thing with Sider, etc. Right, it's a young league. We need some more quickness and some more just a skill level on defense. And I'd rather have him making some mistakes up here.
I think
than
I'm going to guess what they tell you, and I'm not. Everything you say, I agree with, but I'm going to guess what they tell you because I ask these questions, and often you get responses like, if he came up here now, he would struggle mightily, whereas if he comes up here in a month, we're kind of hoping he'll be more ready for the stretch run. I mean, so they're, what difference does another half dozen to 10 games make? Well, in their eyes, it can make a lot of difference. So I'm guessing if I took that question right now to Steve Yzerman or somebody in the organization, the answer would be something along those lines: is we want to bring him up when he can make a positive impact.
I agree. This last thing is that they talk trades. There's a lot of people that are going to be looking for Tanev from Calgary. I don't know what we would have to offer, but he would fit our profile as a defenseman if we're going to be a buyer. The other couple that they've mentioned, I'm not that enamored with. I'd rather see him try a couple of young guys, but they have to address that. And the last thing I'll say, you guys, is last night we didn't play too bad of a game last night. We couldn't score in the power play, and we had some looks. I mean, we could have stayed in that game last night. Just the power play.
Yeah, the power play wasn't good enough, and the killer was the third period. They're down 3-1. They have the power play, and Patrick Kane has a bang play, and goalie makes a great save on it. If that goes in, it's 3-2, and you've got half the period or more to play, down by a goal, and instead they don't. And it wasn't long after that, I don't think, that they scored their fourth goal, and it was done after that. But they didn't play terribly last night. There were some, the goals that were scored, and a lot of screenshot goals from far out.
I think probably it felt to me like a 2-1 game disguised as a 4-1 game. But I will tell you that, there's a reason why Demko was just voted one of the top 3 goalies in the league. They had a poll on ESPN with players, executives, and coaches, and he came in at number 3. The save he made on Sprong didn't get all of that, but that was going to go in the net, and Demko made a pretty spectacular save. But yeah, I would guess that probably 2 of the goals, one from Lyon and one from Petrie, came off plays that they feel like they, in Petrie's case, shouldn't make, and in Lyon's case, should make. And you could see the frustration on Petrie's face. He knew it the moment he did it.
I don't think there's any question Evanson's going to come back up at some point. The other question is, will he bring somebody else up with him?
Mm-hmm.
Does Johansson come up? Does
you
Brogan
get into
Rafferty
roster issues there and having to release players and
but they have players that maybe they can release.
Yep.
If you have to do that. You're getting into the post. We're just a couple of weeks away from the trade deadline here, so.
Yeah. Now, as far as Tanev is concerned, I was in on that until I saw his age. He was older than I realized. And just give me a second here. He's 34. I don't think you're going to see Steve Yzerman giving away a bunch of assets for a 34-year-old defenseman. Noah Hannafin is allegedly being shopped around. He's only 27. So also from Calgary. So maybe that's why Saturday's game is even more important, is to get a look at those guys and put some feelers out with the Calgary organization. Maybe there's something to be done there.
It's the Calgary organization.
Yep, sorry.
Please.
248-539-9797. All right, we'll get to some Lion stuff coming up in a minute. I do want to check in with our guy Kang. If you missed the last couple of days, he is a single-parent dad for 3 days here. His wife got called to San Diego, late developing work situation. And so it's you against the 2 daughters, 5 and 2. And how did yesterday go?
Yesterday went better than the first day.
Okay.
They were able to check in with mommy FaceTime, so I think that that helped with the I miss mommy 1 hour into watching them yesterday.
Yes, that was great. His first day after 1 hour, one of his kids said to him, "I miss mommy," which is
yeah.
And Gator, I said you and me both. Yeah, we both miss her.
You're preaching to the choir.
So yesterday is better. What I did though, Gator, you'll appreciate this. I had to bribe them, and I bribed them with dessert, and that's donut and ice cream. So I warm up these little mini donut balls, by itself, and then I scoop a little ice cream in after,
Nice.
and it's like a fudge brownie type thing. Except instead of a fudge brownie, I used a chocolate donut. But once I put that on the table, they came.
That's the big guns you're bringing out. Early,
I know it was early. Well, I think I gotta just keep this up through Saturday night, maybe the whole day, because I'm not sure. I gotta check her itinerary again.
Do you have anything planned for Saturday night when your wife gets back?
Clean. So this is the other thing I've learned. I'm not cleaning anything right now until the very last minute. What's the point, right? She's not here. She doesn't see the mess that's going on at the house.
You're just letting it all pile
it is
up.
insane right now.
Yep.
It is. A tornado has gone through my house, and I don't care.
Yep. No, that's one of the benefits is kind of with me, because there's a lot of
logical.
Honestly, on a daily basis, there's a little bit. All right, when's she going to be home? And what do I got to clean up before she gets here? Oh, she won't be home till 7 tonight. I can watch TV or I can exercise or whatever I want to do. But at about 6:30, I gotta get this. Like the amount of cleaning, the percentage of it always is in the last minute. Try and get it all done before she walks through the door.
Yeah, because she's like one of those clean up after you're done with your toys.
Dude, she had the cleanest car I've ever been in. Your wife's car was so clean.
But these last few days or next coming days up here, we're not gonna have to clean up, girls. Don't worry about it. Like the older one's a rule follower. She might be like, "Should we pick this up?" I'm like, nope. You're gonna play with that later. Just leave it out.
So great. All right. Well, good luck. We hope it goes well this one final night, and we'll get an update come Monday. All right. So there's a story out there about the Lions. I want to call it a rumor because I haven't seen any credible media pickup on it, although it's starting to make the rounds. We'll get to that today at 11:02 here on Karsh and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Quite the party out there. Stoney retiring from the morning show, but staying on here at the station. And Bloody Marys are flowing. There's TV cameras. There's the sales staff, which, I mean, they come over here and the debauchery starts. But Yeah. Quite the party going on out there.
It's like the Wolf of Wall Street out there, King.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, which scene? I mean, that's dangerous, Gator. You say that.
I know.
I mean, is it Stoney saying I'm not leaving, I'm not going anywhere? Is it that scene?
It's that scene.
Or is it the other ones that
I'm not going.
How did I get my car home scene?
Yeah, I'm talking an office scene.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yep. We'll try and stay focused in here. It's much easier for you because I am looking past you out into the office and seeing the ongoing festivities.
It was brought to my attention that when Punchkis were here, you brought one in the studio, but you didn't touch it.
That is correct. Well, I touched it. I was going to. There was some discussion of whether or not I was going to eat it, and I considered it, and then I said nah, and didn't. That's all.
I think it's kind of sacrilegious if you're going to bring it in.
Yeah. Well, sorry that I let you down. I let the audience down.
Kang, how did you feel about that situation?
I was in the beginning hopeful that Doug would actually indulge. I mean, I was giving him the entire show to eat it, not just like, hey, scarf this down in a break. And we know how Doug's body probably would have handled that.
I was worried I was going to get sick, and you were already out. The truth is, had you been in, I would have eaten it for
This
sure.
wasn't a meat pie.
I know.
It was
Just, you know him.
It's a Punchki.
Yeah, I know. I don't eat. There's a reason why I don't have sugary foods in the morning.
Because it gives you good old fashioned diarrhea?
No, I just start to feel sick. It's too much sugar, and those things have plenty of sugar. Look,
all right,
yeah, it was a decision I made. Thank you for your concern, and look, there was one more for you.
I wasn't here.
No, you weren't. There was one more for everybody else. Okay, so look, we all know Amon-Ra St. Brown, valued member of the Detroit Lions.
Oh, yeah.
And a guy that we hope spends his entire career here playing the way he's played the first couple of years of his career. He's been fantastic, and he's eligible for an extension. There's an NFL writer who tweeted out, and his Twitter bio says he's formerly with the USA Today, but doesn't seem to have any other affiliations. And I if he does, great. I just haven't. I'm not familiar with him. A writer by the name of Cam Marino, but none of the other local beat writers have picked up on this. But it has started to make the rounds amongst bloggers and people tweeting us about it, et cetera, et cetera. And here's what he tweeted out. Source, the Detroit Lions and star receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown are in discussions that would give St. Brown a contract extension of at least 3 years. I don't think anybody would be opposed to that. Okay? No. And,
he's entering year 4.
Yep. I think everybody thinks, yes, extend Amon-Ra. But before we get into the amount, here are the highest paid receivers in the National Football League on an annual basis. Okay, so Tyreek Hill makes $30 million annually. This is according to Spot Track. Devontae Adams, $28 million. Cooper Kupp, $26.7 million. AJ Brown, $25 million. Stephon Diggs, $24. DK Metcalf, $24. Debo, $23.85. Terry McLaurin, 22.78. DJ Moore, 20.628. Keenan Allen, 20.025. Amari Cooper, $20 million. Chris Godwin, $20 million. Mike Williams, $20 million. All right, so those are all of the receivers that annually make more than $20 million a year. And I wanted to read through those names so you know who's at the top of the list as far as what they're getting paid. Now you kind of got to get into, all right,
well,
what does he belong in that category?
Yeah,
annually.
This past season was a phenomenal season for Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yep.
He finished third in the NFL in receptions, third in the NFL in yards receiving. He was tied for fourth in the NFL with 10 touchdown receptions. I mean, those are phenomenal numbers, and he's been very consistent as a Detroit Lion throughout his short 3-year career. 912 yards receiving his rookie season, went up to 1,161 yards, and this year up to 1,515 yards. 90 receptions to 106 to 119. 5 touchdowns, 6 touchdowns, 10 touchdowns. This guy is trending in the right direction. He's hitting his prime years. And get ready, because if you're going to speculate on what kind of a contract it's going to be, like we discussed yesterday, you had the speculative discussion because Boomer Esiason said, well, Jared Goff should probably get a 4-year, $200 million deal, $50 million a year. What would St. Brown get? I think somewhere between 20 and 30 million. So if you want to say 25 or 24 or 23, I'm not going to argue that. But that number is going to start with a 2 when you give him an extension.
Yeah. So understand, too, what he's making right now, and his cap hit this year was $1.251 million. Okay? So we're starting with the idea that his cap hit is probably going to be $20 million more than this year. It can get there's all kinds of ways you can write it to try and make it as team friendly as far as the cap is concerned. Players care about guarantees and bonus signing bonuses. But I just read the list of wide receivers at the top. Okay. There were 13 names: Mike Williams, Chris Godwin. This is going from 13 to 1. Mike Williams, Chris Godwin, Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel, DK Metcalf, Stephon Diggs, AJ Brown, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill. Where in that list does he belong? Now, a lot like the quarterback position, you have to keep in mind that there is a chance that he might get paid more than some of these guys, that he might not be necessarily better than or more established than him or whatever, but this is the price of doing business. You pay what the market, at that time, it's going to be, I'm going to guess, like when I look at these numbers, he's probably getting top 5 money, right?
I would think it'd be right around that.
And then over the course of his career, it becomes top 7 money, then it's top 10 money. And
yeah, because Justin Jefferson will sign a deal.
Yeah. So Jamar Chase is in line for a contract this offseason.
Well, you got all the 14 wide receivers or whatever that were taken ahead of him. They're all in line for the same thing. And, you could argue that he's the best of the bunch.
Yep. So with that said, here's what the story or the tweet said. Amon-Ra St. Brown and the Lions in discussion that would give St. Brown's a contract extension of at least 3 years at an annual salary of $25 million. Extending Brown is a priority for the Lions as they enter this offseason. Okay. I think that there is a high degree of probability that they are going to extend Goff and St. Brown. Pretty safe assumption, isn't it? Or they're going to try.
Yeah.
And then we circle back to what Brad Holmes said a week ago Monday. You're going to wonder what we're doing in May, June, April, May, June. Why what are they doing? Don't panic. Then he said, I don't expect a lot of external ads. And he said, draft, develop. Keep your own guys. I mean, I hate to give away the ending here. Spoiler alert. There's $61 million in free agent. A whole bunch of it is budgeted for Goff and St. Brown.
Yeah.
And it's fun to be a big player in free agency, but this seems rather obvious, and I feel like Holmes has tipped his hand on what they're going to try to do.
Well, I still think Holmes is going to do what Holmes has always done.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to free agency, of course, I do think he's going to take care of his own, the ones that you need to take care of, which we've discussed. But when it comes to bringing outside free agents in, they're going to be done on short-term deals. So you're not worried about, how is this going to affect the cap when you got to re-sign Penei Sewell or Aiden Hutchinson? It doesn't matter, because this will be like a 1-year deal that you give a contract to somebody in free agency, because that's their MO. That's his MO specifically.
Yep.
They need to sign St. Brown right away, or extend him, rework that new deal, because the market will be reset very fast. So get in now before it gets more expensive. Justin Jefferson, T. Higgins, names you guys have mentioned, but Jefferson is definitely going to break any record of any receiver because he deserves it. Justin Jefferson, in my opinion, when healthy, is the best receiver in the league. St. Brown's up there in that same tier, but probably below, as far as if I had to rank him. Want St. Brown back badly. You got to pay up. He's so important to this team. And this is one of the problems of drafting so well is you're going to have to dole out big contracts.
Yep.
You almost need, and no disrespect to this guy, I'm going to bring up his name. But you need a few Alex Anzalonis in there, that don't break the market, but they do a good job. You need those type of guys. Pascal, I don't know what he's going to be necessarily, but because the guys like Hutch and St. Brown and Goff, those guys are going to get paid big money.
Now, I don't know what to make of like this. The source very well could be true. We're treating it as, kind of a rumor that's out there. When we see a Justin Rogers or a Dave Burkett or a Colton Pouncey or one of the beat writers start to get into it, and I haven't yet, then we'll have a little bit better sense for how true this is.
Yeah, I don't look at this as anything that's we should give it a ton of credence to, just other than the fact that if it's somebody just writing a story about, hey, what do you think? And you're being speculative, like Boomer Esiason was.
This is different, though. This is saying.
Well, I know he's whoever this is citing it with a source. I'm taking it with the same grain of salt.
Okay.
That I would with Boomer saying that Jared Goff should get $50 million a year, because I think that's okay. It's logical to think that if you're looking at the numbers of the top receivers in football, and St. Brown's ready for an extension, what do you think he would get? I don't think it's out of line to say 25 a year.
And I think you have to be really careful. Like, I get that we all want all our players back as long and as cheap as possible so that they can make other moves. The one thing that I'm always a little bit leery of is the Lions have the best culture they've had in a long time, and they don't want to, get a reputation for trying to do things on the cheap. You want to be able to have the players say, yeah, I want to be here too. And oh, by the way, the organization takes care of you. But to what end, right? Because you just hope that everything's reasonable so that the player's happy, the team's happy, and you aren't 100% handcuffed. But the two things we want to ask the people is, again, we're seeing now what is the manifestation of the plan. If Goff is in line for what Boomer said, and if there is some veracity to this report, this is taking up almost all of your cap space. It's taking up a ton of your cap. I shouldn't say almost all. It's taking up a ton of your cap space. And is why they're probably not a player for the biggest free agents. Are you cool with that? 248-539-9797. And just like we did yesterday, would you approve of this contract for Amon-Ra? 3-year extension, $25 million per, floated out there by a NFL reporter. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on this coming up. Hey, you're looking for that perfect fish dish for Lent. Look no further than Twin Peaks. Every Friday during Lent, Twin Peaks is offering up their hand-breaded and fried-to-order fish and chips with a 22-ounce Miller or Coors Light draft. That's not all. They've just added lobster to the menu. The awesome chefs at Twin Peaks have created a new lobster roll BLT, lobster mac and cheese, and a new twist on your favorite trout. Try it today. Swing by Saturday and enjoy Fight Night. UFC 298 brings back fan favorite Alexander Volkanovski in a highly anticipated featherweight matchup against Topuria. Main event starts at 10, so get in early to enjoy all the hits, submissions, and knockouts on the wall-to-wall TVs. Beautiful Twin Peaks girls will be there serving up your favorite 29-degree drafts and scratch-made food. Circle back Sunday for the Daytona 500. I've always got the action at Twin Peaks. To find a location nearest you and to be made aware of all of their specials, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. We were talking about this rumored Amon-Ra deal. And look, it's, we don't know, we would just call it a rumor. 3 years, $25 million annually, an extension. So play out this year, and then the next 3 years after that, he'd make $25 million per. And as we look at that, you go, okay, that would make him tied for the 5th highest paid wide receiver in the game. Tied for the 5th highest. I think it's tied for the 5th highest paid wide receiver in the game. And we talked about Goff's extension yesterday. We talked about Amon-Ra's possible extension today. Goff's possible extension, Amon-Ra's possible extension. You start to realize this is chewing up most of the cap space. Now, what does Brad Holmes like to do? 1-year deals. But what that probably does, if you think about it logically, is remove the possibility or probability that you get in on the top free agents.
Yeah, it has you going after tier 2 and tier 3 free agents, not tier 1 free agents, and that's fine.
Yep.
They've been able to, keep this team on the field and do really good things with that philosophy. Develop their own players, allows them to develop those players. But with the cap space, you get cap space every year. You'll be able to figure it out. The contract Goff will sign, his extension that he signs, he'll be able to readjust that however he wants, and I never worry about it, and I don't think the Lions need to worry about that either. They'll have it all figured out when it comes to signing their own guys. They're not going to let guys like St. Brown, Penei Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson, they're not going to let these guys slip away because of finances.
Well, you really shouldn't. At some point there might be a painful cut, and hell, it might come. The most interesting one to me is Jonah Jackson. In the perfect world, you want Jonah Jackson back. Now, we got to remember Jonah Jackson's had some durability issues. It's not like he's always hurt, but it feels like every season, 2-3 games, he's out. So does that mean they're not going to want to bring him back? But he might be the first player that is the painful walk. I hope, and by that I mean walks away, I hope desperately they can bring back Jonah Jackson. I want the offensive line to stay perfectly intact. If not, I trust that Holmes has some semblance of a clue, whether it's Owasika or Sorsdahl or somebody from the outside, a draft pick or another free agent, because we know what this offensive line needs to be for this team to have success. But Jonah Jackson might be the first painful free agent that is lost because of cap reasons. And I think they're going to try. I really think I felt better about it, him staying. And that's the thing, right? If you let Jonah Jackson go, does that mean somebody else from the outside is more likely to be signed, or is that just clearing cap space to sign your own guys? I hope it can work under the cap either way, because Jonah Jackson is a free agent. But we'll see. We'll see if they've got the money to make it happen. There's going to be some contracts that they can void. There might be some restructures. In fact, there will be some restructures. You're going to hear that this offseason.
Well, it's something with restructures, and keep in mind that if they extend both Goff and St. Brown, those don't really take effect until after next season, because they're extensions. They're not redoing the contract. They're extensions of the contracts. They play another year.
But if they get the signing bonus now, doesn't that count?
I think, yeah,
on
the signing
now?
bonus will affect it a little bit. Yeah.
248-539-9797.
Also expect not just restructuring, but cuts, guys. I mean, Dan Campbell said at the end of the year, this isn't the same group that's going to be coming back. So not just guys that aren't under contract, but guys that are under contract. It's happening right now in the NFL. The Bears are releasing players to make cap space. The Lions will have to do the same thing. I don't know who those guys may be. Maybe it's Tracy Walker. Maybe it's Kaminsky. Maybe, I don't know. But there are going to be guys that have a contract right now with the Lions that will not be on this team to make up more room.
And a bunch of free agents that they have currently that they'll just say, well, thanks for the service, but we're moving
that
on.
was my point, not just the free agent guys. I'm talking guys that are under contract.
Well, those guys fall into the current cap space. Tracy Walker, I believe, is a $5 million savings if they were to let him go, and given that Fatu Melifonwu and Kirby Joseph, the way they have played, seems like Tracy Walker might be a prime candidate to be let go. Any other player, as I work my way down the list, where's the next savings? That's probably the most significant one that I can see. that could be cut. But 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox. Nolan in Rochester says, in 3 years, top receivers will make way more than $25 million. It's a good deal for everyone. Jefferson is going to break the ceiling. Sign Amon-Ra now. That's from an unnamed texter.
He is going to break the ceiling.
They need to get St. Brown's deal done before free agency hits. T. Higgins' deal will probably inflate St. Brown's if he gets done first. It's from an unnamed texter. From Mike and Davidson, if they pay Goff and St. Brown $70 million plus a year, they are done. Won't be a lot of outside shopping. I mean, they can't commit a ton of money as it is, seems, if they're going to bring back their own guys. Nate writes in, pay him, pay him, pay him, pay him. He's a top 5, maybe even top 3 wide receiver, in my opinion, and does it in a different way than the normal guys. Crisp routes, sure hands, and full of yards after catch. Not a diva, stud blocker. Pay him now.
Yeah, he was second in the NFL last year in yards after catch.
Yep.
He was only 12 yards behind CeeDee Lamb, who was a leader, and he played one less game than CeeDee Lamb.
248-539-9797. Would you approve of a $25 million contract for Amon-Ra St. Brown, which is rumored to be potentially on deck? We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback on this. Also, some Michigan football news, good and bad. And does everybody know this person's name? All coming up before noon. And are you going to eat that in the noon hour? 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so I mentioned Michigan football before the break. The bad news is Keon Sabb has put his name in the transfer portal. I think this is the first player that I would have expected to start next year that is leaving. They lost their entire defensive staff. I mean, he could come back, I guess, but that's the bad news. The good news is it looks like they have added to their defensive staff Brian Jean Mary, a linebacker coach, will come from Tennessee, and their secondary coach. At first, everyone thought it was going to be Stephen Agoke, who was with the Houston Texans. But whether or not he balked or they went a different direction, I'm not sure. But Lamar Morgan is coming on board. One thing is consistent with the new staff hires that I keep hearing over and over again. They hired Wink Martindale, NFL defensive coordinator, and then the position coaches, Greg Scruggs and Brian Jean Mary. What I keep hearing is that these guys' strength is recruiting. So we shall see how it plays itself out. No way to know just yet. I always would say with a guy like Martindale, and I have a working theory, Gator, that early in the Harbaugh era, they really sold the NFL. They really sold the NFL. And my theory, just my theory, nobody has said this to me inside the building, but my theory is what they got was a lot of guys whose primary goal was to get to the NFL. And it wasn't always necessarily to do what's best to win for Michigan and get to the NFL. It was like, I'm getting to the league, and that's the priority. And that maybe manifested itself in some players that didn't always play. But that's my working theory.
All right.
Yeah. So it's a tricky thing to sell the NFL with an NFL coordinator, but not focus too much on that, in my opinion. Again, just my working theory.
I think it's an easy thing to recruit if you've got an NFL guy on your staff and you're pitching that to a high school kid, because the pitch is, hey, I know what it takes.
Right.
And then you can go ahead and back that up.
I think it can be overemphasized, is my point, in the recruiting process.
Well, I think the recruiting process these days is a little overemphasized. I think it's something that the transfer portal is really what matters now.
Yep.
But because that's where you have to recruit.
When I say recruiting, I mean that as well. Recruiting out of the portal. I think it's all encompassing. How do you get players to commit to you?
That recruiting has to do with money.
Well, and I said it 2-3 years ago. You watch, portal is going to start exceeding high school recruiting, and I don't know that we're there. I don't know we've reached that tipping point yet, but
we're getting there.
It's wild. Jamie in Ann Arbor writes in, give Amon-Ra his money. I fully approve of this contract extension. I actually hope it's longer than they just reported 3 years. He is a top 5 receiver. Again, it's a rumor that's out there. Jason in Oak Park. Here we go. No way. It's way too much for a slot receiver. I say $20 million max.
Well, that slot receiver, like I said, had the third most receiving yards in football, tied for fourth in touchdowns, and third most receptions in football, and had the second most yards after catch. I don't care if he's a slot receiver or a wide receiver. If he's productive, he's productive.
I'm trying to figure out if it matters. Does it? I mean, if you're a slot receiver as opposed to a guy that's split out, but you put up top 5 numbers in those categories you just mentioned, does it matter? Does it matter?
I mean, it doesn't.
What am I missing?
What matters to me is can the guy be counted on? He was third in the NFL in first down receptions. So third in receptions and also third in first down receptions.
And what was he, top 5 in touchdown receptions?
Yeah. Who cares?
So why? I mean, we might be missing something.
No.
Maybe somebody,
It's a label. The person wants to put him in a label slot receiver. He's just a slot receiver.
Yeah.
Do you care if he's got that kind of production? What? So now every receiver is a slot receiver that has that production you just ignore?
Sounds like hard and fast rule guy.
Yeah, it is hard and fast rule guy.
Steve writes in, if Holmes re-signs Goff and St. Brown to combined annual deals of $75+ million, I hope Lions fans enjoyed this season because it will be the pinnacle of their success. Holmes will be pigeonholed into being the best draft GM with no room for error.
The cap will go up every year.
Yep.
And
those contracts every year will take up a less percentage.
Right. And if you spend the money this offseason, not all that money gets applied to the 2024 salary cap. They'll have money to spend.
And then we got this one. I wouldn't give him more than that. He's just not a difference maker, which
because of the guy yesterday.
Yeah. That's pretty funny. Guy yesterday said, I wouldn't pay Goff. He's not a difference maker. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, if we take a look at this thing and, it's not going to be cheap. It's not going to be cheap to keep a good team together. These are rich people problems, and the Lions are amongst the rich in the NFL right now. So, God, you hope they can keep enough together, though, to be as good. The plan is not to be as good. The plan is to be better. So how do you thread that needle? Pay your own guys more, but make yourself better. I guess you hope that Brian Branch is better, Jack Campbell's better.
Well, that's what you need.
Roderick Martin's something.
The defense is the side that has to improve.
Yep. Okay, Gator, last night, Caitlin Clark broke the scoring record for collegiate women's basketball by hitting a 35-plus footer against Michigan. Steph Curry range for Caitlin Clark.
No, Steph Curry has Caitlin Clark range.
Maybe that's a better way to put it. On her current pace, she will break the Pete Maravich record. It stands for most points scored in the men's game. Here's my question.
That's crazy to think.
It's wild. We just went through this a couple of years ago with Antoine Davis, right? And it was points per game versus because Davis played the fifth year, and but whatever. Look, I right now, what percentage of Americans do you think know the name Caitlin Clark? This is impossible to know. I'm just but I'm just, if you had to guess right now, what percentage of Americans know who Caitlin Clark is?
23%.
23%. I might go higher, but not much higher, because you got to figure not everybody's a sports fan. But that's the thing. I think her name, the reason I would go higher is I think she's one of those athletes that gets so much attention from non-sports outlets. Like, she's a Good Morning America athlete. And what I mean by that is she crosses over and breaks into the news category because of what she has done. Such a unique player. So I'll go more than that. And I'm going to back that up with nothing. I have no way of supporting that. Kang, what about you? What percentage of Americans do you think know the name Caitlin Clark?
Maybe I'm crazy. I'm going 5%.
That's it, huh?
Yeah. And that's not disrespectful. I think she's made a crazy name for herself as a college basketball player, a women's college basketball player. But you said Americans. And first of all, we're talking college basketball. We're talking women's college basketball. I think 5% is safe, and I think that's a good number.
Our audience is probably not the people to judge this by, given the fact that if you're tuning into this station, you probably have just about everybody tuning into this station. What percentage of our audience do you think knows the name Caitlin Clark?
What was that? I'm sorry?
What percentage of our audience do you think knows the name?
Our audience?
Yeah.
65%.
I'd go a little higher.
I would too. Here's the thing about, again, I think she crosses in the news, which is why I have it such a high number. But, and for people who don't know who she is, she is a guard for the Iowa women's basketball team that every shot looks like a YOLO 3 and they go in. And to the extent where she's likely to become the most highest scoring player in the history of college basketball, men or women. And the women's game has gained more popularity than ever. 5%, huh? 5%.
I feel we're such in this world of sports, it's hard to imagine not even watching sports in general, right? But
yep.
There's plenty of those people that did not watch the Super Bowl or don't even care about the Lions on Sunday. And we saw it. When people all of a sudden started showing up going, I had people ask me in my life that don't follow sports, they asked, why are the Lions good this year? Because, people start talking about them more. It's in the media. It's in the mainstream media more. And they didn't know why. They don't know Jared Goff's playing better. Brad Holmes is good at drafting. He just straight up asked, what's the difference? What happened? Don't the Lions always suck? So I look at that crowd and I think, all right, college basketball women's, it's even smaller. And so for Caitlin Clark, I think someone might think she's an actress. I don't know. Or a YouTuber or a TikToker.
Right.
Singer.
Right.
She's probably all of that.
Maybe she is, yeah.
248-539-9797. What percentage of the people in your sphere know who Caitlin Clark is? Would your parents know who Caitlin Clark is?
My dad might.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't put it back. I don't know.
Does your wife know who
Is that a
Caitlin?
demographic that
I don't know.
I don't know if they're looking for that demographic, but yeah, I understand why King has a low percentage on it. And I was trying to think how low would I go with this.
He might be right.
And I think here's what I think would be interesting if you could somehow gauge it, doing 1 year to the next, like last year compared to this year. How much has it grown? Has the percentage gone up?
Yeah.
Has it gone up by 5%?
Kang, does your wife know who Caitlin Clark is?
No.
Do your daughters? You have one daughter.
I have
who's
two daughters.
Well, I know, but let me finish the sentence. You have one daughter that's
we know
starting
you
to
have
show interest in basketball. Does she know who Caitlin Clark is?
No.
Okay. You're gonna have her watch?
If I could get her to sit still and watch something not cartoons.
Okay.
Well, hang on. First thing you have to do is to get King to watch. Are you going to watch? Do you watch her?
I didn't
Other than
watch
the
last
highlights
night.
on-
I
on
watched
ESPN?
highlights. Yeah, I'll admit it.
It was on Peacock. So
Yeah, it was just a time thing. I have Peacock.
yeah, but you flip it.
Plus, I'm by myself. You guys know this already.
Yes, you are.
This is a tougher week to watch sports.
Those kids should have been in bed by that point.
We're trying, man. It's an effort, right?
I understand.
Yeah. How are they? Are they adhering to bedtimes right now?
Bribery, okay? Bribery.
Go
You
to
guys
bed.
want to watch something on my phone?
They don't get
Yes. You guys want ice cream? Yes.
They're not getting up in the middle of the night, though, are they?
No, they're
Okay,
actually pretty good about that.
Good for you.
All right, we'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That in the Noon Hour? 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh. Gators back. You feeling better today, by the way? You feel good? You feel better than James Brown?
I don't feel better than James Brown, although
Don't you?
I suppose I am alive, so that's good.
True.
All right.
All right, good. Glad to hear you sound
Not
better.
as stuffy, not coughing.
You sound better than you did yesterday, so there's that.
I think we'll see how long the voice holds out.
All right, feedback coming in. We asked, what percentage of America do you think knows the name Caitlin Clark, knows who she is? Gator said 23%. I said higher. Kang said 5%. We had a caller on hold that was going to say 1%. I think she has crossover appeal in that I call them Good Morning America athletes. You can end up on Good Morning America because what you have done makes you a news story. And the more I think about it, the more I think Kang's probably more right than we are, but I'll stand by it. And we have no way of proving either of us right or wrong, I guess, unless there's some data out there that I'm not aware of. Feedback coming in. It is way higher than 5%. A ton of people who don't know about sports bring Caitlin up to me and how cool it is. That's from an unnamed texter. Caitlin Clark, women's sports do not hold popularity in this country. It's a shame because many women athletes are great athletes. Unnamed texter. Last year, I think 5% of the people knew Caitlin Clark. This year, I think it's more like 50%. They are starting to put her on mainstream media a lot. Good Morning America, etc. Unnamed texter. You guys are so far off. I would bet not even 5% of the general public know this woman's name. T and Warren. I had zero idea who Caitlin Clark was until the other day before when Jeff was talking about the cost of seats for her record-setting game. To be fair, I've seen more ping pong with Forrest Gump than women's basketball. So understand that we're both, all of us are saying way over 50% don't know who she is.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm weighing. Here's how. When you say how many people know who she is, I guess to me it's not necessarily name recognition, because I think the name recognition is low. But I think if you say, the girl who knocks down the woman who knocks down those 40-foot jump shots that you see on SportsCenter.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, oh yeah, I've seen, I know. Okay, sure. That I think that's why the percentage I have it at 23. I think it might have to jog the memory of some people, but it's
a general knowledge. You're just saying if that kind of a general knowledge of who this person is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jody writes in, I think it's around 5% as well. I listen to the station for 10 hours a day, and I've only heard her name last week for the first time. Well, it's not, look, we're not asking do you have intimate knowledge of who Caitlin Clark is, how many points she scored against Purdue 2 weeks ago. We're just saying, do you know the name? And yeah, I think it's rising all the time, and I think last night's accomplishment, and it also happened against a local team, being Michigan, probably gets even a little bit more. I think it's constantly rising.
Do you think it was more prevalent that people know now than last year in the tournament?
Yes. Yeah, last year in the tournament, she had the interaction with Angel Reese that got so much attention, where Caitlin Clark did the "you can't see me" thing, and then Angel Reese did it back to her. And Bingo Kang, I'm a massive Angel Reese from LSU.
And LSU won the championship.
Yep. I'd say LSU might be, or Angel Reese might be less than Caitlin Clark, but Bingo Kang, I'm a massive sports fan. I listen to the station all the time. From the time I get up to the time I go to bed. LOL, it's the only reason I know. Well, we like to think that a good portion of Detroit listens to the station. There are currently 2 athletes who are worth the price of admission, Ohtani and Caitlin Clark. That's from an unnamed texter. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Lynn. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Lynn.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing great.
I feel so bad saying this, you guys, because I'm a female who's played sports my entire life, and I do listen to you guys, but I don't feel like anybody would know I didn't know who she was last year. I didn't know who she was until just this week, and it's only because I had either Sports Center on, or maybe like WDIV covered it. This is the part I feel bad about. I don't know necessarily how much people care about staying up to speed on women's college basketball.
So,
and I know that's because I played. So I don't,
understand how low I've set the bar. And I've just set the bar that who knows who she is. It's not about even being up to speed on college basketball. And, a lot of this feedback is I've never heard of her until the last few weeks. That's kind of the point. The point is, but you have heard of her. You do know who she is. And that's why we asked the question now and not 2 years ago, is because she has become a record-breaking athlete. And, what is she famous for? She's famous for what she did last night. She took a logo 3 to break the record, and she's not just taking shots. I mean, she beat Michigan State with a buzzer beater earlier the year, and that's the intimate knowledge. The low bar that I'm asking is how many people just know who she is.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know if she was talked about last year. I think you mentioned the tournament last year, and I just never caught her name. I can tell you now, since I personally have heard her name and know what she's done, I'd give anything to go see her play. I think it's amazing. Yeah. It's just super, super cool what she can do. And she's bringing, notoriety to the sport for women. And like you said, she has crossover. I can see her doing, some local news stories and stuff, or even the Today Show. It's super cool, but I had no idea who she was until a week ago, and I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, it's okay.
I feel like I should have known who she was.
Don't worry about it.
Well, as popular as she might be right now, doesn't even hold a candle to the most popular female athletes.
Based on what?
Well, I mean, I would guess the most popular female athletes, name recognition, would be the Williams sisters. Can you do better than that? And then, how that's I think more than half people know who that is. Know who they are. But if you say Caitlin Clark, I mean, how much further down are you lowering that bar?
I don't know. It's a great question. I have again, I don't know. I'm not familiar with any data on it.
Is Caitlin Clark the most name recognizable female basketball player?
For me, she is, because I don't know people
Brittany
really.
Griner?
Because obviously she made news other than basketball, so people know her name and who she might be. Serena Williams definitely is well known worldwide, not just in America. I agree with that. Who do you think people know more, Livy Dunn or Caitlin Clark?
It's a great question. I was going to bring her name up because Livy Dunn is the gymnast from LSU who has scored massively in NIL.
She's
she's a social media influencer. In addition to being a gymnast.
Yeah, she's a gymnast, and she used that platform.
No. It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, every morning when I got ESPN on, there's a Livy Dunn
I would guess Livy
commercial on for Vawari clothing.
Are you going to buy some or not?
I'm not. I already own some, but it has nothing to do with her.
Well, so you think.
It's got to be Livy Dunn because of the mass appeal outside of the sport.
I mean, I'm sure she has more social media followers.
Yeah.
I don't know the numbers. I don't follow either one of them, but.
248-539-9797. What percentage of people do you think know who Caitlin Clark is? In the meantime, Red Wings played last night. Losers in Edmonton. Well, they lost the game in Edmonton, and now they're off to finish off the road trip against Calgary and Seattle. We opened the show with that. Your level of concern, I called it a must-win game, if only for my mental health. That's it. Just the mental health aspect of it. I don't want to do what I have been known to do, which is occasionally panic. I don't want to panic over this team making the playoffs. Gator, at the beginning of the year, you called a playoff run for this team. You said that they were going to go to the playoffs, and I absolutely love it. But hopefully they can stay in that race. And right now they're holding on to the last playoff spot in the East. They're off to Calgary tomorrow, and then they finish up their West Coast trip with the Seattle Kraken. The big question is whether or not Alex Lyon, the goalie that's come on and played very well for them, is starting to come back to earth a little bit. Red Wing fans, how do you feel about it? I think, you go through and you go, all right, last night maybe one of the goals, perhaps two, are ones he would want back. But you couple that with him coming in relief and giving up 7 goals against Edmonton the other night when they got blitzkrieged a little bit. I'm not, that's a lot of goals for one guy to give up in not 2 complete games. Is he coming back to earth? Red Wing fans, are you concerned? 248-539-9797. We've also got the story out there, a tweet from an NFL writer who formerly with USA Today, Cam Marino. We don't know how serious to take this because we're not really familiar with his work, and none of the local guys I've seen. Gator have followed up on this, but he says that Amon-Ra St. Brown and the Lions are in discussions that would give St. Brown a contract extension of at least 3 years and an annual salary of $25 million. That would put him in the top 5 paid receivers in the game. I think tied for 5th. Currently, there's 13 receivers that make over $20 million. So, would you approve of that deal? 248-539-9797. We'll talk some Tigers next hour as A.J. Hinch joined the morning show. We like to get to the best of what he had to say. And another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Oh, to hell with it. We got 5 drunk update guys out there, and none of them came in to do the update.
It's about right.
Today is Stoney's last day on the morning show. He'll still be around for people who don't know it. The party continues outside. Yeah, congratulations to Mike, who is the good news is he's still going to be here. And for people who've met Mike Stone, great dude, one of the absolute legends in Detroit sports radio. We talked about it at the beginning of the show. He's pulled off some very impressive things in his career. The thing that I think is impressive the most is this is a Philly guy, longtime Philly guy, proud Philly guy, and has done something that has been extraordinarily difficult in the career of radio sports in Detroit, and that is coming in as an outsider and be fully embraced by this community. It's not impossible. It's just difficult to do. And there's no point in launching into the names, but we've seen it before. It's if you come in from somewhere else, it's hard. It's hard to get as accepted as Mike is. And Mike is authentically him. Like, he didn't change who he was. He talks about Philly sports. He talks about growing up as a Philadelphian and a sports fan. But he's fully embraced Detroit. He's fully embraced us. and he has fully been embraced by this audience. And I think it's an incredible tribute to him that he was able to pull that off. That's a real difficult thing to do.
You know, it's kind of interesting when you think about it because, and this probably worked in his benefit, that when he got here, he was behind the scenes as opposed to in front of cameras and in front of a microphone.
Yep.
Working with Bernie Smilovitz, Channel 4. The guys, you know, so he works for and with Bernie, who was himself an outsider.
Yeah.
He lives with Mitch Albom, who was also an outsider. You know, Mitch replaced, was it Mike Downey, I think was the columnist before, this award-winning columnist, great columnist. And then Mitch came in town and he did his thing, great. And, you know, so Stoney is closely associated with two of the most, you know, famous outsiders that made it here in Detroit.
This is true.
So he's got that example there too. And yet his personality is completely different from both of those guys. Maybe more closely to Bernie than it is to Mitch, but you know, all three of those guys ultra successful and in three different mediums, by the way, which is really interesting.
Stoney's a beautiful mess. I mean, that's what it is. He's come in here and I've said, is your shirt on backwards? Oh yeah. Now, given he gets up at 4 a.m. to get in here, and I think at 4 a.m, the probability of putting your shirt on backwards is higher than it is if you get up at 7:30 in the morning
or inside out or whatever. Yeah.
He has been in here with 2 different shoes on.
That's tough to do.
Yep, but he has done that.
It just feels different, right? 2 different shoes.
How could you not notice?
I know. You have to look at them. I mean, just like, what? This shoe does not feel normal.
I mean, I don't even know how you do that.
How you show up with 2 different shoes?
Yeah, like unless you have like a bin full of shoes and you're just like searching for, I need a left, I need a right. Here we go.
It's a valid question. Both points are great. How do you mix up your shoes? And like you said, unless they're all in a box together or bin or whatever. And Kang, yours that they feel different. You'd think one would know, but again, 4 a.m. Some things are more probable than they are for the people that get up at 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Maybe you just don't care. Yeah, that's. And if there's a person here at the station, if we had to list the person at the station that cares the least about how they look,
Stoney.
It's Stoney. Yeah.
Well, I think what I appreciate about Stoney the most is, and Jamie said it best, like Stoney does not have an agenda. He's genuinely, authentically Stoney. Yep. Okay, so he doesn't necessarily. He's not trying to portray anything. He is who he is. He's aloof at times, right? And my favorite Stoney moment is him. He'll do this, and it's not to rub it into anyone's face. He just doesn't think. Is when Will Birchfield, he's a huge New York Rangers fan, was sitting by himself at his desk the day after the Rangers had blown a lead or blown a playoff game, and
they were eliminated from the playoffs. Is what it was.
And Will's sitting there by himself. There's no one in the office. I'm in the cubicle next to him, and just show prepping. No one's here in the building. Stoney walks over to Will and goes, "You just got to play full 60 minutes or something like that." And he says, and then Will doesn't say anything because he's still like in pain. He's mourning, right?
Yeah, he's fuming.
And Stoney turns around and goes into the studio, and Will goes, "I know you got to play more than 60 minutes." Like, no kidding. Like, just stating the obvious to Will, and I'm dying laughing over this.
No kidding.
Stoney will do that.
I was privy to that interaction. It was so effing funny.
So, like, after a big State loss, we'll go over to Evan, who's a big State fan, say something about it, and Evan's like, the last thing I want to talk about is State. Right. Like, Stoney does this, but it's not trying to, like, rub it in. He just, he's Stoney.
So you just can't fumble it in that situation.
You're right, yeah.
Exactly. Thank you. I know.
Not sure JT got that first down, Doug. I know. It's all he does.
You just can't masturbate and FaceTime.
But
it's a $90 million mistake.
Stoney loves to bring that stuff up. In the moment that you are in your most vulnerable as a sports fan, he will state the obvious right to your face.
I didn't think of it that way. Thank you. You know what? Stoney's great. He wants to be part of the conversation, even if it's just his own.
Mm-hmm.
But he's engaging. He's great, and we're going to miss him every morning here on the station. But it'll be nice to hear him periodically and sporadically throughout the next few years.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to get a chance to work with him because he'll be. I know already. There's 3 dates in March that I'm going to be gone, and when I put him up on the board, it was within. It felt like minutes. Stoney's like, "Hey, I'm working for you."
Right.
He already had identified that he was going to be in this time space. So, looking forward to that. The other thing about Stoney is we all make mistakes. And I remember early in my career trying to be perfect, trying to choose the right words all the time, trying not to stumble over them, and coming to realize that it's impossible. Even the best make mistakes. But what separates the best is how smoothly they recover from those mistakes. And I would specifically notice it with SportsCenter anchors. When they'd bobble stuff, they just smoothly recovered and undeterred, carried on. Stoney is great at that. Now, the thing that makes him unique is that, as we heard in the montage that Tom Milliken put together and they played in the morning show, Stoney's made some colossal mistakes. But recovers from all of them. And
I'm pissed I missed that.
Well, I'm sure it's in the system, but it's really, really good.
Is there another way you can hear it?
I'm sure it's podcasted.
Or is there an app I could download?
You can use the Odyssey app, that as well.
Is there a rewind feature?
There is a rewind feature, so you can go back and listen to it. I'm trying to think of when it debuted. It was probably around 7:40 this morning, I think it was, when they first played it, which included, again, Mike accidentally threw out his cell phone number on the air once.
That's an amazing story.
Instead of throwing out, when he chose his cell phone number, he chose the last 4 digits, 1130, because he worked at 1130 at the time, and he threw out his cell phone number on the air, not realizing he was doing it. And I think he was working with Wojo at the time, but Wojo said, "Wait, what's the number?" And he repeated it, and then he went, "Oh, God, I just gave out my cell phone number," which, of course, meant the entire day was filled with listeners blowing up his cell phone.
Right.
Leaving him voicemails, sending him text messages, which became a whole nother bit. But only, again, you go back to our guy. If you were to pick the one person at our station that would accidentally throw their cell phone number out on the air instead of the station's cell phone number, 100% of the people would say, well, that would be Stoney.
Yeah.
And I told my favorite story. He was driving out west with a friend. He took over late in the night in Indianapolis. If you're familiar with the Indianapolis highway system, there's a highway, I think it's 465, that circles the entire city. It's probably 25, 35 miles long, but it loops around the city, and other highways and freeways branch off it. Stoney took over right around there, got on that highway, and circled Indianapolis all night long without noticing he was doing it.
It's like a giant roundabout.
He just stayed on 465 all night long, and when his buddy woke up, I think the story goes he heard a forecast for the weather in Indianapolis, and he's like, wait a sec, when you took over at 1 a.m., we were in Indy. It's bright out. Why are we getting the Indianapolis forecast? And so I was like, I don't know. The guy looked around and go, we're still in Indy. He had circled the city all night long.
It's amazing.
It is an incredible story.
Yeah, I've had parties at my house, the Gatorpalooza parties, and Stoney has just decided to get right up there with the band and sing some Bruce Springsteen songs. And Kang, were you there when he did it this past year?
Oh, yeah.
When he jumped on the ottoman?
Yeah.
I really thought he was going to slip and fall and break his neck because the ottoman it wasn't like he was jumping on a coffee table. But just did it, got all up in there, and everybody loved it. Everybody got the phones out, took video of it. And then 20 minutes later, taps me on the shoulder. He says, hey, let's do a shot. He hands me a shot glass. We do the shot, and then he goes, all right, I'll see you later. Thanks for the party. And he and his wife left. His wife was driving. Good times.
So it's classic Stoney.
Classic Stoney.
Yep.
In fact, I was at the Tin Roof last week downtown on Friday night. And my buddies, the Jody Refool Band, were playing there. And they played one of the Bruce songs. And I just started laughing. And then afterwards,
you of that?
Yeah, my buddy Garrett comes up and goes, what's going on? I'm like, I can't hear that song that you're playing without thinking of Stoney singing it in my house. And he's like, you're right, 100%.
So great. Now, he is still here.
Of course he is.
He is known to linger, and that's why his soft retirement is so on brand, because he will linger.
You know, he was here yesterday after I left.
Yeah, so he did a long farewell, and again, if you want to hear it, 9:30 on the Odyssey Rewind feature to go back and listen, where he kind of revisited his
history,
his career / life, and thanked a lot of people, and he wanted to make sure he put it down on paper so he could have everybody that was worthy of being mentioned, which is a dangerous game because I'm sure he'll think of somebody 2 weeks from now and go, oh, crap.
Yeah, he put the disclaimer out there
Yep.
that, look, he's going to forget some people. He's going to feel awful about it, but understand.
And by the way, if he completely forgot about, like, us, not that I would expect him, but I would be like, it's Stoney.
Stoney.
Yeah.
But he
anyway,
didn't.
Yep.
He thanked all three of us.
He will enjoy, yes, he will. He will enjoy his time off. He's off to Florida and may swing by spring training, but still be around the radio station. So congratulations, Stoney. And as he does in just the classiest way, made sure that everybody gives the new morning show pairing of Costa and John Jansen. He did the old Brad Holmes thing. He goes, don't judge him the next day. give him some time together. And of course, Costa, incredibly talented, and Jansen, I will say, easy to work with.
Yeah, and fortunately, those guys have had lots of time to work together, and it sounds great.
Yep. All right, so with that said, we'll get into some of AJ Hinch this hour. Then we are you going to eat that actually coming up today at 12:35. It's Doug Karsh and Scott Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, winter's not going away just yet. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they know this. And they also know what it takes to keep your home comfortable. They're offering a deal right now where you can replace a clunky water heater that you have with a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. With over 100 years of combined experience, they are the team that I trust. I've had Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling come over my house a couple times in the last year, fixed a thermostat that I had an issue with, and then also my hot water heater. They're awesome. Visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com.
Okay, what's really weird is when there's a sporting event that you used to be all into and you used to care about deeply, and later in life, you just don't care. And I don't know that I will ever get my tank of give a crap back for the NBA All-Star Weekend. I used to schedule to watch the dunk contest. The idea of the dunk contest, I thought was, first a ton of fun, but secondly, couldn't wait to watch. And I kind of wonder if it's just the Pistons' struggles have steered me away. I would love to love it again. And maybe come Saturday night, I will sample it. But where are you in the same place?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have an event like that. It's funny. I was thinking about this yesterday. I'm not sure why I was thinking about it, but it was, for me, it's the NHL All-Star Game.
Okay.
I remember being in college and being so excited about watching the All-Star Game, and I was a sophomore in college, and I had my buddy who had a fake ID had gotten some beer, was all excited. I got the beer ready to go, ordered a pizza, ready to watch the game, and then my one of my roommate's girlfriend's ex-boyfriends was out in the parking lot and had taken her keys and wouldn't give the keys back to her. And
trouble.
And the girlfriend is not letting my roommate handle the situation. She's like, just leave him alone. Just leave him alone. And I'm like, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to handle this situation because I want to watch the damn All-Star Game. I got the keys back.
So you stepped in?
I stepped in. I walked outside.
Gator's been known to step in. This is his move. He doesn't. He steps in.
I did not pull a beef stew and punch the man, but let's just say I got face to face and grabbed the keys out of his hand.
Did you lace up the cleats?
No, it was wintertime. I was afraid it would have fallen down the stairs. And then you call me, walk back upstairs into our apartment, threw the keys back to her. I go, here are your keys. Now let me watch the hockey game in peace.
So,
since the game's just been bastardized over the years, and I'm not sure why they needed to change it as many times as they did. Now we get the 3-on-3 tournament. It's okay, but it's just not what it was.
Did you see what they've done with the Futures game? The Rising Stars game, I should see, that they've changed it around a little bit. There's 4 teams, okay? Including the Pistons will be represented in this game, and they will play for Team Tamika, which is coached by Tamika Catchings. And it's Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren. And they will be in this field. There's 3 teams of NBA players, and then Team Detlef, as in Detlef Shrimp, it is 3, or I'm sorry, it's not 3. It is all G League players.
Ganja League?
G League.
Oh.
Yeah.
Smoked a bowl with that left shrimp.
It's recreational. It's legal a lot of most states.
That's a first time on FM reference. The Detlef Shrimp.
Oh, that's the funeral home. Yeah.
That was the old building. That was the building when we first went
yes.
FM.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
On the show, remember I forget what was the context, Kane? Do you remember that?
I don't know. It might have been Feedback Fun.
Yeah, and I was doing a voice, and it was some European voice. I smoked a bowl with Detlef Shrimp.
Oh my God.
That's old, man.
That is old. That's 17 years old, man.
Smoked a bowl with Detlef Shrimp.
Hilarious. I do remember that now.
That
anyway, so this they got a team full of G League players playing in the Futures game. And you know who's in that game? Amani Bates is in that game.
Oh, okay.
And the guy who won last year's dunk contest, Mac McClung, is in that game.
That guy was fun.
Yes. So, I'm talking myself into this a little bit.
Are you? Is that tonight or is that
It's Saturday night, and the thing is
you got Michigan State are playing Saturday night.
Are they?
Yeah, basketball.
Good.
At Chrysler.
Yeah, Evan told me because he's got that issue this weekend.
Hasn't Jawan? Is he 4-0 against Michigan State at Chrysler? His teams, I believe they are.
Could be.
May go to 4-1 this year, but
they're not. What's the word? Good.
No.
No. Oh, and you got some college puck on that I'm going to want to watch. So maybe I'll fire up the basement. Maybe I'll have
the command center.
Yep, and get Michigan, Penn State
Get
hockey,
your McClung
Michigan,
on?
Michigan State basketball, and get my McClung on. Yeah, why not? Anyway, this was a big deal, and Kang,
It used to be a huge deal.
You are very basketball centric. Is it the same as it was for you?
It's not the same, but it's still appointment viewing for me every year. More specifically, the skills and dunk contest and 3-point contest than it is the actual All-Star game the next day. I think what the sports, the NFL's done a great job of getting younger audience and keeping the old audience. I think baseball is hanging on too much to the old audience and having a hard time with the young audience.
Yep.
I think the NBA is having a good time getting new young audience, but a hard time keeping the old audience.
Interesting. You might be right.
And so I think that as some people get older and the game has changed a lot, and I'm kind of getting in that area where I'm like, there's no defense, way too many logo threes.
Euro
and,
step.
and I'm yelling at the clouds, and this isn't the game I watched, but really, they've done a great job getting their demo, which is this young, and look at the floor they're going to use, the LED floor. And Adam Silver's introducing NBA AI right now. It's insane what's going on, and they're going full-blown, get the young audience. And that might push out a lot of the other people that watch 90s basketball or early 2000s.
So then there's the court, right? I mean, this court isn't done for the old guy. It's a LED court, and I still haven't figured out. Somebody's got to know if they're using this in actual gameplay, because I haven't seen anything on it.
Well, you'll have to watch.
That's the teaser. Will they use the LED court? So the slam dunk contest, though. All right, the slam dunk contest. McClung is back. I know that. Where do I got the slam dunk contest field? I had it here a second ago. Jaylen Brown, the Celtics. Jaime Jaquez came from UCLA with the Heat, and Jacob Toppin. Toppin is a strong contender here. 3-point shootout. Anybody local? Hey, we could see Donovan Mitchell make threes in a jersey that's not Detroit's.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Is that a Stoney thing?
Yes, it's a total Stoney thing. Stoney should have an app built for players that should be here that our teams didn't take.
That he doesn't get over ever?
No.
Ever.
Malik Beasley, Jalen Brunson, Tyrese Halliburton.
Oh, there's another one.
Yeah, Damian Lillard.
Halliburton's the biggest one.
Laurie Marketing, Karl Anthony Towns, Trae Young. Maybe I could hate watch
that's
for
your,
Trae.
that's, yeah, there you go. You love Trae
You
Young.
can't draw fouls on that, Doug.
No, you can't.
No room for Grayson Allen?
No.
Watching the game the other night, Grayson Allen playing.
Yep.
I wanted someone to elbow him in the face every time up and down the court. Like there were times that he would like get tripped and fall down on the ground. I'm like, somebody fall on top of him. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's legal right now. And it was already a volatile atmosphere anyway because it's the Pistons Suns and what happened before the game. I just thought something could have happened there. It would have been fun.
He didn't do anything annoying, though, during the game, did he?
Oh, he's got that face.
I know he does, but I was surprised.
He still has that face.
He still has
I mean,
the
that's-
face.
that's
But
not going away.
I'm watching that game, and I'm thinking, he's just playing a normal NBA game.
But he's got that Ted Cruz face. And now he's starting to get the gray hair in there too.
Is he?
Yeah.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's not in the there's no punchable face contest. By the way, these contests are all sponsored.
Right, because he'd win.
Yes, he would.
Every time.
It's the AT&T Slam Dunk. You guys couldn't remember. Did you remember the name of the soda that sponsors the 3-point shootout?
First of all, we call it pop here in Michigan.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry.
This
my
guy.
bad.
Yeah. East Coast.
In honor of Stoney.
Yeah. Gator, did you remember?
I think it was a Glow or something like that. Or what is
That's a good one. I like that. Sponsored by Glow Soda. Lemon lime infused.
Yeah. Do you remember it?
No, I don't.
What's give me the first letter?
Yeah.
S.
I knew it was S.
Starry.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Good for you.
I'm good when you give me the letter. I can't do that's where life has come to.
You know how much better you would have done in school if they gave you the first
Right,
letter
exactly.
every answer.
What about math? Can you give me the first number?
Right, give me the first number. Just give me a hint. Starts with a 1. 1,454. Yes. What is 14 pi? I don't even know. Is that even a thing?
14 pi.
It's It's like 14 times pi. 14 times 3.141519, whatever the hell it is.
Yeah. Well done. All right, so we'll see. Chet Holmgren is on Team Jalen. Jalen Rose has a team. Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams, Benedict Mathurin, Shaden Sharp, Derek Lively, Jordan Hawkins, Walker Kessler. And I think that's it.
That's not the Sharp who used to fall asleep for the Pistons.
No,
right?
that was a Walter Sharp.
Oh.
Yep.
He was narcoleptic or something, right? I mean, no disrespect.
You making fun of his?
No, I'm not.
I hope not.
I don't think he ever actually fell asleep.
No,
yeah.
Bloody Marys might be starting to kick in over here. Okay. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 12:35.
Is it Bloody Mary?
It is not.
Oh.
Should be. February is the month of love and chocolates, and Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has sweet deals that you're going to love. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox arriving daily. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is showing their love for the community with their quarterly blood drive on Friday, March 1st. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. You know, another event, and look, I've actually kind of talked myself into maybe watching some of the All-Star Challenge a little bit this weekend and trying to get into it. Can you bet on it? Can I bet on who wins? I bet you can.
Of course you can.
Yeah. Is that a dumb question? File that one away. Dumb question.
I think doesn't BetMGM have odds if Stoney's going to leave before 1 o'clock today?
Bet on virtually everything. I would also put into that category the Indy 500. Like right down to, who's your favorite Sneva. Like I was into it. And now.
I'm with you. Don't watch anymore.
Yep.
Used to love to watch it.
What's happened to us? Is it us? Is it us? Or is the event changed? I don't know.
I think it's a combination.
Do you?
Always safe to say a combination.
You know what the people were right about, though, as far as All-Star games? The NFL Pro Bowl. They got rid of the game. I think people bitched enough, even though the ratings were decent. They voiced their opinion enough, and the NFL's like, you know what? All right, we're getting rid of it.
It's like, you're right. You guys do risk injury. You look ridiculous out there trying not to tackle each other.
Yeah.
And then you get Wall takes his one guy to play hard, and then we're going to have an issue. So, no. So now you have the one guy who plays hard in the flag football game. Flag football. They're literally playing flag football.
They are.
At the end of a football season.
But, did you watch it?
Plays.
Did you? Kang, how many plays did you watch?
I didn't watch any of it.
I didn't either.
I watched more than you guys did, and it wasn't much.
No.
I mean, the NHL thing with the 3-on-3 and, I've watched that I can't say I watched it this year, but
they've done different things in the past I thought that worked. Remember when they did USA or North America versus the world?
Yeah.
I thought that was great. It was kind of getting in line with the Olympics were coming up and like, hey, let's do this and, divide the all-star teams that way. That was great.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why we don't just go back to the conference versus conference. Because it was too high scoring, I guess. I mean, I don't know. What is it more high scoring than what they have now with 3-on-3?
Yeah.
It's just
I think it's packaging it in much more tolerable ways.
It's like watching a practice of odd man rushes.
It is, but they're scoring, and America embraces scoring. So there's that. Does Caitlin Clark play Saturday night? No, you don't know.
What with All-Star Weekend or as a Hawkeye, Lady Hawkeye?
As a Hawkeye, I'm just seeing. No, they've taken the weekend off for the All-Star game as well. They don't play till next Thursday at Indiana. Why have they got a week off? Why did I ask that question? All right, you ready?
Yes.
Time for another edition. Are you going to eat that? All right, Gator, we like to find new menu items and basically give them a test drive here on the show. Well, we don't get to eat them, but I will describe them.
If the answer is a cheese bagel with cream cheese, or the question, the answer is yes. I had one of those this morning.
Stoney's still here, by the way.
Of course.
I looked out there and I thought he was the only person left standing around the table eating. Mike lingers.
He's making another drink?
Yeah. No, he's got a drink in hand.
So is he making another drink?
All right, here we go. Are you going to eat that? Darren Ravel, new at FC Dallas games. This is the MLS team. The cheesy Chipotle bacon footlong. It's a footlong hot dog topped with warm cheddar queso, smoky Chipotle mayo, and crispy bacon. Gator, I know you don't love bacon on top of stuff, but...
You know what? I would do this because I don't mind the old school Swanky Frankie.
What's that?
Swanky Frankie used to be a hot dog wrapped in bacon and was split down the middle, and they would throw like American cheese in there.
Okay.
It was great. Or you'd wrap it with American cheese as well. This is chopped up bacon. I'm fine with this.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a Sonoran hot dog type thing. I'm okay with that.
Kang, would you?
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
All right. Doug, I mean, should we ask you?
Yeah. Double the pork, double the pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
I am out.
Oh.
I'm out.
More for us, King.
Sorry. Next up, a Mountain Dew.
Is that an option out there, by the way? Do we have that?
We do not have you got to go to an MLS game in Dallas to get this.
No, that's something that's not going to
cheesy
happen either.
Chipotle bacon footlong. Mountain Dew and Taco Bell is famously combined for Baja Blast.
Yeah.
Are you a Baja Blast fan?
When I've had it a few times, it's delicious.
They have now combined on a dessert.
Okay.
The Baja Blast pie.
Yep.
It's described as key lime with an attitude.
Yep.
It is every bit a green, looks like a green piece of pudding pie.
Greenish blue. Yep.
Gator, you're going to eat that then?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Kang?
I'm in, man. I like Baja Blast. I like pies. Combine the two.
Doug, you like pie?
Yeah.
I can't stand key lime.
Really?
Wow. I don't like key lime. I don't like lemon meringue.
Kind of a shocker.
Yeah,
Is it the meringue that you don't like and lemon meringue, or is it the filling?
It's both.
Oh, wow.
It's really weird because like I'll drink a shandy with
Right,
lemonade
yeah.
mixed in. It's not that I have anything against lemon. I have not liked lemon meringue pie or key lime pie.
If I mixed you a tequila with like limeade, you'd drink it, right?
Yep. Sure would.
This is odd.
Come on.
Ask me for the explanation, and the explanations I don't know, but I would not try this.
Taco Bell's desserts are like sneaky good.
Well, here's more from the same category, if you will. Old El Paso is linking their taco-shaped shell with Cinnamon Toast Crunch to make a dessert taco shell. This is a thing now, a taco shell made out of Cinnamon Toast Crunch that you would then say put ice cream in it, something like that. Gator, are you going to eat this?
100%. It's a idea whose time is long. We've long waited for this, I think. This is did it not?
You did not.
I did
not push the cough button there.
I tried pushing off. My apologies.
That was a Stoney move. Just right into the mic.
Just coughs directly into the mic.
Hey, guys. No, this sounds delicious. Absolutely. Lots of. I don't know if you ever had sopapilla before at a Mexican restaurant.
Yes, I have.
So that's it. Basically, it's a tortilla shell that's been. You throw some cinnamon and some honey with that. That's delicious. So yeah, I'm all about this. Kang?
Yeah, I'm in. I can't believe it's taken this long, I feel.
Yeah.
Like, why not before?
Ice cream in there.
Yeah.
A little Choco Taco. You, Doug?
I pick and choose, Gator. I pick and choose. And I choose this.
Yeah.
All right.
This sounds too good. I put some ice cream.
Yeah.
Finally.
Oh,
Yes.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I mean, I don't like sugary stuff in the morning, but admittedly, cinnamon Toast Crunch, there's a weakness there. So, yeah, this sounds incredible. So I will choose to cross the line for this.
Doug's with us.
Next up, Mrs. Butterworth's.
My girl. She's not around anymore. Didn't they cancel her?
No, that was Aunt Jemima, I think.
Was Aunt Jemima?
The bot, yeah.
Okay.
Butterworth's still around, still kicking, and coming out with a Dunkin' glazed donut flavored pancake syrup. Thick and rich texture, sweet flavor of a glazed donut. Plus, the culinary experts, they mirror the sweet vanilla flavor notes from a fried glazed donut.
All right. Who do you want me to kill? I mean, what are we talking about here?
I mean,
the only thing that would make it better is that, Mrs. Butterworth has teamed up with Krispy Kreme, to really get into the exact specificity of the glazed donut.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'd try it.
Can you?
Oh, yeah, I'm in.
No.
Doug?
I'll pass. I'm still fighting off the calories from my old El Paso Cinnamon Toast Crunch shell. But
You
no,
top that with a little bit of the syrup.
It's probably too much for me. Look, it's not like it would make me barf, but it sounds like too much for me.
Take that taco shell, take the vanilla ice cream in between,
Yep.
and then a little bit of the drizzle of Mrs. Butterworth.
See, I think if I were to do this, I would drizzle the Buttersworth in the shell before I put the ice cream
So
in.
you would try it.
I said if I were to do this, that's how I would do it.
Just do it.
No. All right, next up.
Doug's anti-Nike.
According to Food Beast.
And anti-Mrs. Butterworth.
Brewery X in Anaheim, California has come out with a beer called Pickle Me.
No.
It is a pickled flavored beer.
Nope.
Made with pickle brine.
Nope.
4.2. I'm not done. 4.2
we're
ABV. It's a light lager, and they are in part marketing it to pickleball players. Gator?
Oh, I'm sorry. You say it was a 4.2?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Absolutely not. This is disgusting.
Kang, pickle me sound good to you?
No, I'm anti-pickle guy. I don't really like pickle, so I'm out as well.
This sounds like a quick no, but I will point out that if somebody described Magic Hat number 9 to me, brewed with apricots, I would have said no to that.
Yeah, but
I'll say
apricots are fruit.
But I'll say no to this as well.
It's a quickle no.
Yeah. So there you go. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
It's gross.
Well, you did. I mean, you took 4 of the 5. So today was a good day.
But you got to finish up with that. Oh,
sorry. I'll wash it down with some Baja Blast.
Now you're talking.
Yeah. All right. Next up, AJ Hinch joined the morning show. Have the best of what he had to say. Or maybe we could check in with Stoney, who's still here. And he just picked up a cup and took another drink.
There we go.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Great athletes get great sleep, and you should too. Get that restless sleep. Restless. How about restful? Restful sleep is what you want. You deserve the restful sleep. Get it with True Sleep Mattress Store. It's Michigan's largest Helix mattress dealer. True Sleep Mattress Store has the perfect sleep system, like the top-of-the-line BedTech BT 6500 adjustable base with lumbar support. Get properly fitted at True Sleep Mattress Store. They've helped thousands, including many athletes, and they've also helped me. I love my mattress, and specifically, I love the BedTech BT 6500 adjustable base. Really allows me to sleep better. Visit one of their locations today in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
All right, so Tiger season, they are down in spring training, Lakeland. I believe this was A.J. Hinch's first appearance of the season with the morning show, and that will continue in the Costa and Jansen era, which starts Monday. A.J. Hinch is fun to listen to. Just love. We actually have some really good coaches to listen to right now. Campbell is really good. A.J. Hinch is exceptionally good.
Derek Lalonde is great.
Yeah. So anyway, we get these morning interviews, and you listen to them for content. Like, is there anything that's said that we will like? And it seems like A.J. Hinch always provides us with a ton of stuff to talk about. So let's start with this. One of the guys asked him, "Look, you got a lot of kids in there now. You only added one veteran bat. Do you feel like you could have used more?" Here's what the Tiger manager had to say. Obviously.
It's interesting because what a difference a year makes with the prospects. A year ago, you had acquired, the Tigers acquired Justin Henry Malloy and some other players, and they're like, okay, where's Malloy going to fit? He can hit, but where is he going to fit in the field? They're going to try him at third base, going to try him in the outfield, they're going to try him numbered maybe even at first base. Colt Keith was moving through. What is he? He's an infielder. Is he a shortstop? Is he a third baseman? Is he a second baseman? They got Jace Young. What is it? No. All that's settled now. Now it's settled. Colt Keith is going to play second base, and he's going to make the team out of spring training. Like they got him. They already signed this long-term contract. It's amazing. Jace Young, they're going to give him every opportunity to be the future third baseman of this team. So that's where you're looking at for him. And Justin Henry Malloy, he's going to have an opportunity to make the team out of spring training. Not likely to, but they're saying now you're an outfielder. Learn to play the outfield. And they told him that a long time ago. So like months ago, they told him this. So he's been working the entire off season, working on his defense and becoming a better outfielder because he can flat out hit, and his on base percentage is like well over 400. So now they have defined roles for these prospects. And I think that's a good sign.
So it's interesting, right? Because you think about the young bats that they have: Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, Parker Meadows, Colt Keith, and Kerry Carpenter. I mean, those are all relatively young guys in their major league careers. It is foolish to think all five are going to hit, that all five are going to play at a high level, unless Brad Holmes selected them. But it's possible. It probably won't happen that all five of them are here for the long haul, but keep an eye on them. And then you mentioned Jace Young, who right now, third base, it's like, hey, Matt, Zach, keep the seat warm until our guy is ready to take over. And then he said, if not, we'll audible. There are still players out there that you can go get, but they are. I mean, this is the future. The future is now. It's half your lineup is young kids. Half your lineup is young kids.
And you're still going to have other people that are pushing. Justice Bigby, who tore through the minors last year. He's an outfielder. He's going to be pushing. Hopefully he can pick up where he left off, which was hitting really well. And, start at AAA, and you see where you go from there. But there are guys that are going to be pushed. Parker Meadows doesn't have a long track record of being a guy who can hit, but made the most of his opportunity last year. You got to stay on top. You can't just rest on it. And Riley Green has to stay healthy. Torkelson's got to take a step forward this year, being a better hitter.
More complete
hitter.
Swings and misses.
Got great power. Showed it in the second half of the season. He was a force in the second half of the season, and we'll see. And I think bringing a guy in like Mark Canha is an extra outfielder who's a veteran player who has great plate discipline. It's exactly the type of player that Scott Harris preaches about, and hopefully this is a guy that can lead by example. And oh, by the way, Can Javi Baez give you anything?
So your veterans are Jake Rogers at catcher, the two players we mentioned that are going to split time at third base, McKinstry and Veerling, Baez at short, and Mark Canha in the outfield. And by the end of the year, could Jace Young be at third?
Yes.
Could he be at third?
Because he tore it up last year, hitting for power, hit over 20 home runs. So that's a guy that you're looking at, and obviously his brothers hit the ground running in the with the Rangers organization. Love to see it.
All right, so question is, this is a very winnable division. Very winnable division compared to the others. Doesn't mean the Tigers aren't behind the Twins, but it's kind of the Twins and then a whole bunch of people scratching and clawing for second place, of which it feels like the Tigers are considered the favorites of those teams to finish in second. So why not add more and make a run for it? Here's what A.J. Hinch said. Matt Chapman still being out there, third base. This is a guy who's Gold Glove third baseman. His numbers kind of plummeted last year. He's north of 30. That would have been a big signing, and it would have cost some money. But that's an example of the kind of thing that they didn't do.
Yeah, and it's you would look at it in hindsight like, oh, that's brilliant. At the time, a lot of people can be impatient about it, and I get it, and even just wanted to see younger players brought up. We've been to a degree impatient about that, but it feels like this is the year that we're getting our wish.
The young players.
Yeah, because we're seeing Torkelson and Green. They're in a lineup every day, and when we're going to see Parker Meadows, he's going to continue to have his chances, and the fact that they did sign Colt Keith to this extension, which has only been given out to a handful of players, that's exciting because that shows how much they believe in him. And he did everything he had to in the minors. He was like Kerry Carpenter, did everything he had to in the minors. Just give him a chance, and boom, give him a chance, and he flourished.
He talked a lot about competition with the starting pitchers, but would you feel better if Blake Snell had been brought in here? And these have been big-time moves that, he still isn't signed. But he's looking for a contender. But if he's still not signed, does he take a call from the Tigers?
Well, I mean, if you're Blake Snell, obviously you have your probably preferred places you'd like to go. Mm-hmm. And you recognize now, because you haven't been signed, that your price tag has gone down significantly if you wanted to go to, say, the Dodgers or the Yankees or Boston or whatever, right? But the Tigers, if you were Blake Snell's agent and you wanted, and Blake has let you know, I just want to play for a contender, you would have to pitch him and say, look, you go to a team like the Tigers, solidify that rotation, that division is so winnable, and just get in. And that team is young enough and impressionable enough, and they're moving in the right direction that maybe they're going to surprise some people. You could latch on to a team that could be a winner here. I don't think the Tigers are just one player away. Blake Snell would be an amazing pickup, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Is the only way this happens is if the Tigers get off to a white-hot start And
he's still unsigned?
And he's still unsigned.
Perhaps.
Okay, more from A.J. Hinch this morning as Tigers have everybody reporting soon, and Tiger manager joined the morning show. Will they get more out of Javi Baez? Hear what he had to say today at 102 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The NBA has begun a formal review of Pistons big Isaiah Stewart's Wednesday incident with Phoenix's Drew Eubanks, per the Athletic's Shams Charania. There is arena surveillance footage of the incident, which Charania detailed on his podcast. In other Pistons news, you can see Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren in tonight's Rising Stars game as part of NBA All-Star festivities. Michigan defensive back Keon Sabb has entered the transfer portal. Sabb, who was expected to challenge for a starting role next season, played in 18 games with 4 starts in 2 seasons with the Wolverines. He has 3 years of eligibility remaining. Staying with U of M, Louisiana Lafayette defensive coordinator Lamar Morgan reportedly taking over as DB's coach. Morgan coached corners under former Michigan DC Jesse Minner at Vanderbilt. He replaces Steve Cleanscale, who's leaving the Wolverines to follow Jim Harbaugh to the Chargers. Texans safeties coach and former U of M grad assistant Stephen Adegoke had reportedly taken the Michigan DB's job earlier this week, but ultimately backed out, opting to remain in Houston. And this just breaking. The NFL has suspended Raiders quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo 2 games for PEDs. Garoppolo reportedly used a prescription drug without first obtaining a therapeutic use exemption from the league. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And isn't he about to be released too?
Yeah, so whenever I hear that a a professional athlete had a prescription drug, or I went to GNC. I just got this off the shelf. I thought it was legal. I seriously roll my eyes. It's not like you're the first person to be quote unquote fooled. On top of that, team doctors can get everything cleared for you. I mean, the greatest excuse all time for a performance-enhancing drug a positive test was it Brian Cushing, who said, no, the reason I have more testosterone in my system than is humanly possible is because I work harder than everybody else.
That was him.
He spun it into making himself a hero. That might be my all-time favorite excuse. But I just can't believe that a professional athlete, one that's been around in this day and age, would ever fall for the innocent positive drug test under almost any circumstance.
Well, I remember maybe closer to 20 years ago, I knew of a player who had asthma and through college had taken some kind of medication, whether it was with the inhaler or whatever, and there was no issue with it. Got to the NFL and got flagged right away.
Yeah.
And was like, wait a minute, I'm just taking my asthma medicine. It was innocent enough, didn't know, but they got flagged and got suspended for it. But to your point, because I've always said the same thing, I mean, you're part of an NFL team now. I would imagine the doctors, they put you through a physical. Part of that physical is going to ask you what kind of medications are you on, and they would have to know. But if they're, I guess, we're diligent enough, then you don't know.
Okay.
And it's stupid.
And your story, I'm sure, happens, especially to rookies.
Yeah.
But Jimmy Garoppolo has been around forever. Jimmy Garoppolo is fully aware of the resources available to him. Like that, it makes no sense to me that you would get by. I mean, it's beyond careless. I can assume it's more. I've done that before in the past and had professional athletes yell at me or yell about me from what I said on the air about performance-enhancing drugs, but it's a very difficult sell, very difficult for me to buy that Jimmy Garoppolo just had a innocent prescription.
Sounds clerical, according to Beanie's update. Like he just needed to get the exemption or file the paperwork, whatever it was, that the therapeutic or and then he can use the prescription if they allowed it, but who knows?
He didn't
man.
file the paperwork because he doesn't have it through a prescription, is what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Either way, this might be a huge win for the Raiders because this would void like $11 million from his contract.
Oh,
can you believe that?
Wow.
So my first thought was someone slipped this into his system because they wanted to get rid of the.
Try this.
Yeah, right. Get out of it the money. Yeah. So
You think you're having a good time now?
It's a fully guaranteed $11.25 million base salary that could be become unsecured.
Wow. That's incredible. Unbelievable. Okay. So we mentioned AJ Hinch on the morning show. One of the big question marks coming into this season is, are they going to get more out of one Javi Baez? Here's what AJ Hinch had to say. People don't have faith in this happening. People already, I hate to say it, but I mean, we talk to fans, right? People don't particularly love Javi Baez, and he hasn't even been a part of a team that's trying to win. If this team is competing and he's giving them empty ABs,
yeah, it's tough because obviously Cabrera had this big contract, but Cabrera earned the contract.
Mm-hmm.
He was the MVP, Triple Crown winner, got the team to the World Series. We love Miguel Cabrera. He had all these great seasons with the Tigers. We knew what the contract was going to be at the end of it. It wasn't going to look pretty, and at the end he was still hitting. He just wasn't hitting the ball over the fence. Baez got a big contract. Not a monster contract, but he got a big contract in a year where there were 4 or 5 shortstops available, and this is who the Tigers latched on to. And he has given them nothing. And it's awful because what he had given the Cubs when he was there was pretty good baseball. And so we thought we were getting. We knew it was going to be a high strikeout rate. Look, I think Tiger fans can put up with a high strikeout rate as long as you produce.
Yep.
Baseball has been littered with guys that could hit 30, 40 home runs, but they were strikeout kings. Doesn't matter. But if you put the ball over the fence, it's all we care about. And thought that was going to be what Baez was, but it hasn't been. And what A.J. Hinch just said there, it's lowering the bar. It's lowering the expectation of what you're going to get from him, and yet he still thinks that he's going to, even if he's just better than what he's been, that's going to help this team out. And I guess to a point, sure, because you can't be much worse than what he's been. But at the same time, why can't he get back to what he was? It's not like he's 35 years old.
No, but he's over 30 now, and the probability of him, getting back to what he was, the probability, there's 2 different things. The probability of him being worth the money is really low. The probability of getting back to his best form, really low. I've talked about how his strikeout rate has dropped significantly in the last 4 seasons by about 11% over that time. So something's going right. But I mean, even AJ himself said, basically dropped the "I'll believe it when I see it."
Yeah.
I mean, he is skeptical. I shouldn't say skeptical. Maybe he's trying to manage expectations, but that was really "I believe it when I see it" kind of answer.
Go back all the way back to 2021.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This guy had 31 home runs in 2021. Struck out 184 times, but had an OPS of 813. Love to have that.
Yeah.
Say we can't have that anymore?
Well, he doesn't have 31 home runs in his 2 years at Detroit. Can he not do that anymore? Seems unlikely. I just cut down on the empty ABs, cut down on the swings and misses at pitches outside the strike zone, play above average shortstop.
But it sounds like, and AJ used these words, he is what he is.
Yeah.
So if what he is a shell of what he was, okay, then hopefully they've got somebody else that can play at shortstop. Because you don't have to give this guy, 500 plate appearances because you're paying him $20 million a year. You don't have to do that. Your payroll isn't so prohibitive that you have to have him out there on the field earning it. He's not earning it. So hopefully he can earn it to a degree. I'm not expecting this guy to all of a sudden become a 300 hitter, which is nothing. He's never been that in his career. But can you be better than a 593 OPS? Can you be league average? Can you be around 715? Can you do that? Because think about how much better he is with a 715 OPS compared to what he was last year at 593. I mean, he was so awful. He's turned into, unfortunately, he's like a villain in Detroit, and he's a good guy. And he does try hard, and he is trying different things. It's just not working. And unfortunately, it comes at a time when he just signed a big contract, his last big contract that he'll get. And now, as you mentioned, he's past the age of 30 here. Once you get past 30 in baseball, either you're still rising or you're going to have a sharp decline, and it looks like he's in this sharp decline.
Okay, we put our guy into the middle of the debate everyone in football is talking about. We will get to that today at 118 here, or excuse me, 118 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney has left the building, by the way.
It was before 1 o'clock.
On Stoney Day. Those of you who had the under. Mike Stone's last show with the morning show was today. He will be on the station as he will be coming out of the bullpen quite a bit. So there is that. All right. So Dan Campbell has a reputation for being an aggressive coach. And it probably is going to be a storyline all throughout Dan Campbell's tenure in Detroit. Will he in any way change the way he coaches as the team changes? He might. But as it stands right now, he is a super aggressive coach. With that said, what do you think Dan Campbell would do in a playoff overtime? Do you think he would take the ball, or do you think he would choose to kick off? This was one of the questions asked in a mailbag of Colton Pouncey on The Athletic.
I think he would receive.
You think he would?
What am I saying? I think he would defer. I think he'd want to kick. He'd want the ball second.
Kang, I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to say because you think this answer is obvious.
Yeah, and I think it's going to become more obvious as this becomes more common. It is not common. Obviously, this was the first time it's happened, but I think he would also choose to have the ball second. And to go further, guys, I think if the other team scored a touchdown, he would go for 2 on his possession.
I think you're probably right in that.
So the answer that Colton Pouncey said was, we obviously don't have much data on this yet, and given the format, every coach may have a different way to approach it, but it's fascinating to discuss. Here's what we know about Campbell. He trusts his players to make plays. We all watched the Dallas game and the NFC Championship game. I think Campbell's playoff overtime philosophy would be clear. I see him deferring, getting the ball second. If his defense holds the offense to a field goal, the obvious objective is to score a touchdown and win. But even if the defense allows a touchdown, I see Campbell trying to win the game on the next possession with a touchdown and 2-point conversion, exactly what Kang said, when you have the offense to do it. I think that's the move. So the question I have is, if a normal coin toss, Gator, you and I walk out there, you're coaching a team that's, let's say, wearing blue, and I'm coaching a team that's wearing green. Mix it up here a little bit.
That's odd.
And the coin gets flipped, and it lands, and I win the toss, and I say defer. What are your choices? I've deferred the choice to you.
Isn't it? Well, it means defer to halftime, right?
Yep.
So it means that you make your choice to receive the ball at halftime is what that means, basically, doesn't it?
The other team gets to decide if they want the ball or kick off. Now, this might just be a semantics thing.
I think it is.
It might be, but I wonder how they're going to approach that and if they have sorted it out. Because I remember once a Michigan player being out there for the coin flip was supposed to say, actually it was before I was with the coin flip, but he was supposed to say defer, but he said, we'll kick. And the ref said, let me be clear, you want to kick off. You're choosing to kick off. And he said, yeah. And Notre Dame got the ball to start the game and in the second half.
Yeah, I think when they do the coin flip for overtime, I think your choices are kick or receive. There's no defer.
Yep. I don't, if there's not defer, then that makes it simple. But he used the term defer. So I am pretty open-minded at this point as to what becomes the norm. And for people who don't know why this is such a debate, it's in overtime. Overtime, the first overtime period acts like a 10th inning in baseball. And that is, you each get the ball once, guaranteed. And if there's a winner at the end of the 10th inning, if somebody's leading at the end of the 10th inning, the game is over. But the way they do it in football, you look skeptical. Did I say that correct?
It's not like 10th inning because the home team's always going to have their at-bats, I guess. Unless
in the 10th inning?
Well,
yeah.
Unless they have the lead. All right, fair enough.
Yeah. Both teams are going to get a possession in the playoff overtime rule. What's different is when you go to the 11th inning or the third total possession in overtime in football, it's sudden death. So in baseball parlance, it would be if the road team scored in the top of the 11th, the game is over. Which sounds to me like an advantage worth getting the ball first. Potentially. This has happened once. And it's funny because, Kang, you think it's going to sort itself out where nobody does what Shanahan did. I'm not sure how it's going to play itself out. I'm also not sure that this format is going to stay. But if Campbell has the choice, I think he would put his offense on the field second because his offense is loaded. I think that's what he would want.
As long as the offense is loaded,
yep.
Yeah, I think he treats it like he did the Cowboys game.
But if your defense is loaded, does that change your approach?
I just disagree. I think strategically you just have to kick the ball off first, no matter what. That's my opinion.
So it doesn't matter
if your
what
offense
your team,
is good.
It doesn't matter what your team's
We're
like.
in overtime. It's the playoffs. These are the rules. I'm kicking off because I need to know. I explained this before. I need to know what I need to do on my possession.
Sure. There is an advantage to it. I see that. If one of these games goes to the top of the 11th and that team scores right away, it's going to spark the debate all over again. And the most likely way that happens is field goal. You can't go for two after a field goal. So it's 2 field goals, the team that got the ball back. I think the part of what makes Campbell coach the way he does is his faith in his offense.
Well, how about this scenario? What about taking the ball to start off, you score a touchdown, you go for 2 right away?
Okay. That's an interesting one.
That's a way to control something that you can't. Let's say the other team wins the toss, Gator, and they elect to kick. So you have to have the ball first, right? You go down, you score a touchdown. If you go for 2, you are trying to take back some control. You're forcing the other team to go for 2, right? Or you're screwing yourself because you don't get the 2-point conversion.
And this is where I'm also taking into account if you think you have a great offense and that your chance of getting the 2-point conversion is better than 50%, why not do that? You're putting all the pressure on the other team.
I mean, a lot of what happens with Dan Campbell is, I think, driven by his belief in his offense. Like, if he had a crappy offense, do you think he'd go for it as much if he had a really loaded defense?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
And also, but if he had a really good defense, would he go for it as much? Because he would trust his defense to get
might.
this. I mean,
he might.
I think it could go both ways. Either way, I've been enjoying how he's handled it to this point because the offense has been ahead of the defense. I like the aggressiveness. Clearly, the aggressiveness of going for it as often as he did on 4th down last year paid off to the point where they went to the NFC Championship game. I mean, those decisions to make during the course of the game in the regular season help to extend drives, end up being scoring drives, end up being the difference in winning and losing.
Here's what's interesting about the New York Times did a study on 2-point conversion rates, and they put the offenses into 3 categories based upon expected points per game according to betting lines. Okay, so you had the top third, the middle third, and the bottom third. If you had a top third offense, your 2-point conversion expected conversion percentage was 52%. If you have an average offense, it's 49%. And if you have a below average offense, it's 42%. So I could see coaches, you should know this data before you go into a game, into overtime, and try to be able to gauge, all right, do I create a 10% advantage for myself with my above average offense against their below average offense?
It's all manipulated. All the numbers are manipulated because it depends on, what's your criteria for that offense. And then are you taking into account the defense you're going against? Or is it just, doesn't matter what kind of defense you're going against. You're just taking the numbers.
It's interesting because there's one play, and all of this is so new that we've seen it happen once. I question whether or not we ever see it happen a second time because I think this whole thing is stupid.
Oh.
I think the first time a team wins it on a third possession, everybody's going to be as mad as they were when a team that won the coin flip went right down the field and scored.
Yeah, you're right, Doug. That's why we're in the position we are, because people were upset it wasn't equal possession. And, you're probably right. If some team does win it on the third possession, they're going to want to add the other equal possession. But as of right now, this is what we have.
Yep.
And I think you always, kick off to get the second possession, because another thing that adds to Dan Campbell, let's talk specifically about Dan Campbell, his aggressiveness. If you have the second possession, you're working with 4 downs. If you have the first possession, you don't know for sure. You're in this weird area. Do I go for it? Do I not? But if the other team kicks a field goal or scores a touchdown, hey, I got 4 downs to get to the area I need to get to.
I haven't heard it talked about it. I'm really intrigued in the strategy of this whole thing is whether or not Shanahan should have gone for it on 4th and 4. Because I feel like Campbell would have. I think Campbell would have, I think he would have eschewed the field goal and gone for it on 4th and 4.
Yeah, at that point, it's a decision that you don't know. It's debatable. I think if you have the second possession, you know what the score is. You know what you have to do. So there's no debate. I guess you could, if they're like in the other position, if the Lions were down 3 and it was 4th and 4 on the 10-yard line, would they go for it to try to get a touchdown? Or they could just kick the field goal. No, we're going to another possession, right?
So what's amazing is how many 2-pointers, am I seeing this correct? Do you know how many 2-pointers Kyle Shanahan went for during the regular season? None. They didn't try one 2-point attempt on any of their teams leading 61 touchdowns.
Well, how many close games were they in? You're looking at, usually it's a fourth quarter thing to go for 2 because you're playing from behind and trying to, I can understand that. And
yet I still think at some point during a season you try one 2-point conversion. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Aaron, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
All right.
Hey, so I just want to throw my 2 cents in about the overtime stuff. I think you always kick the ball off. You want that second possession. You can get into all the numbers, all the fun stuff that they do nowadays with analytics, but you'd be hard-pressed to, I guess, outweigh an open playbook on a 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, knowing that you're going to go for it on the 4th down anyway.
I think it depends on how many overtimes actually get to the third. Like if this happens 10 times and you never get to the third possession, I would agree with you. If it happens 10 times and you get to the third possession, 9 of them, I might disagree with you.
Right. I guess that's fair. And then, of course, to your point earlier, if it's 4th and 4, 4th and 5, and you're on the 10, a chip shot, field goal to tie the game and give them that third possession, you can get into it. But, sure, have to get a bit more data for the games. Like you said, if, 90% of these games are getting to the third possession, then you can have a different discussion. But I don't know. For now, I think you kick the ball, you take that second possession, and you open yourself up on 3rd and long.
See what happens. I question whether or not we'll ever see this format really give us enough data before they change it. We do have a bit of breaking news today. The suspects in the Kansas City shooting two are being charged. According to TMZ, criminal charges are being handed down in the mass shooting at the Kansas City Chiefs rally. We're now learning that, for now, 2 juveniles stand accused of being responsible. Prosecutors hit 2 individuals described as minors with gun-related charges and for resisting arrest, but nothing yet pertaining to any actual death. Officials in Kansas City say more charges are likely coming because they're minors. Any trials will not be open to the public. Cops detained 3 people at the scene. However, only 2 of them are now facing criminal prosecution. It's unclear as to what happened with the third person.
Well, this buys time is what it does, because they needed to do something within 24 hours to charge them or release them. So 2 have been charged, 1 is not. So they have to release the third. So who knows why the third was picked up? It was a person of interest, and we'll learn more as this goes on. But it's so sad when you think about it. Young people shooting young people for a disagreement, allegedly, or reportedly.
Yep. So
while at a celebration.
Here's the question. The NFL's next big event is the draft. And it's here.
Right.
Is this going to impact how the draft is put on? Did Detroit or the NFL, because of this, are they going to have to commit millions to security now?
I think security was already the number one issue with this. When you get that many people in a concentrated area, I think it's always number one concern. And I think that the NFL is on heightened alert and Detroit on heightened alert? Yeah, I do. And I would imagine that the NFL is going to, help to foot the bill for even more security. Now, the Kansas City parade, they had 800 reported police officers, law enforcement officials there. So I don't know how many you expect to have here in Detroit, but I imagine it's quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be an obvious presence. Think about how difficult it is for events like that, though, to secure a downtown area. And that it's going to be similar to the Kansas City situation in that we're talking about all the different points of entry, and it goes up. All the windows, all the buildings that surround. It honestly, it's so much more difficult than securing a stadium.
Oh, yeah.
And are we going to be the guinea pig on new NFL security measures? We probably will be.
I don't know. I don't think we're going to see too much of a difference. I think that these things have always been undertaking.
Well, they have, but given what just happened, I'm sure that the Kansas City area took care of security. And I don't think 800 is not an effort. I think 800 is absolutely an effort to try and secure an area. But do we see twice that many here in Detroit?
I don't even know if that's what prevents it. I mean, would you feel better if there's more law enforcement officials out there, or would you feel better if you had to get past Woodward that you had to enter a metal detector?
I don't know. These are the kinds of things that I don't even blink at metal detectors anymore, right? I go through them all the time going into sporting events. The search, the pat down, it's pretty much expected, right?
Yeah.
So, the idea that we're gonna have to get searched or patted down for the draft.
Well, I wonder if they're going.
It's not going to seem unusual, I guess, is my point.
Will they narrow the footprint of what the draft is?
That's what I hope doesn't happen. That it becomes less accessible to as many people as want to be there. Is that they have a perimeter, a more smaller established perimeter that they know that they can handle.
Right. Like instead of going all the way down to Hart Plaza, do you just keep it relegated to Campus Martius? And you have a triangle with Campus Martius to Ford Field to
that would suck.
LCA or whatever, Hockey Town, I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. I mean, it's not going to stop me from going. I know as a show, we're probably committed to being there for a couple days. So am I going to think twice about it? Not really.
Probably not.
I don't think it really affects me. And I hope we don't even discuss it afterwards. Hopefully there's nothing to worry about.
Okay.
So I was just talking to our program director, Jimmy, who's been to a few drafts. And the difference between the draft and the parade for the Super Bowl is the NFL takes care of the draft. Their fingerprints and footprint is all over the draft. So security is already heightened for the NFL draft. I think KC takes care of their own for the parade, the city, whatever. But the NFL has tons of security measurements already put in place for drafts. You have to even get into the areas to even watch the draft. So there'll be point of entries all over downtown Detroit, wherever they decide to close off the draft for people to get in. You have to get a ticket or you have to scan your phone or whatever it is. And so I think you have way less to worry about here than a parade.
So two things come to mind here. One is we are coming off an NFL season where Detroit, people were talking about how great Detroit looked in the shots during the playoffs. It caught people's attention. Wow, look at Detroit. And we got very positive reviews. It felt like for the first time there was a lot of people praising how Detroit looked in the shots they had of downtown. The other thing, again, tying it locally, because of this case with Kansas City, and I'm wondering how much we're going to see this, and it's way too early to have any idea on this developing story. But with the Crumley case, with these being two juveniles, could it perhaps circle back to parental responsibility in some way? I mean, there would have to be an obvious, link between parents and being completely irresponsible, but it feels like that's sort of maybe changed how some of these cases are going to be looked at. Like I said, that's a long way down the road, but anyway, I know that Patrick Mahomes and Brittany Mahomes are visiting families with kids in the hospital right now. So, God, that sucked.
It's awful.
It's a terrible, terrible story. All right. Carson Anderson heading into the weekend here. Weekend with no football whatsoever. But we do have interesting Red Wing games. We've got a Michigan State basketball game tomorrow. We've got the NBA All-Star Weekend. So still stuff going on, probably of which I'm most vested in the Red Wings turning this damn thing around, given what happened over the last couple of days, or the last couple of games, I should say. 248-539-9797. If you missed the rumor out there about a certain Detroit Lion and a contract extension, we will touch on that coming up today at 1:46 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
No matter what life throws at you, you can always tackle it with a good night's sleep. And True Sleep Mattress Store has the perfect sleep system, like the top-of-the-line BedTech BT 6500 adjustable base with lumbar support. Do yourself a favor and visit True Sleep Mattress, Michigan's largest Helix mattress dealer and the most awarded mattress dealer overall. Sleep like a champion and find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep. They've helped thousands, including myself. I love my bed. I love the adjustable base. It's amazing. Turn your game around and visit True Sleep Mattress in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion. That's True Sleep Mattress.
So we just got the whole rundown from our guy Jimmy, our program director, who was pointing out that he was at the draft last year, and he said basically the NFL, they've got everybody. They've got Homeland Security, they've got the FBI, they've got local police, they've got military.
They take over the event.
And here's the interesting thing he said, to get in last year, and he said they're going to do it again this year, you have to have an app. And the app you have to scan to get in and out of places, and they will know who you are, they'll know where you entered, and they'll know when you left. And so everybody that is inside the draft perimeter, they're going to know everything about you. And they also do that for crowd control. So if, let's say, they have 30,000 people, when they reach 30,000 people, because it's a free event, they cut it off until one person walks out, then you can go in if you're next in line. But Yeah, I think it sounds as though the likelihood of any copycat, and that's, of course, what we would hate, but it sounds as though security won't be an issue. The NFL already has this thing on effing lockdown.
Well, let's hope so. What do you think? I'm going to read this statement. It has nothing to do with, I assume we were moving on from the discussion there. But there's a comment from Jay Billis that he made on ESPN regarding Caitlin Clark. Is this hyperbole or not? We will never see the likes of her again, ever. She is and has been that significant to the game of basketball. Is she that significant to the game, or is she?
I think maybe she's that significant to the sport of women's basketball. I think it's an entry point for a lot of people to discover women's basketball. Do I think it's an overstatement? I don't know. I don't cover college basketball or basketball full time, so I don't feel qualified to make that kind of statement. Billis is probably far more qualified. But I mean, in our lifetime, and let's narrow it down. In our lifetime, is she the most famous college female basketball player? College.
I guess. I mean, I go back to the early, when I was a kid, when Nancy Lieberman was a big deal.
Cheryl Miller.
Yeah. Swoops.
But is she the most recognizable college female player ever? She might be.
And is her impact on the game, is it going to be like Steph Curry? Because basically she's doing what Steph Curry.
Yeah, she plays like Steph Curry. So I feel like we already have a male version of this. She's the female version of the YOLO three-point shooter. That these are terrible shots that are going in with regularity. They're awful.
But the reason I bring this up is I think now she's a pioneer.
Yep.
But because of the way that she played, I think it's going to encourage other women to play the same way. They're going to grow up playing that, and you're going to find somebody else who's going to shoot as well or better. That's bound to happen.
I guess the point is, I mean, he is saying because of her, people are going to play the game and play the game differently. I mean, look, we went through an era where when we were kids, everybody was trying to do the Dr. J reverse layup that was in the highlights all the time, where you start up on one side of the basket, swoop underneath, and reverse lay it up the other. And now kids all try and do the Odell Beckham one-handed catch. And then Steph Curry comes along. You don't know how many times I see kids on basketball courts pull up and heave three-pointers from distances they have no business shooting it from, and nobody even blinks an eye. If that happened when we were playing pickup basketball back in the day, everybody like, what the hell are you doing?
Right. You kicked off the team.
So
has your son taken one of those YOLO threes?
Not in a game.
Okay.
Not in an actual game, he hasn't.
Have you seen any of his teammates do that?
I've seen kids pull up from ridiculous distances at the high school level.
I'm curious if you trained yourself to, when you see that, to immediately watch the coach and see what the reaction
100%.
And what's the reaction?
The coaches don't seem to blink that much. Yeah. But I am sometimes surprised at how far beyond the line people pull up. Okay, I mentioned it. Let me get to it. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Is he looking at a 3-year extension worth $25 million per season? Well, according to an NFL writer by the name of Cam Marino, tweeted out the following. Source: Detroit Lions and star receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown are in discussions that would give St. Brown's a contract extension of at least 3 years and an annual salary of $25 million. Extending St. Brown is a priority for the Lions as they enter the offseason. Do I have familiarity with this reporter? No. Is he legit? He might be. I really don't know. None of our local guys have picked up and run with it. It is all over social media, though, and has gained steam in the last 24 hours. In terms of you're just seeing more and more of it. Does it mean anything? I don't know. We'll treat it as a rumor. If you look at the top paid receivers in the league, this would put him in the top 5, tied for 5th. And it's kind of like the Goff discussion yesterday. Yeah, you can break into that top 5. Whether you're top 5 or not is debatable. Statistically, you can make a strong case that he now is in the top 5 wide receivers in the league. But we had somebody say you don't pay a slot receiver that. That came in. Others said it's just way too much money. Others said that Brad Holmes is crippling this organization with these kind of contracts. But what are you supposed to do? Let him walk? I mean, you could. If you have tremendous faith in your ability to draft, and that was a receiver he got in the 4th round, do you let him play out this last year of his contract, risk losing him but you have faith that you can draft the next guy? I don't know. Seems awfully risky to me. In the meantime, it stands to reason that this is why Brad Holmes hinted that we're going to wonder what he's doing in the next few months, and that says to me when they're not doing anything. And why he said there'll be very little external additions.
So I would say 95% of the feedback we've gotten today, guys, is give St. Brown whatever he wants, right? Extend him, rework his contract,
You
whatever.
see it all as it comes in. So,
it's funny because there was once upon a time where the crowd was, you never pay a receiver that much money. No one wins the Super Bowl with the top paid receiver. Where did that go? Where did that crowd go?
Because during the Calvin Johnson era, that's what we got.
Yep.
Is you can't pay Calvin that kind of money. Look at the teams that are winning the Super Bowl. They're not doing it with elite receivers.
Look at the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, obviously, we know they have Patrick Mahomes, but they let go of their all-pro receiver in Tyreek Hill and won back-to-back Super Bowls.
You could argue they have the worst pass catchers in the NFL.
Not tight end, right? Just
receivers.
Yeah.
Pass catchers.
Yeah. And you can argue they're the best tight end, the best quarterback, and best defensive tackle. And best corner.
There's a million different ways to do it, but I'm for signing St. Brown, but
you're bringing up that there is we haven't heard much from that crowd lately, and you're right, we have not. I'm not opposed to it either. I think part of it is I am taking into consideration that I think if you don't pay your guys, you might lose some of that great locker room culture that they have right now. Now, that doesn't mean you just pay them whatever they want, but I think you got to consider it's as healthy as they've ever been, and to stay that way, you might get a little bit uncomfortable with the contracts you have to sign.
Yeah.
A little bit. But you don't want to get a lot uncomfortable. But.
Speaking of day drinking, here's Jim Costa.
I only had one glass.
Did you?
I'm sober now.
How big was the glass?
The little tiny ones out there. The little ones with the champagne in them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was one that said Stoney on it. I don't know.
It was pretty funny
it's like
because
a 17.9 ounce bottle. I don't know.
Stoney's last morning show, big retirement party. There's just a huge crowd directly behind Gator, and I'm sitting here watching a party go on for the last 2.5 hours. And I'm like, we can't partake at all. And I went out there, and all the Bloody Mary mix is gone. Like all the vodka. There's a little bit of mix left, but
Doug, nothing is ever gone.
That's a good point.
It is just relocated in the building
into Turner's cubicle.
You know where to go look if you really want.
He had the little bottles of Fireball. So
the cart came through, picked up all the extra, and took it to Drink Heaven.
Yeah, if you think about that sales staff, it's probably over there getting smashed right now. How we doing today?
We're doing good.
Yep.
You were just talking about something about Lions and who to pay and who not to pay.
Yep.
3:00, Costa's Core 4.
Okay.
I got 4 guys who I think are non-negotiable.
You got to bring them back.
Have to be brought back and extended over the next couple years when their deals come up.
But of his 4 guys, 2 are negotiable.
Yeah, Rico doesn't agree with
Okay, sounds good. I will say I love the way Stoney sent off his show praising you, Jim, and has high expectations for what's going to happen next.
I should go back and listen because I was out there partying and did not hear that.
He did. He said, don't judge him off of 3 days. Give it some months. Take a listen. You're going to enjoy it. Don't just be like, oh, he ain't Stoney, so I hate him.
Yeah, because newsflash, no one's Stoney. Stoney is his own special brand that
he said
no one can replace.
You're very talented, is what he said.
Nice.
Yeah.
And we'll hit our stride. I know it'll take a little bit of time out of the gate, but I'm confident we're going to have a lot of fun in the mornings.
I think everybody's confident in you guys. And, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. So, I mean, I'll miss Mike. But here's the great thing about Mike is I'll probably talk to him more for when he's filling in with Gator because what people don't realize is when you're on the air, you're in the studio, and then like you guys walk in, we walk out, and we really don't see each other talk much.
Outside, you walk to use the bathroom. That's about it.
Right. And then sometimes Doug says hi, and sometimes he doesn't.
It depends if Doug's on his phone or has something.
Or Doug is just like
percolating.
Yeah.
But did Stoney share?
He's going to be not treating people with respect.
Right. Doug exposed.
But did Stoney share? He's going to be in with Rico in like 2-3 weeks here, right? Yeah. Right away into March. So
I get the first. I'm the lucky one.
That'll be interesting.
That'll be good stuff.
Yep. All right, what do you got planned coming up next?
We're going to start with
other than the Core 4.
Core 4 at 3. We're going to go Sacred Cows. Is there anything left in sports as a sacred cow at 2:00?
Okay. Have a great show. Everybody have a great weekend.
Wait,
Stay
the rant's
safe.
done, right?
Yep.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Gator, just get angry.
We shelved the
No,
rant.
I asked for one
I'm trying
thing.
to save my voice.
Maybe this isn't going to work. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Michigan and Michigan State renew their basketball rivalry tomorrow at Chrysler Arena. Spartans throttled U of M by 19 points in East Lansing 2 weeks ago, but they've yet to beat the Wolverines in Ann Arbor since Juwan Howard took over. The teams have alternated wins and losses the last 5 meetings in this rivalry. Despite MSU playing better lately and U of M in a complete tailspin, Tom Izzo says State can't afford complacency. Hear U of M versus MSU on WWJ News Radio 950 tomorrow night, coverage starting at 7:30. Women constituted a larger portion of this year's Super Bowl audience than ever before. According to Nielsen, women represented 47.5% of all viewers, beating the prior high water mark of 47.1% set during Super Bowl 49 in 2015. Women viewers 18 to 24 grew by 24% year over year, and the 12 to 17 demo was up 11%. I think Taylor Swift might have had something to do with that. And Paramount Plus and Peacock are in talks to merge into a single streaming platform. Nothing official. There are no details as to how a merged streamer would work for existing customers, but there are significant sports considerations as the two carry both NFL, Big Ten football, and basketball, European soccer, and more. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And we're off. 97.1. Sitting across from Rico Beard, Jim Costa. What's up? We're going to have some fun today. It's a Friday. We have Who Said It. 3 o'clock, I've got 4 players, the core 4 for the Lions, to take care of and pay in the coming years. Rico has debated it already. We'll do it as a show at 3 o'clock.
It's a good core. No, it's a good core, but I like half.
Okay.
And I replace the other half, and I think that I could get some people to believe, you know what? Yeah.
Okay. We'll have that conversation in about an hour. Let's start with sacred cows. This has been a conversation. As everything changes in the world of sports, is there nothing left sacred? Rumors this week about the NCAA tournament. Every year it's going to get bigger. They're going to expand. They're going to add more teams. NBA All-Star Weekend. It's always something different, right? You got G-Leaguers competing in the Rising Star Challenge. G-Leaguers in the dunk contest. College football playoff went from 4 to 12. Will it stay at 12? I don't know. Maybe it'll be 16 or 32 someday. What in sports do you deem to be a sacred cow? Something you never want to see changed ever?
Well, here's the thing. This all kind of stemmed from the fact of the NBA All-Star Weekend. And maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm on an island. So I'll just leave it at that. You can call in and complain. I may be yelling at clouds. 248-539-9797. NBA All-Star Weekend was appointment must-watch viewing. That was, man, the dunk contest and the superstars that were in the game and the three-point contest. And yeah, I'm old enough to remember. As I was telling you guys, there's still arguments to this day from who won between Jordan and Dominique. Like, because people wanted to do this. The players wanted to do this. Now the players want to go. They don't want to participate. They don't want to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's been so watered down that you got 2 G-Leaguers in the game. Quick, who won Slam Dunk last year?
Was it Mac McClung?
Yeah, cookies for the win.
It was the white guy with ups.
Yeah, but it's like...
Yeah, Kenny, that's right, our guys.
You just, the Rising Stars game, don't care. It's just nothing about this game that I want to watch.
Yeah, they've tinkered with it so many different ways.
It's bastardized itself so badly, it's gone. So there are other things. It's like, okay, you know what? Enough's enough. Can we just stop it right here? No more expansion. The NCAA college basketball tournament, we're done. When you did the play-in games, I thought it was a cute way for bubble teams. Okay, couple games down in Dayton. I can live with that. I can live with those games. No biggie.
But no more.
You went from 64 to 68. Okay. Now they're talking about maybe doubling it, going to either 96 or doubling it.
So we're going to put like a third of every team in?
Everybody, at this point, everybody gets a trophy and orange slices and juice boxes. Because it's just opening itself up. You have to, I know I'm sounding like old guy. Enough. I want my tournament the way it is. I like it, the 64 bracket. I think that's enough because here's what I think. You got to be good in order to get in there. It shouldn't just be for everybody. Because pretty soon it's going to end up looking like the NBA and the NHL, where it almost seems like everybody makes playoffs. Football is this close from making it.
That's the one I wanted to bring up. Okay, four was always silly. With 5 at the time, 5 power conferences to put 4 playoff teams in. It was begging for controversy, and you weren't ever truly settling it on the field. Plus Notre Dame. I thought 8 might have been a sweet spot. They picked 12. Fine, 12's enough to include maybe a little guy here or there, but no more than 12. I know it's a fool's errand because they're probably going to end up adding more. But Rico, what is sacred to me? Can we at least let this 12-team playoff breathe? Because I do think it's going to be a sweet spot. But nothing stays, everything changes. 248-539-9797. What do you want to see stay exactly the same in sports? Because the NBA All-Star Weekend, you're right, it was Team LeBron versus Team Giannis. Now it's East and West again. Hockey, Kenny, your sport, they did North American All-Stars against the world back in the day. All these sports like to put their special spin on things and add more teams to the field. What in sports is sacred to you?
I mean, I remember when the NFL Pro Bowl was actually fun to watch.
How far back are we going?
When
Sean Taylor?
Yeah, when Sean Taylor killed the punter.
Yep.
But they were hit. I mean, think about that now. Like, first of all, everything about that play wouldn't have happened because it's basically two-hand touch. And Sean Taylor went out there and it would have been a legal hit. But it was fun to watch. It was like, okay, it's the Pro Bowl and players took pride in it. And now it's just an event. You know what the Pro Bowl is? Exactly what it is. It's just something for you guys to do for the fans. Dodgeball. I mean, what's next? Rock, paper, scissors. It's like, okay, it's not as fun as it used to be. But yeah, just wait. College football? That all depends on what the Big Ten and the SEC wants to do. That's a topic for down the road, but the Big Ten and the SEC, even ESPN, if you read the fine print, they just re-up for this $1 billion contract. With the exception, we're waiting to hear what the Big Ten and SEC have to say. That's in small print because I got a feeling those two are going to break off, and that's where you're going to see your 18 tournament. Just 8 teams between those two. That's all we're going to have. But 12 teams, yes. I think it's going to eventually go to 16. They left it in there. Just like when they went to 4, you knew you're not going to leave it at 4. 12 is a weird number.
But, okay, with college football specifically, focusing on that for a second, there's the trade-off with the regular season. What most purists love about college football, or loved past tense, that the regular season meant so much. If you lost a game, your season could end. They've traded that in for a better postseason. No. And Rico, I don't know this to be true until it plays out, but I think 12 is the sweet spot. You go to 16 or more, now you can lose 3, 4, 5 regular season games. Can't do that.
I thought he was in Mexico. I thought he wasn't here. Why is he here? Look.
Oh, is that a Mike-ism?
Here's the thing. Cookies, as I tell Mike. Here's what happens in college football. It's the one element, it's what I really love about college hoops. Because you have the 60-18 tournament, MSU can go out and play a rough schedule. If Tom Izzo played a schedule like you do in college football, every year we would think he was a blue blood program. Because every year he would just stack up and play the U of D's of the world and just beat up on them.
Right.
But you actually go out and you play Arizona. You actually go out and you play Duke. You play Kentucky. You play Kansas.
Rico, I like that.
You will get that in college football because here's the thing. At 12, and if it goes to 16, you can now afford to have the air quote good loss because you lost on the road to a team that's going to be in there as well.
Right. That's why I like.
Because right now, I hate the fact that it's almost like, how can we come up with the easiest schedule but make it look like we were really trying, but we really weren't?
No, the 4-team well ran its course. I'm very much on board with 12 teams. I want to incentivize a tough game in the non-con. I want better matchups week in and week out. I don't want to water down the regular season too much. I think 12 is the sweet spot, so I would make the 12 team one of my sacred cows. 248-539-9797. But we've seen so much change in sports. The Rose Bowl is not what it once was, right? You start looking around at things we used to hold as sacred cows or things that you could never change. And they very quickly change. Kenny, what's one for you?
One for me, and it has to be. They've fiddled with it a little bit, but the NHL playoffs, the 16 teams, they've done like the 1 versus 8, the 2 versus 7. They've done it all format-wise, but the 16 teams, just stick with that. I think it's the most, and this is me being biased, I will fully admit, I think it's the best playoff in all of professional sports. And they haven't changed a ton about it. They haven't expanded it. They haven't led more teams. They haven't done much of anything with it.
Kenny, I'll give you that. That is probably, I think that in the NCAA tournament. And
Don't touch.
No, here's why. They're better because there's no respect of what your seed was or who you beat or you came in as a number 1 seed. Don't care. Take this L and you can leave.
If the NHL added a play-in tournament, I would vomit. That's terrible. That's the worst idea ever. I hate that. But I think it's the best playoff in professional sports.
But we've seen all these playoffs expand, right? The NFL added the 7th seed. We've seen baseball add extra wild card teams. When is enough enough? What is something you refuse? You'll go kicking and screaming. Keep your grubby hands off it. Don't change this element of sports. Let's get to Jeff. Jeff, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good afternoon. Yeah, for me, it's March Madness. It's the tournament. This is why we have an NIT, right? If you don't make the tournament, you go to the NIT or you buy your way into another tournament. And the fallacy here, and this is the thing that really drives me crazy about all this expansion, especially in college sports, is this fallacy that if you expand the tournament or you expand the number of teams to make the playoff, the Colorado States and the Mountain West teams are going to get in. They're not. You're going to see 7 SEC teams and 6 Big Ten teams.
Yep.
And we already saw this. We already witnessed this with the expansion of the NCAA basketball tournament from 32 to 64. Now instead of 3 Big Ten teams getting in, we're getting 7, right? And yeah, some small schools get in. But if you look at the history of the tournament, it's still the big schools that are getting to the Final Four and winning. And this idea that it's going to be more inclusive or it's going to be more equitable or balanced is just a fallacy.
Yeah,
the big schools carry the day. So why not have a smaller number and a more competitive play?
And I would argue it is already equitable. If you win your conference, you get yourself in the tournament. If you don't, you get thrown to the wolves.
Right.
And there's already breathing room for the big conferences to get a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth team. To expand it where we need the 9th Big Ten team in seems ludicrous.
No, but as far as college football, think about it. I'm excited already. I'm not even a Michigan fan, but I'm excited for week 2, Michigan, Texas.
Yep.
You want to see that game. You don't want to see, Ohio State Bowling Green doesn't move the needle. But if you tell me, Ohio State's going to take on Florida State. Oh, you know what? Let's change our plans. I want to watch this game. If you expand college football, it allows you to play those types of games so you don't get punished. Because in college football, if you're not perfect, you only get to lose 1. But at most teams, if you lose 1, you're done. Think about it. It's what made Michigan special for them. Everybody was waiting for them to lose 1 because you know what happened. If Michigan would have lost 1 game,
we've been held against
they
them.
were out. Mm-hmm. They were not going to go to the playoffs. They had to be perfect. I like the fact you can go out and play some teams. You can beat some teams. It shows you what you are early. If you're a fan and you got a season tickets, you want to go to that game. You don't want to go see them playing UNLV.
No, that's an example of a good change. From 4 to 12 is a good change because of the Michigan-Texas game and better non-conference games and better Saturday in, Saturday out product. I think another change, and there was a fight about this a year ago, I think the pitch clock was a good change. Not all change is bad. Not all change is bad, Rico.
Yeah. Instead of wasting my time out there, guy, throw the ball.
More of your responses. 248-539-9797. What are you refusing? Do not change this in sports. 97.1. Everything's on the table. We have seen so much change in sports in such a short amount of time, right? So, Rico, think about it. You got the NBA All-Star Weekend. They've gone east and west. They've done the team captain routine. They've changed the dunk contest, the three-point shootout. They're involving people from WNBA in the three-point contest. Rising stars now meet G Leaguers. NBA All-Star Weekend, very different. Baseball, they had a pitch clock. NCAA tournament. Every year around this time, we hear rumors, that field is 68. Maybe it'll be 96. And I go, pry it from my cold, dead hands. 68 is borderline too much as it is. College football, you've gone from 4 teams to 12 teams. That's where the line in the sand is for me. Don't you dare go to 16 or 24. I think you found the sweet spot where the regular season gives me bigger matchups, but don't water it down.
Real subtly, that field of 68 got expanded. We just didn't realize it. There's now 4 playing games, not 2.
Rico, I know. So
they just don't give you the number, but do the math.
So our question, a pretty open-ended start to the Friday. What in sports is a sacred cow? What I mean by that, what we mean is something that you think shouldn't be touched, should never be changed. Kenny says 16 teams in the NHL playoffs. Don't you dare take what the best postseason in all of sports, Kenny, and change it. What are those things to you? I think people here would have said the Rose Bowl. The Rose Bowl has to stay on New Year's Day and has to remain part of the playoff picture, the national title picture. We've seen some watered-down Rose Bowls in the last couple years.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe nothing's sacred. Maybe the answer is money is just going to take all of the things that we think are right and be gluttonous and change them and add and water them down.
I'm not a big fan of the new NFL playoff.
7 teams.
The 7 teams, it's weird because once you go the odd number, you know what that means. Eventually, you're going to go 8. Now it was just
that's half the
too
teams.
Many. I like the fact that you need to be semi-elite in order to make the playoffs. That it means something that you made it. Like I said, that's why, when you look and you start going to 16, and it's like, okay, like in the NBA, it seems like everybody makes the playoffs, and it's like 10 teams are in the lottery, and everybody else is in the playoffs. You don't get to go outside and play, so you nerds figure out who you want next year. That's what it feels like for the NBA. For NFL, I'm not a big fan. I would hope that they don't expand again. And I don't have the empirical data because it's just happened.
Yeah, but it's new.
I don't know if is it good to be a 1 seed or not? Because, you saw San Fran come out this year. They were rusty. Mm-hmm. Green Bay was juiced up after beating Dallas. Like, the Ravens never really got back on that track that they were at the end of the season.
Yep.
The Ravens were unstoppable, and then you come to a grinding halt. You've earned that week off. But did you really maybe you wanted to play in that week?
David, what are people saying?
Never move the Rose Bowl from being at Rose Bowl Stadium after going there against Alabama. The atmosphere is unbelievable.
Didn't Stephen A. have that opinion the next day? He's like, you know what?
Move it to SoFi.
Put it at SoFi so my travel's easier.
It's hard.
Come on, Stephen.
No, I understand. It's hard to get there. Have you ever gone?
No, I haven't.
It's a pain. You got to come up with a better egress for traffic because you're going to sit for hours to get, like, if the game starts at 3:00 their time, you better be leaving your hotel room at 11, and you may get there for kickoff.
So you want to change it. You want to move it. All right, Rico wants to move the Rose Bowl.
I'm just saying, David, it's horrible. It's It's 2-lane streets. It's like, you get some cops out there, get something to get the flow of traffic going. You can't just use a regular stoplight when there's a whole bunch of people trying to get to this one little place.
Someone says, don't ever change the captains lifting the Stanley Cup first.
It is one of the cool things with hockey that the owner doesn't get the trophy first. The players do. And it's that tradition, right? The captain, then who does he give the cup to first?
That's exactly that tradition, too, I've always enjoyed is the players who they choose to hand it off to. That needs to stay.
Yeah, because it's not always like the assistant captain or the...
Sometimes it's like a vet who's his first Stanley Cup.
I think Stevie handed it to Scotty Bowman in 2000, I mean, it's whoever they choose. I've always enjoyed that. That tradition, that's another sacred cow.
Never change the Masters being at Augusta National. This should always be one of the 4 majors hosted there. Ken in
I
Florida.
think that's pretty safe.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going anywhere.
Someone else says Michigan, Ohio State being the last game of the Big Ten regular season is sacred to me. That is from Mike.
You want to say it or should I say it?
You know what? Here's the thing. I'll say it. I know it's not popular, but I've been saying this for decades, especially now that college football has changed. I think you should move that game from the last week. Here's why. It hurts the loser in that game. If you played that game like the Red River Shootout, where Texas and Oklahoma could play early on, you can recover from the loss, you could run the table, and you both can make a playoff bid. But now it may be a little different. Now you go from 12 teams, but once again, Ohio State, if they won and they beat Michigan this year, Ohio State's in the playoff, Michigan's out. You still got two good teams, but because you played last, it's going to hurt you.
Yeah, I've looked at
And here's the other thing about that game. I know, I'm just stepping in the Rose Garden now. Play it at night. Not all the time, but like this year, if you have a top 5 matchup, be prime time about it. Play that thing at night under the lights. Make it special. 12 o'clock games are the appetizers of college football. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know Fox has tried to make Big Noon kick off the primetime window, but most big games in sports generally are played at night.
Right.
It's a bigger stage. You got the whole day to look forward to the game. It seems sacrilegious because Michigan and Ohio State forever and ever and ever and always will play at noon and always the last Saturday. But I don't think it has to be that way.
And what I'm saying is, if it's just a regular matchup, fine. But if it's a matchup like last year, more eyeballs. Play that thing at night.
Well, and the point about Michigan, Ohio State the last week, the Big Ten's going divisionless, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a world where the two best teams rematch back-to-back weeks. And maybe you think it's presumptuous. Michigan and Ohio State won't always be the two best teams. No, but in the history of this conference, more often than not, they're at the very end of the line fighting for the spot for the Big Ten title. If you play that game in, say, October, if they have to rematch, it doesn't feel like you just watched this a week ago. Mm-hmm. It keeps the meaning of the game. Texas, Oklahoma, play in October. Alabama, Tennessee, what's that, third Saturday in October? Always in October. It's okay.
Yeah. Alabama, Georgia, never play each other.
Let me read a couple more here. You cannot change the Lions playing on Thanksgiving.
I agree.
Then another one, Scott and Carlton says,
Can you change the Lions losing on Thanksgiving?
Please, yes.
Scott and Carlton says, definitely don't change morning sports talk host. Just kidding. Best of luck.
Yeah, keep that Stoney guy there forever.
Jeez. Him and Jansen.
Monday morning.
So is the theme song Hail to the Victors?
Oh, don't do this to me.
Oh, man. I like this one. For a change, he says. One change I wouldn't mind seeing for all major sports is all the best records in the league and the seeding them accordingly. So maybe you get KC and Buffalo in the Super Bowl, the Celtics and the 76ers in the finals.
So no conferences, no divisions.
Yep.
So just the best teams.
So you play in the regular season, probably conferences, and then you.
I don't love it. I don't feel like it's as bad as some of the other changes, though. Kenny,
I'm not a fan
you're
either.
repulsed over there.
I'm just thinking about, like, let's say an Eastern Conference hockey team or basketball team plays a Western Conference team. Like, every third game is going to be in a different time. It's going to be a mess.
Kenny, we have these things called jets.
No, I mean, for me watching as a fan, I'll be staying up till 10 o'clock every other night.
Won't someone think of poor Kenny Conn? All right, guys, this is a Football Friday. We've got football next, 97.1. fresh batch of football headlines. It's Football Today.
So let's get to it. The news of the day. Jimmy G has tested positive for PED.
Was he using the right ones?
Per Ian Rappaport, former from the NFL, the suspension is now official. Jimmy G is suspended for the first 2 games of the 2024 regular season for violating the policy on performance-enhancing substances. Here's what's key to this, though, is they can now void the contract that he had and he signed with the Raiders, and they can save now $11 million by doing that this year.
So the old Mel Tucker clause, we're going to wait for you to do something stupid so we can void this contract and you can save us from us. Yeah, I saw that he took something that wasn't prescribed, some medication that he used that he didn't have an actual prescription for. So that's why I had the 2 games. Dude, if you're going to cheat, at least win. Don't cheat.
I said, could have fooled me. If I was him, I'd go, in my defense, look at how I played this year. There was no performance enhancing going on.
Right. I played for the Raiders. I had to be high. Come on. Seriously.
So he's waived. He wasn't going to be
He
there
will be
anyway.
waived.
Yeah.
So let's talk about another player that may be waived, may not be waived. Interesting because this happened last year. It's Joe Mixon. Rumors again have surfaced that the Bengals were set or are set to release him, but Mixon is refuting that rumor on Twitter, responding to one of the reporters saying, laughing out loud, y'all said this last year too. That's clown behavior. Now, they released him this year. First of all, there's a $3 million roster bonus due on March 16th. If they decide to release him, that would save $6 million under the cap. So
we'll know more about this later.
Yeah, we will. He's laughing at the report saying they may release him. Last year, the same thing happened. A report came out. They had eventually worked out a deal, and they kept him. Is it just time for Joe Mixon to go? I mean, they have T. Higgins to pay for. Joe Burrow got an extension. It's just time, right?
I mean, at this point, this is where players have to decide how much do you still want to keep playing in the league on this certain team? Because that number that you really want, you're not the main guy. So if you come up with a reasonable number, yeah, you could come back. But you walk in there saying, I want, some Saquon type money. No, we're good. You can leave. There's a door.
Mixon will be 28 going into next season.
Oh, my goodness.
For a running back?
It's ancient.
Fossilized. Did have 1,000 yards. Does catch the ball out of the backfield.
He's good.
He's a good player.
The thing is, if you're Joe Mixon, don't price yourself out of the Cincinnati market. And they'll work with them, and you can stay. But you're not a high priority for them.
Well, let's talk about the high priority. Let's talk about his current teammate at the moment. We'll see. It's T. Higgins. The report from The Athletic says writing is on the wall and all expectations are for the Bengals to use the tag on Higgins. Now, here's what's interesting here, and I did not know this. Part of Joe Burrow's contract, he has a number of $29.7 million for this year. So basically, they baked it in to where they could tag Higgins and still fit him in under the Burrow extension.
But just for the 1 year.
Yeah.
But my question to you is, do they just decide to trade him? Is he on the roster, on the Bengals roster come September of 2024?
If the Bengals are smart, no, he's not. If the Bengals are smart, wide receivers are not the end-all, be-all. There are only a couple that you got to make sure you keep around. He's not one. And if you think that I'm making this up, Kansas City let go of Tyreek Hill and went back-to-back and won 2 Super Bowls. You don't miss wide receivers. You can replace them. Is it going to be difficult? Yeah, that's what your scouting department is for. So, yes, if the Bengals are smart, you franchise him this year if you want one more go-around because Burrow was hurt and you thought maybe we missed out on something. But this is it. And if somebody offers you a deal for him, you take it.
Yeah, I mean, how many high-profile receivers can you pay top dollar? They already have Jamar Chase. Their quarterback's getting paid. tough decisions. I don't think he's there long term. I think Rico's right. It's 1 year, and if someone blows him away, you trade him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get into this story because everything's starting to leak out about the Patriots QB room. The room was, quote unquote, toxic.
Oh, you don't say.
This is what Albert Breer reports, that Bailey Zappi would sometimes watch tape in the receiver room and not the quarterback room. Quote, Mac Jones was well liked early on, but over time lost support in the building. The quarterback room was in the last 2 years got toxic to the point where Bailey Zappi was watching in the receiver room. Well, are you surprised that this is coming out? They're moving on from Mac Jones. This is what always happens. They start moving on from a guy, and now this stuff starts coming out.
Yeah, you get the real story. What was going on behind the scenes?
But then I'm always leery because if that was the case, why didn't you say something when it was going on? It's like the ex. Like all of a sudden you find out, oh, but she couldn't do this. And she was like, well, you know, yeah, you were telling me how much in love you were with her 6 months ago. Yeah. I'm not buying that.
But that's the Belichick, Fort Knox. Nothing gets out, nothing gets in. They don't share anything. Now that he's gone, I bet you we hear more stuff.
But see, if that's the case, then I don't think that Mayo's going to be long for coach because you can't keep this ship.
Well, they don't want Mac Jones anymore, so it won't matter in the end, right?
So is all Mac's fault? Is that what the story is?
Yeah.
Right, but now you just devalued Mac Jones, so you can't get anything for him. So that's dumb because now, even if I was interested, I would sit there and say, Jim, let's wait. They'll release him. We'll get him then.
Backup QB next year? Somewhere else?
Yeah, he's a backup QB. I mean, he can play the game, and he's a guy that if you needed him to go in there for 3 to 4 games because your quarterback was down, you know what? 4 games. Win us 2. Split it. We're good.
So we were talking about sacred cows. Let's go old school for a quick minute because the Jets are set to have new jerseys in the next season in 2024, and everyone loved their old school, the Jets' old school jerseys, right? Everyone loved the Oilers jerseys. So what old school uniform do you think should become permanent?
NFL or all sports?
NFL.
I really like the Eagles Kelly green. If that was their primary, I think that'd be a good look.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I see that. Not a big fan. I kind of like their newer jersey with the black incorporated in there.
What about Seattle? Throw it back to like the Steve Largent, the brighter blues.
I like that. You know what I do? They're no good, but I like the old the Patriots with the gigantic Patriots snapping.
Is it the red and white?
Yeah, the red and white jerseys. And I also like the Broncos, the orange jerseys that they used to rock back in the day with Craig Morton as a quarterback. Yeah, I like those jerseys. So, yeah, I would go with that.
So let's close it out with this here. It is the 2023 NFL Draft redraft. So with this, there's no trade. I just want to go over a few things that may have happened in the redraft. Number 1, C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
Number 2, Will Levis. What? Texans would take Will Levis in the redraft?
I'm confused with that.
I don't understand that.
You know what? I guess they're saying that they would need a quarterback, and he's still better than Bryce Young.
But Anthony Richardson in the redraft goes 4.
We didn't see him enough.
Saw him a little.
Richardson is still a little bit of a mystery because you thought he was about to do something, and just when he got right there, done for the year.
Number 3, Puka Nacua would go to the Cardinals. I think that makes sense.
Oh,
Offensive Rookie of the Year behind Stroud.
There's a person you're missing.
Okay, who am I missing?
Keep going. Who's 4? Oh, you said
Anthony Richardson.
Who's 5?
Devin Witherspoon would go there still.
Really?
Yep.
It's fine. I didn't think. Okay.
I'm sorry. Did Will Anderson die?
Hold on. Number 6 would be the Lions because there's no trade backs. There's no none of that.
Yeah.
Rashee Rice.
What?
Number 7, the Raiders would take Jalen Carter.
What? Will Anderson.
Number 8, the Falcons would take Kobe Turner.
Okay, David.
Number 9, the Bears would take Will Anderson.
He was a defensive player of the year.
And he would still go number 9 in the redraft.
Do you know how angry I would be, even in the redraft, if the Lions had a chance to take him and passed on him? I'm mad and it didn't happen. Like, how could you let this happen?
We all wanted him last year. It was so obvious the guy was going to be an instant success, and he was.
And just of note, so people know, just so I can mention it, Detroit-based, 13, Brian Branch goes to the Packers.
I can see him moving up.
18, the Lions still take Sam Laporta.
See, I disagree with that. Knowing what we know now, that's this draft, Laporta is higher than 18.
He should go higher than 18.
Agreed. And at number 25, Jahmyr Gibbs goes
Will
to the
Levis
Giants.
went 2.
Yeah.
You could have told me Laporta at 2, and I could have made a better argument.
I agree.
Than Will Levis.
I agree.
You would get fired if you knew then what you know now and you still took him at 2. You're fired.
Jaden
I'm
Reed,
sorry.
by the way, goes number 22 to the Ravens in this redraft.
Yeah, I mean, he was third round.
Yeah.
He was a steal that the Packers found, kind of like Branch here in Detroit. Somebody you got in a later round that's going to be a monster for you for years to come.
And that is in football today.
Guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. You're looking for that career in radio, TV. You're a graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. You want to make the change? Specs at LTU is the place for you. Classes are starting year-round, so you don't have to wait till the fall. You can be in the next class coming up in a few months. So what do you need to do? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. What does that mean? You're going to get great hands-on experience. You're going to learn from day one in the lab what it takes to make it in radio, in TV, in graphic design. Trust me, there are a lot of Specs grad within the Odyssey building as we speak. It could be you next. Go and be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Coming up at 3 o'clock, the core four, the 4 Detroit Lions that I believe must be extended, re-signed in the coming years. David, ticket text. What are people saying?
The World Cup for soccer every 4 years. Don't ever change that. That is Victor in a car. Someone else says, I want to see 12 innings. I am tired of the man on being on second already. Give me 12 innings or more. Okay.
You know what? See, I like the man on second because that's a little bit of a strategy. Now, here's what I would like to see changed. I want the Super Bowl overtime rules to be every game overtime rules in the NFL.
I agree with you.
I mean, why just do it for the playoffs? How about we just do it in the regular season as well?
It's kind of silly to me because we acknowledge, well, you got to do it that way in the playoffs because these games are really important.
Aren't all of them?
The regular season games matter too.
Yeah.
You got to get in the playoffs.
I mean, the fact that you had some players like, I thought if we scored a touchdown, that would be ball game. No, that's not how it works.
And
just make it across the board.
And I know they're trying to shorten the game and not drag it out. You got
And I
somewhere
have a
else to
problem
be? You got somewhere else to be?
Cookies right there. That's why you're going to the morning show right there. Because when you bought the ticket, did you put a pie in the oven?
Rico.
What do you got to rush home for?
We wait all week for one game, 3 to 4 hours. You tailgate, you make plans, you buy tickets, you set aside time on your Sunday. You don't have an extra 15 minutes to make sure we give both teams possession and decide the winner?
How about this? If the game goes to overtime, you're already thinking, oh, my God, I got my money's worth and more. What a great game I'm at. I'm at an overtime game between the Lions and the Packers. Yeah. More football? Yes, please.
Who's bummed? And because if you've got a great game that gets to overtime, the least satisfying result is one team wins the coin toss, they score a touchdown, game's over. Well, what about the other side? Give them the ball. Let's add some drama. Let's settle it.
Because, I mean, it's not like Detroit had that happen to them this year, did it? Yeah, it did happen to you. And here's the thing. When you look back in hindsight, maybe it moves you up to a different seed because you beat Seattle because you had a chance.
Yeah.
Seattle just drove it down, scored, touchdown, ball game. See you guys later. Drive home safely.
And remembering back to it, like the Lions, they should have played to win the game in regulation. It's somewhat their own fault. But you're right. If the rule is the playoff rule, the Lions have a better chance to win that game. They get one more win. They put pressure on your Niners in the final week where they can't rest everybody. I'm not saying it's likely, but is there a scenario where that game is at Ford Field regardless?
And maybe you're sitting there with the number one seed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So, yeah, the overtime rule, make that across the board because, you got screwed by that rule.
David?
Sorry to bring back bad memories, people.
John in Auburn Hill says, hey, guys, something sacred to me in sports is the men's lacrosse tournament.
Oh, of course.
It is the best 16
Where's the
teams.
buzzer?
Let it stay that way. I think he's the only one that watches the men's lacrosse tournament.
What time of year is the men's lacrosse tournament?
It is in the
spring?
Spring, I believe. Yes.
I'll go with that, sure.
I could be totally wrong on guessing
Is
that.
it just all Ivy League schools? I don't know why I'm asking this.
No, I've seen Virginia in it.
Okay. East Coast schools.
Yeah. There are a handful of sports logos that I would consider sacred.
Oh, we had a moment today before the show with that. Rico knows what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, Rico thinks that the wing wheel is not iconic.
Oh, my God. That's not what I said, David.
Don't you start this, David.
It's not what I said, David. First of all, I was just trying to get under Kenny's skin.
You don't have to try very hard, Rico. You do it very quickly.
I know, because when you walk away, no, I'm not doing this today. I am not doing this.
I was going to yell at you. I didn't want to yell at you.
There's a woman who redesigns logos for fun on TikTok, and she redesigned the Red Wing logo. And by all accounts, creative, kind of cool. But it's the winged wheel. You don't mess with the winged wheel. You just don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Rico, you don't.
No, but what did I say? David and I said, okay, because we were talking about the Tigers and the baseball,
the City Connect
jerk,
that are coming out, yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? As a one-off type of thing, it's kind of cool. It's like the Lions logo with that helmet. Okay, I like that. Break it out every now and then because it was, it had a lot of things that were Detroit and that were Red Wings in the logo.
And they put like an octopus tentacle.
Right, with the 8 legs. Like, okay, I kind of like that. And never. Hockey elitists over here. Never. You don't know hockey.
And now you're misrepresenting us. I don't mind trying things once in a while. I don't mind. I do mind trying bad things once in a while. That is bad.
That's not
Objectively bad.
It wasn't bad.
It was
Listen,
bad.
you want to mess with the Nashville Predators logo, knock yourself out.
If they came out with a baseball cap, I would buy that cap. I like that.
They had to change when they did the Big House game at the Big House. I like those jerseys. Those the Winter Classic jerseys. I thought those were really nice. Once in a while, try new things that are good, not bad.
Does it bother you that they may wear red at Buckeye Stadium
Oh, the outdoor game.
next year?
Doesn't bother me. I'm not a.
Right. I didn't really think about it. Like, you can't wear that's red. It's like somebody
They'll
was like,
probably
they should wear amazing, but like, that's not their color.
They'll probably go in their road white jerseys, I would guess, or in a
Because
variation of
Columbus wears
those.
blue, so it's kind of a weird thing. Yeah.
Sounds good to me. I like it. Wear red. I don't care. Can we just get rid of ties in the NFL, for God's sakes? Every other major sports got rid of it, including hockey. Another one.
That's what I said. You
Play
go
to
to
the death.
go to those rules, and you don't really need the clock. Forget about the clock when you go to NFL overtime because it means nothing. But yeah, just each team gets a possession, and then it goes to sudden death after that.
I know this doesn't go over well for a lot of fans, but I think the Super Bowl should be played on Saturday to give all the parties a day off. Now,
You know
that is
what? Hold
something
on.
sacred. Should it change?
You know what? Let's not steal his thunder.
I was going to say, we got Chris who wanted to make the same point. Chris, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I was just thinking Saturday would be a better day. You got 2 weeks in between the last game and the Super Bowl. No one says the Super Bowl has to be on Sunday, and then people would be off on Monday. I think there'd be more money spent.
You know what? Here's what would happen, Chris. You would have more parties. You would be able to stay later. You could have more fun.
Yes.
You could enjoy yourself. You could drink more if that's
Yes.
what you wanted to do. And you still have a day to recover before you got to go back to work. I like it. David hates it.
No, because you're doing it the wrong way. Now, the way I want to do it, people probably don't want, is you just extend the regular season 1 week, and now you get to this weekend, which is President's Day weekend,
And
and
everybody
you
gets Mon-
already have Monday off.
Oh, well, but at this point,
That varies on where you work as far
Yes,
as
David, some of us are
President's
going to
Day
be here on
having a day
Monday
off.
morning,
Oh,
bright and early. So speak
Yeah.
for yourself over there.
Oh, you working Monday?
Yeah, we're starting this new show thing. It's going to be on the air Monday morning.
I'll try and listen to it.
You won't be up. Don't give me this patronizing. You're going to sleep in. Roll out of bed. 248-539-9797. Lions, who are the core players you got to keep no matter what? I've got 4. It's 97-1.
The NBA is at the All-Star break, and the league has begun an official review of Wednesday's incident between Pistons big Isaiah Stewart and Phoenix's Drew Eubanks. Former NBAer Gilbert Arenas has weighed in. Friendly reminder, Arenas once was
Off
charged.
the bus!
This is the same man who was once charged for stowing unlicensed handguns in the Wizards locker room and allegedly once drew a firearm on a teammate in said locker room.
Look, man, Uno is costly, okay? Don't throw that draw four down unless you mean business.
Elsewhere in the NBA, you can see Pistons Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren in tonight's Rising Stars game. That's part of All-Star festivities. Rivalry hoops tomorrow. Michigan hosting Michigan State. Wolverines on a 5-game winning streak over the Spartans at Chrysler. Hear that on WWJ News Radio 950. Coverage starts there at 7:30. And 2 juveniles have been charged in connection with Wednesday's shooting at the Chiefs Super Bowl celebration in Kansas City that killed 1 and injured 22 others, including 9 children. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$97.1. It's just something about Kenny Cott. Telling people to keep their pimp hand strong. Makes your Friday great.
Well, you know, Kenny, you think Black History Month, you think Kenny Cott.
Of course. Taking a bow over there. 97.1. We made it to Friday. Rico, there have been stories about Jared Goff extensions, potentially Amon-Ra St. Brown extensions. And I sat down and I wanted to determine who are the guys who are irreplaceable on this team. The guys that when they come up, you're going to find a way to extend them. You'll do what you have to do with the salary cap. It's make-believe anyway. Now, you can't have a dozen guys because at some point you got to pay the piper. But I came up with a core 4 for the Detroit Lions moving forward. Any other name is debatable and negotiable, but the 4 guys to me that I'm offering up a contract extension the first chance I can are
Penei Sewell.
Yep.
Aiden Hutchinson.
Yep, 2 for 2.
I know this list, so I'll just go ahead and give it to you. Jared Goff.
Yep. Quarterback, it's an important position you can't do without.
And you're going to say Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yes. Those are my core 4. Costa's core 4. Hutchinson, Sewell, St. Brown, Jared Goff. Your franchise tackle in Penei Sewell. I think he is the heart and soul of this team.
No argument.
He's a leader. He's elite. Yep. He's a mauler.
Yep.
He's the dude breaking him down in the huddle.
Yep.
He is a pillar.
Yep. No matter what, you keep him at all costs.
He might be one of one. Aiden Hutchinson, your only pass rusher.
Hold on. David, am I allowed to speak upon this? Because you know I didn't go to the other school.
Oh, come on.
Don't do that. Yeah, you can talk on whatever you want.
No, yeah, he's one.
Well, I know when you talk about Hutchinson, you know, people...
They hear what they want to hear.
They know.
And the funniest thing was I remember when everybody jumped off the bandwagon, like, he's not playing his right position. Move him around, he'll be good. Guess what they did? Moved him around.
Yeah, this guy's a double-digit sack guy.
But to answer your question, absolutely.
Okay.
So you're 2 for 2 so far.
2 for 2. Jared Goff. I think the debate is largely over. As someone who once waged the debate as loudly and obnoxiously as anybody at our radio station, I have laid down the sword. Jared Goff deserves an extension. There's some stability at that position. He went out and proved it in the postseason. Let me just finish with St. Brown, and if you have an issue with both, fine. St. Brown, to me, is everything you want a Detroit Lion to be. He is reliable and dependable. Third downs, red zone, gotta have it. Who did they go to clinch their first playoff win in 30 years? Number 14, Amon-Ra St. Brown. He will block. He will chip. He'll go to the jugs machine in his free time. He's as hard a working player, as gritty, as scrappy a player, and as productive a player as the Lions could hope for in that position. No, he's not 6'5". No, he doesn't run a 4.3 40, but he produces just about as well as anybody not named Chase and Jefferson among NFL receivers. I think he is a critical piece, and this offseason, going into his final year, I think they should get something done with him too. Now, you guys tell me, is 4 too many? Is 4 not enough? Do I have the wrong 4? Who are the players that when we have these conversations on the station, that you go, oh, guys, it's not a question of how much we're going to get it done? 248-539-9797.
I like your 4. 2.
You don't love the 4, though.
I don't love your 4. 2, no-brainers. Your first 2, no-brainer. Tackle, rush in. Got to have those in the modern-day NFL.
Critical positions.
Cookies, I'm going to allow you to sell me on Goff.
But not St. Brown.
Now, Goff, I get where you're going. Though Vegas doesn't think that highly of him, he works for you. He works for this team. This team's embraced him. This offense is about him. And you do get Ben Johnson for another year, because that was my biggest concern.
Right.
You know, what if Ben Johnson leaves? You don't have to worry about it. It looks like Ben Johnson may be here for a while.
Could be.
The 4th one, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no on St. Brown. It's not because he wasn't everything that you said. It's not. I don't value the wide receiver position that high. I don't. And if you disagree, 248-539-9797. In order to take him down, you got to replace him with somebody. I'm going to replace him with somebody that I do think you got kind of a 1-of-1. Sam Laporta. Sam Laporta has to be that 4th pillar. Think about this. St. Brown, there's always going to be another young wide receiver coming up. But when it comes to the tight end position, we could name the 3 or 4 difference makers in the league. You have one difference maker. If we were talking Justin Jefferson, yes, you keep him on here. St. Brown is good. St. Brown can do all. He can block. He can make the catches. He's all about,
yards after the catch, too.
The work ethic on that man is phenomenal. But Sam Laporta is a unicorn. That tight end position that can not only block and catch and do so many things. You have your Travis Kelce. You have your George Kittle. You got your Mark Andrews. You have them here. And he's young. You keep him no matter what. Because when you look at these other teams, don't care what. Put it this way. On a Super Bowl run, Travis Kelce is in Brazil on the off week seeing his girlfriend. And you know what the Chiefs said? Nothing. Because they know how valuable he is. I take St. Brown out. I put Laporta in. Now, Goff, I was ready to replace Goff with somebody. I think if you went 5, I would have added Branch. Because I think Branch is that other difference maker that you got, that hard-hitting safety who could also come up and play some nickel corner if you need him. He's that modern-day defensive back. He is somebody that no matter what, you franchise, you work it out, you talk to him, you go buy him a drink, but you do not let him leave the 3-1-3.
Lions had a great rookie class.
It is.
Laporta, Branch, Gibbs. Now, the nice thing with Gibbs, you get the 5th-year option. You can tag him for a 6-year if you need to.
Yeah, but once again, as we talked before, running backs got a shelf life.
Right. That's why I didn't put him in there. Nothing against the player he is.
But that's why I said St. Brown, as much as I love him, if you're good, you can go find another wide receiver in the draft, and you could be able to replace him. It's why the Chiefs let Tyreek Hill go. And he was Tyreek Hill. Okay? And seriously, if you were on the playground and you had to choose between those two, most people are going to take Tyreek Hill if you're being honest. Chiefs said, no, you can go. And they won back-to-back Super Bowls without him. You know who they couldn't win one without? Travis Kelce.
In an ideal world, you keep everybody. You stagger all the deals. You rework the cap. It goes up. Your GM's a wizard. Everybody stays. The harsh reality in the NFL is you're right. The Chiefs did have to make a tough call, and Tyreek Hill wasn't part of their last 2 Super Bowls. Who are your core 4 for the Lions? 248-539-9797. George in Metamora, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Costa, how you doing, bud?
Hey, what's up?
Not much. First of all, Rico, I think you took most of what I wanted to say. I couldn't agree more. So you look at the last 4 teams, the Final 4 this year, all of them had an elite tight end. You had Kittle, Andrews, Laporta, and Kelce. I think that's more important. And I almost want to say, and I would love to hear some debate on this, is wide receiver going the way of running back to where you just don't pay that position? And I would take it one step further than Rico said. I think that includes Jefferson and Jamar Chase. We've seen Devontae Adams, who was like the best a couple of years ago, get traded. A.J. Brown, Tyreek Hill. $25 million to Amon-Ra. I love him. He's a dog. But that's a defensive end in free agency. That's shoring up your defense. I think it's a waste. I don't want to say a waste of money, maybe a misuse of resources. I don't know if you're being a good steward if you are paying that much for that position. So Rico, all I got to say is touchdown black guy. You hit it. That's exactly.
No, thanks, George. I mean, when you look at what St. Brown brings to the team, it is one of those, he's good, but I mean, we kind of talked about his contract situation. If he front loads that thing, you can bring him back, because in a few years, the Lions are going to find out what it's like to be a high caliber playoff team that goes all the time, where every year you got to sit with the whiteboard and figure out who can we keep, who do we cut. For years past, it was just who wants to come to Detroit, you take them, you bring them in. But now the Lions are going to be in the we can't keep everybody. In the we can't keep everybody, I like your first 3. The Goff thing, the quarterback, I'm going to accept the quarterback cookies because a quarterback is hard to find. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of teams still trying. David's team, you're trying to find a quarterback. They have all the other pieces in place. You draft a rookie, but now you got to develop the rookie, and now you got to hope that it fits. And what if it doesn't? Then you're Chicago, and you took Fields, and it's not working out. And now we're at the top of the draft again. What are we going to do? So I like that. You take the known. But Laporta, I got to take St. Brown out. I got to replace St. Brown with Laporta.
Okay, I mean, some of this is Laporta's not going to be up for another 3 years. St. Brown's got a year left on his deal, but you do have to start allocating who the dudes are. To me, St. Brown is...
You said the core, though.
Yeah,
the 4 people that you have to build around?
I think St. Brown is part of that core. I do.
I don't.
I think for all the intangibles and the tangibles, and we can go yard for yard with just about anybody in the NFL. He's as dependable and reliable a receiver as there is.
Receivers they're easier to get to.
There's not a lot of guys like St. Brown. There's not. I mean,
okay. What makes him this special?
Well, again, you're going to say he's not 6'5" and he doesn't run a 4.3 40. I'm going to tell you, he produces anyway. He gets open in man coverage and zone coverage. He catches the ball in the underneath routes on the gotta-have-it third downs. He runs for yards after the catch. He's a good red zone option. And then all the other stuff culturally. We talk about grit and the mentality and leadership and building around. The pillar can't just be a good player. He has to be a person that you build around.
Every team has their St. Brown. That guy that they're thinking that like, oh my God, you got this guy and he's good and he's good. And it's like, no, I look at Brandon Ayuk. Everything that you said, that's Ayuk. And guess what? Not paying him. I wouldn't pay him. If I'm John Lynch, sorry.
Yeah, but you got a Debo and an Ayuk and a Kittle and.
I wouldn't have paid Debo. Like, there's certain positions where you don't break the bank. That's one where I can go out and find somebody. We talk about in the blitz. All of a sudden, the Packers go out and look at their receivers. They went out and found guys. Didn't need top picks for that. I get what you're saying. I do. I'm taking Laporta over St. Brown.
All right. 97-1.
It's about that time of year, time when you come into a little extra cash, which leaves a big question. What are you going to spend it on? You want to splurge on your favorite brunch spot? You want to hang out with Jim Costa in the mornings? A vacation on a white sandy beach? A cruise? Hey, a remote cabin getaway in the great outdoors? Well, this season, if you switch to Xfinity Internet and Mobile, you can save and still have enough left over for all of your big plans. The next generation 10G Xfinity network now through March 4th. Get a 75 megabit internet on the Xfinity 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months, no annual contract. Go to xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today for more details. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary.
Oh, we may have buried the lead. Lions, core four that you're building around. Thought it was pretty easy. Sewell, Hutch, St. Brown, and Goff. But Rico says St. Brown isn't in the core four.
No.
You put Laporta in.
Put Laporta in. Laporta St. Brown is good. I think Laporta is special. Laporta is the tight end that teams around the NFL are trying to find, and there's only 3 or 4 of them now. You have one. You can, and he's young.
Amon-Ra St. Brown was an All-Pro. He is in that top 3 or 4 at his position too.
Slot receiver.
But he's a number 1 receiver.
Yeah, I was going to say, we get into this like, does he line up in the slot? Does that make him less valuable? I know he's the guy they count on for all the big plays.
He does.
And I know when they didn't have Laporta, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Laporta, when they didn't have Laporta the year before, the offense was still really good. And they set, at the time, a franchise record for receiving touchdowns by tight ends, and it was guys named Shane Zylstra and Brock Wright.
Right. You want to know why?
James
No.
Mitchell.
You want to know why? Because nobody was covering them. How many touchdowns did they get? They were wide open because nobody paid attention.
You're right.
Now, you look at Laporta, who is being covered, and he's still going out there getting it done.
But why weren't they being covered last year?
Because of St. Brown.
No.
That's an oversimplification, but having a number 1 receiver helps.
You have a number 1 tight end. You have a tight end. Like most people have a tight end. You need this guy. You have him. He's young. You cannot let him go.
Rico, I just couldn't fathom where they wouldn't get a deal done with St. Brown in the next year.
Your pillars, I like your other 3. Laporta is special. Laporta is something that most NFL teams do not have. Teams have number 1 receivers. And you could argue, well, this number 1 receiver is better than that number receiver. When you get to the tight end argument, there's only a few people at the table. And then you could say, well, if you're not Kelsey, if you're not Kittle, guess what? Laporta is there. We thought he's everything that Lions fans thought TJ Hawkinson was going to be. You actually got it out of Laporta. You have something that 90% of NFL teams do not have.
I just think you're lower on St. Brown than definitely than I am. But
it's not lower on St. Brown. I see the value in Laporta, in that tight end that you can now keep. It's one of those, do you think the Chiefs will ever part ways with Kelsey? No, because you can't replace somebody like that. When you know where the ball is going and he still is going to get it, yeah, that's your guy. You cultivate that. You do not let that go.
Devin, you're on 97.1.
Man, I got on here quick. What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Rico, I'm heartbroken because I agree with you like 99.9% of the time.
But
you got to pay Amon-Ra, man. You got to pay Amon-Ra. He is a top 5 wideout. Like, how do you not pay a top 5 wideout? The Lions have a top 5 wideout. Like, you have to pay him.
He's a top 5. I don't know if he's a top 5 wideout.
He's all pro.
I'll give him a top 10 wideout. But, Devin, it's not about paying him.
Rico.
No. Devin, it's not about paying him.
Get him, Devin.
It's not about paying him. What I'm saying is when you look at what Sam Laporta is, to me, he's like – If Amon-Ra is gold, Laporta is platinum. He's a little more valuable.
You're not wrong in what you're saying. You're not wrong in saying like Laporta is a definite piece to the team, but Amon-Ra is too. How do you not pay him?
Because he's no. I didn't say you don't pay him. He said who are the 4 people you build around?
The core 4.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I'm sorry. How do you not keep him in your core?
Because Hutchinson, I need an edge rusher. Sewell, you need that tackle. Goff is your quarterback. If I have to choose between the wide receiver and the special tight end, there aren't that many special tight ends. When you can make an argument and be like, well, you can sit, Devin, we can sit at the barbershop and argue all day over over wide receivers. It ain't that much of an argument over who's the top tight ends in the NFL.
Right.
So that's why you have
honestly,
one.
I feel like you're right because I personally feel like Laporta was the number 1 tight end this season. However, with that being said, I just keep saying Amon-Ra, he's top 5, man. You can't. There's not many special receivers out there either. Like you said, there's a lot of young upcoming guys. There's always going to be the next guy. But Amon-Ra is just something special, man.
And Devin,
He's just something special.
He is. But here's my argument for that, too. Tyreek Hill was special. And the Chiefs said, we're going to let you go.
Okay, but
and they kept winning, David. And they didn't have any. They had
why are they
Kadarius
winning?
freaking Tony.
Why are they winning?
They had Travis Kelce.
Because they have Patrick Mahomes. That's why you can do that.
And an elite defense this year.
Right. And you know what they did?
Mahomes can throw to anybody.
Devin, they didn't pay Tyreek Hill and spent the money on the defense and said, Mahomes, if you're that good, make these bums around you better.
No, they knew he was that good. That's why you can let
that's
Hill
what
go.
I'm saying. Make him better.
See, but here's the thing. You also said something in the conversation with Devin that I disagree with you on. You don't have to put Hutchinson in there because you need a defensive end and an edge rusher. I know you need that on your team.
But they're also good.
But he doesn't necessarily have to be a pillar. And he's not on my pillar list for the Lions. It's St. Brown, Penei Sewell, and Sam Laporta. I get Hutchinson. I get the conversation. But to me, he's not there yet, so I can't make him a pillar.
Aiden Hutchinson, who finished top 3 in the NFL in pressures this season, who was a double-digit sack guy.
He can earn himself there, but right now, to me, he's not.
So I look at this as a roadmap for the Lions. They're going to have big decisions to make. They're chasing a Super Bowl. These are tough decisions. This offseason, you'll get a Goff deal done. You'll get a St. Brown deal done. In the next offseason, we start entertaining fifth-year options with Sewell and then Hutchinson shortly thereafter. Laporta is 2-3 years down the road here. I'll worry about it when I worry about it. I got to keep my core 4 together. Cap will go up. We'll restructure some guys. Laporta's not as big a priority as the other 4 are to me.
See, but I think we're having 2 different arguments. I'm not talking about signing right now. I'm talking about who are you building this team around? Who are untouchables? You sign them. You franchise them. You do whatever. You have a roadblock at the airport because you're not leaving town, son. You're here.
I wouldn't let St. Brown leave town. I wouldn't. Okay, 248-539-9797. I would not let him leave town. There are rumors, no real insider that's reporting it, but some of those aggregators on social media that say St. Brown, $25 million a year, get a deal done, put him in the top 5 among NFL receivers. I wouldn't bat an eye at it. I think that's the kind of player that the Lions found, that Brad Holmes found in the 4th round. He found a guy who's an all-pro, who moves the sticks, who makes the offense go. You run the ball, you play pass off it, but when you need a clutch throw down the field, Amon-Ra St. Brown clears everybody on this team and clears most receivers in the NFL. I would not let him to the airport unless he's flying on vacation this time of year, but he's not leaving Detroit playing for somebody else.
But see, here's the other thing. When you look at all the teams that made the championship round, the tight end, safety blanket. That was a guy that they could go to on that play where you got to pick up some yards. On the 4th and 4 in the Super Bowl, who got the ball? Wasn't Debo. It was Kittle. You need that guy. I think Goff, if you're going to keep Goff, you're going to need that safety blanket, and that safety blanket to me is Laporta. I like St. Brown, but Laporta to me, he's one of 3 tight ends, maybe 4, and then there's everybody else in the league. I can name off 10 wide receivers, and you could argue over where their rankings are.
I mean, I'll give you the numbers. St. Brown, 3rd in the NFL in receiving yards behind only Tyreek Hill and CeeDee Lamb. He missed 1 game. He was 3rd in the NFL in first downs behind only Tyreek Hill and CeeDee Lamb. And again, he missed 1 game. So did Tyreek Hill. My point is, he is at the very top, maybe not the tippy top, but the very top among NFL receivers. He's not, maybe he's 8 or 9 or borderline top 10. The season he just put out there.
Right, but I mean, he had a great season, but I'm just saying with receivers, okay, fine. You see St. Brown, and then you look at Puka Nacua, like, okay, he went out there. He got it done. Like, there's receivers there. There's Jamar Chase of the world. Like, you mean to tell me if you had a chance for Jamar Chase, you wouldn't take him? But when it comes to the tight end spot, man, there's only 3 or 4, and that's it. You have one, you can't ever let him go.
It's the conversation. Who your core 4 that the Lions are building around? It's 97-1.
David, before we get back to the phones, ticket text, core 4 for the Lions. And apparently the debate is about who's number 4 in that core 4. What do people say?
Someone says Sewell, Hutchinson, Laporta, St. Brown.
Oh, so they kick Goff out.
They kick Goff out. Someone's asking, what about Gibbs? What do you do with him?
I think this is one of those things where second contracts are rare for running backs.
Yeah.
Because he was a first-round pick, you get the 5th-year option. You could tag him on a 6-year if it comes to it. Game changer, game breaker, but because he's a running back and this is a 5-year down the line thing, he's not a priority.
Yeah, most running backs, the shelf life is less than 3 seasons.
Ding, ding, ding.
I disagree with Rico. I'd kidnap St. Brown before I let him leave. He's a top 5 receiver, no matter what metric you use, Steve from Detroit. Then another one on the other side. I agree with Rico about Laporta, but St. Brown is due before him. All the things about St. Brown leads to the reason he is a pillar. Eric and Wyandotte says, would Laporta be as good without the fearless presence of St. Brown? There is no ego there. That's rare among wide receivers.
It's a good point. The mentality of St. Brown is...
I think Laporta would. Laporta looks like he's the type that you could put him on any team, and he would have gotten the job done. There's a lot of teams. Didn't the Raiders take the who took
Michael Mayer?
Yeah.
Yeah, out of Notre Dame.
You don't think they're regretting that right now?
Not to help Rico out. Laporta played at Iowa and looked really good. So I mean, I'm not doing an anti-Laporta campaign on a Friday.
You hate Sam Laporta. Wow. He's your new Jared Goff.
Another one from Anthony. He says, Aiden Hutchinson, Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Then I save Sam Laporta. I think Gronk, Kelsey, Kittle all prove how important that position is. Lastly, if I had a 5th, it would be Goff. So he's putting Goff on the outside there. Got to add in McNeil. But what this texter didn't tell me is who they're taking out of the 4.
He's adding an extra support beam to the house. It's a 5-pillar house now.
And see, the other one, I like Branch. If I had a 5th one, it's Brian Branch.
See, this is the exciting thing. They're so good that you do want to add like a 5th pillar and a 6th pillar and a 7th. Like throw Aleem in there and
But
sure,
I like
Brian
the fact
Branch.
I like the fact that you limit it because now you have to really think
tough choices.
Because here's what the Lions are going to have to do down the line: the tough choices.
Yep.
We're going to let some of these guys go. Some of these guys are going to stay no matter what. To me, you got your quarterback. Goff is here because he works. He works for this offense. He works for this team. This team believes in him. Is he an elite quarterback? No, he is not. When he signs that deal for $200 million, I'm telling people already right now, he won't get faster. He won't get more accurate. He won't be able to throw the ball down the field further. That's not going to happen, but he works for this offense. Laporta is a tight end that pretty much 28 teams wish they had, and they don't.
Let's get back to the phones. We got Jake. Jake, what's going on? Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday, guys. How's it going today?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to say we got to the man Amon-Ra there. Comparison, I was thinking about as closest is as Antonio Brown before all the head injuries he's got. Kind of a guy that can do everything. He's all over the field. He can play outside, inside. I know Rico keeps trying to bring up the Tyreek trade. It's really hard to fight against that because of how talented Tyreek is and what he's doing in Miami. But one thing I want to bring up is what KC's offenses look like without Tyreek. You know, all for them this year, and Mahomes didn't have the greatest stats to end the year. And I think he really fell off because he didn't have that number 1 receiver. And I think you're kind of undervaluing the position there, Rico.
No, Jake, I'm not undervaluing it, but Mahomes fell off all the way to the back-to-back Super Bowl title. So I'm not crying for him, but he found out his wide receivers did drop passes. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the guy, my bread and butter, it's Travis Kelce. And Trav, you know how we do things. It's going to be me and you, and we're going to go up and down the field. Everybody and their mother knew that in that overdrive, only 2 people were going to touch the ball. It was either going to be in Mahomes' hand or it was going to be in Kelce. Pacheco, he was just out there because you knew only one of these 2 is where this ball is going. And they won that way. And the world knew, and you couldn't stop it.
Charles, you're on 97.1.
Yes, Rico, I got a question for you. A little bit ago, you brought up if the Chiefs would walk away from Travis Kelce. You said no because you can't find a replacement. But isn't that what the Lions did when they got rid of Hawkinson? They found a better replacement.
They did. It's hard to do, is what I'm saying. When you get that, Hawkinson was never that guy. We
hoped he would have been.
We thought he was going to be what Laporta was, but he wasn't. A lot of tight ends can take it to a certain level, and that's it. And then you have 4, in my opinion, that are difference makers, and that's Laporta. He's a difference maker. Hawkinson, I'm sure he's doing well for Minnesota. They were hurt when he blew out his knee and he was gone. But Laporta, it's like when Gronk was there, you knew where the ball was going and you couldn't stop him. You know the ball's going to Kelsey. You know the ball's going to Kittle. You can now know that the ball's going to go to Laporta. You won't be able to stop him.
I want to go back to something 2 calls ago. Guy compared Amon-Ra St. Brown to Antonio Brown pre-CTE onset, whatever's going on with AB.
Throwing bags of penises.
You said it, not me. By the way, can we get that? David, as a Steeler fan, I see St. Brown as more Hines Ward.
Exactly. That's exactly what he is. I know early in Brown's career, he did play a little slot, but he's an outside receiver. And Hines Ward, that gritty run routing, that's what St. Brown is. But he's so great at it. He's a pro. He's an all-pro at it.
He's already better than Hines Ward.
He is, David, but I think if Hines Ward played in this NFL, I don't know how long Pittsburgh holds on to him.
Well, if Hines Ward was an all-pro like what St. Brown was doing, they would hold on to him. They would.
I mean, because Pittsburgh. Now, David, your team is the epitome of we don't really invest in our players. We're just going to recruit and we're going to draft your replacement. Very rarely does the Steelers hold on to somebody. They just go out and be like, "Yeah, man, you were all pro this year. My goodness. Hey, you know what? Godspeed to you, but you're going to be leaving."
Well, because usually we're not in the position where we are currently, where we don't have a quarterback. Offensively, when you have that quarterback, they fit pieces around it.
Mm-hmm.
You can do what you need to do, which is what Kansas City has done. Detroit, maybe they need the pieces.
Okay.
Jason, Roseville, 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Hey,
Love
Jason.
the show, man.
Thanks.
I appreciate you.
I think I would have to say the argument is that Goff and Amon-Ra go hand in hand. They make each other better. That's what makes that offense work, because they fit well together. Amon-Ra is clutch wherever you go. But we have a couple-year window in Laporta. So, of course, he's one of the
he's on the back burner.
tight ends in the it's a development. By the time we get there, how do we know that this team hasn't superseded all expectations like they did this year, and we end up having a better salary cap, we end up having more money to play with? Then Sam Laporta, I think, is absolutely essential to this offense, because what we have, and that's what I love about the city of Detroit, man, we're blue-collar workers. This is a team that just works together because we help each other. We accent each other. And I think this whole offense, it just fits well. Now, the guys that are leaving, I think Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have proved beyond any doubt that they have the ability to go find what they need, and they see that diamond in the rough.
I think
that was going bad. Yes, to kind of wrap his thought where his head seemed to be at, Brad Holmes going to have to backfill, and if there's a GM you trust to backfill, if you can't keep everybody, that's part of the equation here. All right, we got more football next, 97.1. Oh, boy. All right, here we go. Friday. We got football today.
So let's do this here. Let's kind of look ahead. We have not had free agency yet. We haven't had the draft. Not a lot of players have been released off their rosters yet. But let's do this. I have 5 NFL teams poised to take a major leap, 5 that are going to fall. Let's talk about them all. Let's start with the leap. We have the Houston Texans and the Colts. I'll start with them together because they're in the same division. Take a leap. Texans, Colts.
Are they going to take a leap?
Mm-hmm.
Texans, yeah. Texans will. I think the Texans have something. I think they have the coach that you need. They lucked into a quarterback that I think that he may hit a little bit of a sophomore slump because he's going to play a more difficult schedule. But I like the core that they have. Plus, if the rumors are true and they go after somebody like Saquon, that could be the difference maker, especially in that division.
I mean, Texans won a playoff game this year. You would think second year for Stroud, second year for DeMeco Ryans, the cap space to play with. They should take a step forward. The Colts, it's a little tough, right? Richardson didn't get that first year under his belt. He's still a wild card of a quarterback. And while I think the upside's there, he's going to make mistakes. And I think those mistakes help hold you back. Yeah, I don't know that they're ready to take a leap. I mean, they were a surprise this year. If anything, they're a team that may take a step backwards.
Next 2 teams on the list. It's only 5, so we'll do 2 at a time. Green Bay Packers, the LA Rams.
You're the Packer guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Packers leap forward. I think that the Packers have a young core. They have their quarterback. They looked a lot different when they had all their pieces in place, when they had Aaron Jones and they had the wide receivers, and you saw the defense out there. They were getting it done. They're still learning on the job, but I like what I see with Green Bay. I think they do take a leap forward. The Rams, that's your guy. I'm going to leave that to you. He's special.
They surprised me already this last year. I looked at their defense before the season. Rico, I watch a lot of college football. You watch a lot of college. Who were these guys? Yeah. And yet they ended up playing respectable on defense. And their offense, that offensive line held together well enough for Stafford to throw to not just Cooper Kupp, but also Puka Nacua. The big question will be keeping Stafford healthy. But if he's healthy, they're going to be in the playoff mix again.
Last team on the leap list would be the Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, I think they have to.
Right, come on.
Because they were one of the favorites to win the AFC. They were one of the teams that we thought was going to actually challenge the Chiefs.
Yep.
And then when their quarterback went down, you just kind of, your season's over. You have all the pieces in place. They just couldn't find a quarterback to lead them.
What is it? The quarterbacks who have beaten Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs? Tom Brady, he's not playing, and Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Is there any team that I'm missing here that you may think could take a leap?
That could take a leap.
I'll give you one. Atlanta Falcons. I feel like they were held back by not bad quarterback play, atrocious quarterback play. And how about a coach who actually wants to give their star players the football in a division that's winnable?
I was about to say Arthur Smith held them back.
Yep.
Okay. That wasn't even bad quarterback play because you know what a good coach does?
Hey, son, give them the ball.
No. Yeah. I'm going to find your strengths and we're going to make this work. Okay. Because he was just like, no, trust me. This is going to guy, we're out here getting killed. We drafted Bijan for a reason as a decoy. Yeah. So, you know what?
Good job, Brainiac.
I could see them taking a leap. I thought maybe I was looking at Seattle, bringing in some fresh blood, new coaching staff. I think they have the core pieces. Now they're going to try to run this back with Geno Smith, maybe the Seahawks.
Okay, let's move to the teams that can have a major fall. Start with the first 2, the Cleveland Browns, New Orleans Saints.
I see both. I think the Browns one's a little more interesting because people are going, wait, hold on, great defense. How are they going to take a step back. Do we know if Deshaun Watson's a good quarterback anymore?
Well, that's just it. I mean, we should know something about the first 4 games because the rush should be gone. I know he got injured, but if you come out there and you're 3-1, 4-0, then yeah, you know what? You don't. The thing is, with the Browns defense, you don't have to be elite. Don't get me wrong. If you're Jared Goff-like and you're a system quarterback with that defense, you will go far. You don't need to be Mahomes. You don't need to be the playmaker. You don't need to do all of that. You know, funny fact about that, this year, you know who was more of a game manager?
Who?
Well, it was Mahomes. Look up his numbers. It shocks people when you
does.
actually look at it.
Next 2 teams on the list that can have a fall: the Denver Broncos and the Minnesota Vikings. The Denver Broncos and the Minnesota Vikings.
I'm sorry, I saw something I probably shouldn't have. I'm going to go with the Denver Broncos because I don't know what Sean Payton is trying to do there. If rumors hold true and they're actually going to draft a quarterback, you're telling your fans that, yeah, you're probably not going to get a C.J. Stroud that late where they're picking. They're going to take a step back. The Minnesota team, it depends on if they keep Cousins or not. Because I think with Cousins playing with the talent that they have, I think they could have been in the mix. They would have been playing where the Packers were. Because remember, Minnesota was winning. They had a good record. They knocked off San Francisco at home. They did a lot of stuff. And then when they lost the players, they didn't have enough to finish the season out. I see them staying there, but the Broncos, Sean Payton better know what he's doing because I think his runway ends at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have the quarterback question mark. I think if Minnesota keeps Cousins, they're more competitive. But let's not forget, they're not a great running team. The middle of that offensive line has been deteriorating for years. And while I'll give them credit for their defense, a lot of it was playing above the talent level. Flores putting them in positions where they could be aggressive and blitz, and it's a very feast or famine way to play. Does that run back and work 2 years in a row? I'd see them taking a step back, both of them taking a step back.
And finally, now this is the list of those that take a major fall. Finally, the team, they went 6-11, the New York Giants.
Yeah.
It could get even worse.
I think it does.
Boy.
I think that they would take a major fall. You don't know what your offensive line situation is like, and the one asset that you had on offense you're trying to get rid of is Saquon. So let's just say you were able to make a trade for him. You're trying to bottom out this year. So, yeah, I could easily see the Giants with the first or second pick of the draft next year. But you know what? There was one team, David, that I think could make a rise, and I think it's a team, bear with me, because this team would go out there despite all the turmoil that this team had, and they would battle teams to the end, and they would find ways to lose, except when they played Philly, and Philly found out, man, this team's pretty good. Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals.
They were frisky.
Right. They're not the most talented team, but they would battle you to the very end. So if Kyler Murray could just do anything, they may be a team that can rise up from the dirt.
And that is your NFL Rise and Fall football today.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. The Tigers' first full squad workout of spring training is Monday. One of the biggest storylines leading up to opening day is who takes over at third base. Uncertainty at that position in context with Detroit's paltry $93 million payroll, which ranks 21st in MLB, about $50 million below the league average, has frustrated fans, especially with Matt Chapman available. But the Tigers are committed to making it work with their own guys, as AJ Hinch detailed on our morning show earlier today. Opening day, 41 days away. Following last night's 4-1 loss in Vancouver, the Red Wings resumed their Western Canada/Pacific Northwest road trip Saturday at Calgary. Detroit holds a narrow 2-point lead over New Jersey for the final wildcard spot in the Eastern Conference. And 2 ESPN NFL writers are picking the Lions to make the Super Bowl, one of whom picking them to win it. Dan Graziano has the Bengals over the Lions in Super Bowl 59. Mike Clay has your Gridiron Heroes bringing home their first Lombardi trophy at C.J. Stroud's and the Texans' expense. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Rico, I'm getting a little emotional. This is the last Who Said It that I'll be able to participate in.
Yeah, from here on out, we'll be slandering you.
Yeah, I'm going to be on the receiving end of this.
Well, we always know yours anyway. What is it, Kenny? Smarmy?
Parmesan cheese.
Yeah, there we go.
Ostaccioli.
Oh.
Roberto, let's do it.
All right, here we go, gentlemen. Brand new audio heard this week on this very station, and it is sad. This is Jim Costa's last game, but I'm looking forward to pulling audio of him every week starting Monday. Yeah. Here we go. When did the boards in hockey become the wall? I mean, when I hear the wall, it makes me cringe.
When did the boards in hockey become?
I feel very good about this, and I did not hear it. I don't have to Evan jank myself. What I would tell you is that's Stoney. And I think this could be an all Stoney episode. Yep. I don't know if Roberto's going to do it, but that sounds like Stoney.
First thing I thought was Stoney. That's a very Stoney.
When did they start doing this?
Right, exactly.
What is the deal with these walls?
Yeah, I'm probably falling for it. We all know what today is and was for Stoney, so I'm falling for it. I'm going Stoney.
All right, let's go clean sweep.
All right, everybody's in?
Yeah.
All right, who said it?
When did the boards in hockey become the wall? I mean, when I hear the wall, it makes me that cringe.
Go ahead and press that space button one more time. Try to play this audio.
Sticky keyboard back there?
Forget about it. All right, next one. Here we go. I will drive on 0 miles to empty, freaking out that, okay, let's see if I can get there without knowing there is a little extra gas in the tank.
Roberto, is that you? Because we do this in the parking lot every so often.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, the other day I told you that I was risking it.
I'm down to 25 miles.
Yep.
You like playing a little game, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever run out of gas?
No. Fortunately.
Never lost. That's what he said.
Let me see. Gator missed 2 days.
He was sick, though.
But see, that sounds like a Gator thing. Like, he turns little things into a game.
Okay. Part of me thinks of Stoney, who drove around Indianapolis for hours and hours on end going nowhere. Wouldn't he run out of gas? Anybody else with a guess?
I guess it's not you.
No, that's a good point. Ran
Not
out of
Rieger.
battery.
Right, it's not you or Rieger.
Or Doug.
Is this the one where he tries to trick us and gives us Heather with this?
Oh.
I'm going to guess Heather.
Heather lived life on the edge. She was in all
'Cause
week. She'll be back now.
I can't see Gov like ever doing that.
No.
No, it's Gov. It's a half a tank. It's empty. Got to fill this thing up. We live in Tecumseh.
Yeah, really. Whenever you drive is
Yeah, I believe it's Heather, but I'm just to be different. I'm gonna go Kang.
I was about to say, you know what? I'm gonna go Kang as well.
Just to be different and add another name into this.
Kenny, did you weigh in?
Yeah, I said Heather.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
All right, everybody's in. Who said it?
I'll drive on 0 miles
I
till empty.
played that game before.
Freaking out that, okay, let's see if I can get there, knowing there is a little extra gas in that tank.
That was Heather.
I want partial credit. Stoney's in the clip and he admitted to doing the same thing. I want partial credit.
You get none.
Roberto, give me a ruling. Do I get anything?
No.
No. Exactly.
All right.
All right, here we go. Number 3. I do the card and flowers, and it's over and done with, and it's the thought that counts.
Boy, sounds like a loving husband.
I'm going to implement the Evan Jenkins rule.
Well, we can rule a. Well, it could have been Kenny on his drive in, but we know middays.
I'm a P1 of this station. I listen at all hours to every show.
Except when you're working middays.
Let's see. One more time, Roberto.
I do the card and the flowers, and it's over and done with, and it's the thought that counts.
Lowest effort.
Yeah, who's the least romantic host on the station?
Probably, I'm thinking one of the two with the most kids.
It's John
or Doug.
I can't see Doug doing this. He's respectful.
Respects
I
everyone.
can't see him saying it on the air that he's basically ignoring his wife.
Oh.
Not ignoring his wife. He's saying, this is as good as you get
He's
from
just
me.
checking the box.
Right.
Card, flowers, done.
Right. You married me. You know what you're getting.
I want to believe John's not like this. I'm going Stoney.
I'll harpoon my future partner. It's John.
I'll go Doug. I'll be different.
All
Kenny,
right.
Mr. Jank.
He's not participating. So what do we got?
He could say it now. We've all.
Oh, okay.
All right, go
I'm
ahead.
fairly certain it was Doug. Maybe during crosstalk.
No.
Is Kenny right? Who said it?
I do the card and the flowers. It's over and done with. It's the thought that counts.
Doug said something almost identical to this.
Okay.
Stoney.
Yeah, it just sounds like Doug. Like, you know, I did what I'm supposed to do. Nothing more. Cards, flower.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Cards, flower, check. We're done, right?
Jim, you said check the boxes. I actually believe he used that phrase on the air. I check the boxes. I don't do any more than that.
Keys to a successful marriage. Check the boxes. Do nothing more. Just simply meet the bare minimum.
XOXOXO. All right, here's a bit of a long one, so stay with me. I could screw this up at any point. Exactly. Actually, yes, this is twice the length. There we go.
Only time you'll ever say that.
Yes, a good drop. Thank you. Here we go. I'm sitting there saying you are going to defer because although it's different rules for overtime than it has been before, you still want to see what the other team is going to do before you get on the field with your offense.
God, that's so wordy. I hope it's not me. That's
gonna
way
say,
too
is that
wordy.
you?
That's too wordy.
It's got to be the host of Middays then. Gang.
One more time, Roberto.
I'm sitting there saying you are going to defer because although it's different rules for overtime than it has been before, you still want to see what the other team is going to do before you get on the field with your offense.
I don't know. Shot in the dark. Today's his day. Stoney? That's my guess. As good a guess as I can come up with. None of you feel strongly.
No,
about
this one's good, Roberto. Is it Jansen with football strategy? I'm gonna go Jansen.
Can I hear it one more time, please?
Oh, you're just.
Jeez, do we have enough time? Is there enough time in the show?
Can you use it in a sentence?
I'm sitting there saying you are going to defer because although it's different rules for overtime than it has been before, you still want to see what the other team's going to do before you get on the field with your offense.
I'm changing to Jansen.
Roberto, one more time. No.
I'm running out of breath.
I'm sitting there saying, guys thinks he's smart, so I'm going with Gov.
Jeez.
All right, who said it?
Who said it?
I'm sitting there saying, well, you're going to defer because although it's different rules for overtime.
You know what?
than
You
it has
get
been
it, Cookies,
before.
but it was a weak answer. You were just like, Stoney?
Well, I didn't get the other one. I'll take what I can get.
Rico, it's about whose fight song's playing at the end, man.
That's
It doesn't
right,
matter how
baby.
he got there.
Say it with your chest. Say it.
We're singing the Costacholi fight song.
Oh.
Plant your flag.
See, Kenny? It does matter. Points don't matter. Who sings the fight song?
Take your spread. Shove it.
Oh. All right, I got one more for you. Here we go.
Could you repeat it
That's
again?
Heather. Here we go. I'm blinded a little bit by Hard Knocks. I'll admit it because I watched it very close.
Who's talking about Hard Knocks in February?
Duggar Gator.
What, the
They got us
Miami
into
Hard
that.
Knocks?
Well, no, they got into Hard Knocks more than any other show.
Very
Remember they did
true.
the recaps the very next day?
Right, but I know the Dolphins had the Dolphins had the mid-year?
But it's still February. Who's talking about Hard Knocks?
Maybe it's Paul Serra. He's a big Dolphins fan.
Ooh, Paulie.
Gotta be
One more
Doug
time.
then.
I'm blinded a little bit by Hard Knocks. I'll admit it because I watched it very close.
You know what? Because we normally have one. It's like peanut butter and jelly. You can't have Stoney without Wojo. Go Wojo here.
It is his special day. I'm saying it with my chest. Stoney.
I'll go Gator.
Gotta believe it's one of the guys from the midday, so I'm going Doug.
All right, everybody's in. Who said it?
I'm blinded a little bit by Hard Knocks. I admit, 'cause I watched it.
Fight song.
But listen to this. Listen to this, though. Why does he trail off so hard? Listen very closely. Listen to this answer.
I'm blinded a little bit by Hard Knocks. I admit, because I watched it very closely.
I mean, it's classic Stoney. That's Stoney,
I
though.
could barely make that out.
That's right. I mean, you got to keep the mic in front of you.
Yeah, you should have said it that way, and we all would have guessed Stoney.
Started trailing.
All right, let me try it. I'm blinded a little by Hard Knocks because, oh man, I was watching very cool.
That's Stoney. That's Stoney. I know it.
By Hard Knocks. I admit, because I watched it very closely.
All right.
And that is who said it. 97.1.
All right, guys, big fitness energy sale going on at Planet Fitness right now. Today is the last day. You can walk in there $1 down, $10 a month. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. You could go in there. A lot of Planet Fitness are open 24 hours a day. So whatever time of day works for you, you can go into one of the squeaky clean gyms that they have. And a lot of the different gyms have brand new equipment, whether it's cardio equipment, strength training equipment. Planet Fitness, it's the place for you. And if you say you don't have time, you can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost. You get all of this, $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. That's right. Planet Fitness is still just $10 a month. Head into your local Planet Fitness today because the big fitness energy sale, it ends today. Head into your local Planet Fitness to get started or get more information at planetfitness.com.
97.1. We'll talk earlier about passing of a baton. No, not Stoney and me. Miguel to Javi Baez reports Javi Baez in good shape and good spirits. No word if it's the best shape of his life, David.
So this is what we're doing now.
No.
This replaces the Miggy best shape of your life.
Miggy can't be in the best shape of his life because, well, he's not playing for the Tigers anymore. But Javi is in, quote, good shape and good spirits. The focus this offseason was strengthening his lower back and his core. No word about actually, swinging at pitches over the plate.
I think I would rather have the Mickey best shape of his life, even though he's not playing anymore.
We need to get an update. Is he maintaining a level of conditioning? Is he still in the best shape of his life?
Mickey, I don't know. We'll
Probably
see.
not.
I don't know.
What are people saying on the ticket text?
Oh, my gosh. People are saying on the ticket text, I'm surprised you didn't do an all Stoney edition of
He was in.
Who Said It.
Was he in all of them, though?
He was in pretty much all of them.
All but one, maybe.
Guest Heather, but she was still on the back end
Well,
of that.
here's the thing, because it would have been boring. I told Roberto, put a lot of Stoney in there today because it was his last day.
Yeah.
So now I can jank. Yes.
You didn't want to say it.
Yeah.
I thought he'll be here March 1st, but okay.
He'll be in with
No,
you.
no, he will. But I'm like, what is his day? So I told him, because he was like, I'm going to put them all. Like, no, don't do all of him because we'd figure it out relatively soon.
Mm-hmm.
But, throw in about 2 or 3 of his.
Yeah, someone is actually texting in on what you'll be doing next, Costa. They're saying, I can't wait to hear the new morning show on Monday.
You know what?
While I'm off.
Can I, real quick, David, let me hijack the segment for us.
Yeah, please, go for it.
So how do you feel about this? Are you excited? Like,
Yeah.
nobody's ever, because here's the thing. We've been kind of giving Stoney his parade, but this is big for you. So you've been very humble. You've been very quiet about it, but where's Jim Costa right now? What are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some awkwardness in the sense that, the moment is Stoney's moment. He's earned that moment. He's done this, as he said today, 31 years. I'm 31 years old. He's done this my entire life. So I think I've wanted the story to be about him, but I'm super excited. I mean, I grew up here. I've always wanted to do a show, not just here in Detroit, but on this station. So I'm pumped to get going on Monday. We've been throwing ideas around, and I think the key is I'm not Stoney. I'm not going to try to be Stoney. We're going to do our own thing, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Do you stay up late and just sleep when you get home? How do you do that balance?
Yeah, I mean, we can do a little impromptu Q&A. Yeah, I'm someone who wants to watch the games. I'm not a box score guy. I mean,
What's your cutoff point of a game?
Okay, if the Pistons are playing a West Coast game that starts at 11, that might be one I gotta watch the highlights of the box score. But if it's a game that starts at 7, 8 o'clock, I'm going to watch it till 10, 11 o'clock. I'll pay for it the next day. I'm a napper. Okay. I think that's the only way to do. I mean,
now I've done the shift.
Life gets in the way. I get it, but that's my preference. Is you take a nap, couple hours the next day, and get all caught up. And I don't have kids. I don't have to worry about David. You'd have to worry about getting people to school and back and practice. And I'm just going to get my sleep and get right back on the horse.
I was about to say that's the key. When you got to do the early morning shift, about an hour and a half power nap.
Yeah.
Take care of all your business, shut it down. You're refreshed. But now I was just curious, how excited are you? Because this is, it's big for you, and nobody's really talking about it.
It's morning drive. It's the city I grew up in. It's this powerhouse station.
Anything new? Is there a new element, a new part of the show that you're going to bring?
Don't tease it. Just say it's coming.
We have
coming
stuff
up at 6:05 on Monday.
No, we've got a couple things that I want to get produced up that will be new features and different things. Because again, I can't go in and do the show that they were doing.
Right. It was cause when I came with Mike, I'm like, because he was saying you got anything? I was like, well, Mike, I've always done this prop bet thing. Yep. So he was like, then we're going to bring that here. So we brought the prop bet casino with me. I've been following me for the last couple of stations I've been at. But it's just one of those things that, rather than the numbers, how about we bet on the things that you do in the game, the interest level stuff. So,
yeah, there's at least a few things that we've already bantied about that we'll put in at some point. We're not going to force everything right out of the gate. But yeah, I think that's the fun, is letting the show breathe a little bit with some specific things that showcase John's personality, Heather's personality, my personality.
John's personality. You know what? I'm going to stop, because apparently he bred his own bodyguard.
Oh, it's earlier today?
We had, Stoney's little going away. Well, he's not really going away.
No.
We had his Stoney's
Party. Celebration.
Stoney's party. So John comes in here with his son, and I was like, John, I know you had one. Like, you had another one before him? He's like, no, that's him. That's a 2-year-old?
There's no way that kid's 2 years old.
Oh.
David, kid looks 7. I swear he had whiskers.
No, so that was the
2 years old.
How was 2 year? Like, that's not the what? Yeah, he's gonna probably be like 6'6", 6'7". Oh my God. Yeah. This kid, yeah. You could probably in about 2 years, he could line up on an offensive line at Michigan and hold his own. I'm just saying, man. I was like, wow.
Who's the kid drinking a mimosa?
Put a little more Bloody Mary in here. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, no kidding. We still will have the 2 Grand Slam. So a couple days a week, chance to win a couple $1,000. That'll be still right away.
Let me go ahead and practice. Now here's Heather with the news. Go ahead.
Now here's Heather with the news. No, it actually timed up well because she's back from maternity leave. She was here this whole week for Stoney's last week, and she'll be in on Monday with the whole crew with the new show. So.
Right. She brought her normal-looking 2-year-old.
Appropriately sized.
So John was like, is this kid 7? No, he's 2. Like,
no kidding.
God. Okay.
Normal size 2-year-old. And was he like, Rico, nice to meet you?
Right. Like, your voice already changed, huh? Wow. Great kid, though. I joke, great kid.
Yeah.
Great kid, John. We love him, but
you were trying to get him to commit to MSU on the spot.
I was.
John had to hit him with a let it play out.
I said, hey, John, is it possible? Because I'm serious. I'm going to pass this kid's information on to Coach Smith. And he was like, I was shocked. And John was like, you know what? If it happens, I'll be wearing MSU stuff. I was like, no.
So what you're saying is his kid will be on the field. My kid will be calling the game.
Pretty much.
I'll take that.
We get the middle son there with Jansen's kid. They probably are being in the same class, even though your kid's like
9 years older. Right?
They'll be in the same recruiting class.
It's ridiculous.
Why? He's the Pistons 2030 draft pick that they got for the second round.
Right. He could.
Someone says, so Costa is basically just going to let mornings play out. Let it play out. Gio and A2. No, a lot of people are texting in right now saying they can't wait to hear the new morning show. They just can't wait to hear it. Exciting.
Yeah, I'm pumped. I mean, when I got to the station,
you're going to make me listen to it on our only day off, aren't you?
Yeah, of course. You got it. No, but that's the thing. I mean, I came here and you got to wait because we have so many good hosts. You got to wait for something to open up, and Stoney scaling back. Timing worked out well. So I'm pumped to get in there on Monday morning. We got football questions. We got football headlines. We'll get to that coming up next. It's 97.1.
So let's do this here. Let's kind of look ahead. We have not had free agency yet. We haven't had the draft. Not a lot of players have been released off their rosters yet. But let's do this. I have 5 NFL teams poised to take a major leap, 5 that are going to fall. Let's talk about them all. Let's start with the leap. We have the Houston Texans and the Colts. I'll start with them together because they're in the same division. Take a leap. Texans, Colts.
Are they going to take a leap?
Mm-hmm.
Texans, yeah. Texans will. I think the Texans have something. I think they have the coach that you need. They lucked into a quarterback that I think that he may hit a little bit of a sophomore slump because he's going to play a more difficult schedule. But I like the core that they have. Plus, if the rumors are true and they go after somebody like Saquon, that could be the difference maker, especially in that division.
I mean, Texans won a playoff game this year. You would think second year for Stroud, second year for DeMeco Ryans, the cap space to play with. They should take a step forward. The Colts, it's a little tough, right? Richardson didn't get that first year under his belt. He's still a wild card of a quarterback. And while I think the upside's there, he's going to make mistakes. And I think those mistakes help hold you back. Yeah, I don't know that they're ready to take a leap. I mean, they were a surprise this year. If anything, they're a team that may take a step backwards.
Next 2 teams on the list. It's only 5, so we'll do 2 at a time. Green Bay Packers, the LA Rams.
You're the Packer guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Packers leap forward. I think that the Packers have a young core. They have their quarterback. They looked a lot different when they had all their pieces in place, when they had Aaron Jones and they had the wide receivers, and you saw the defense out there. They were getting it done. They're still learning on the job, but I like what I see with Green Bay. I think they do take a leap forward. The Rams, that's your guy. I'm going to leave that to you. He's special.
They surprised me already this last year. I looked at their defense before the season. Rico, I watch a lot of college football. You watch a lot of college. Who were these guys? Yeah. And yet they ended up playing respectable on defense. And their offense, that offensive line held together well enough for Stafford to throw to not just Cooper Kupp, but also Puka Nacua. The big question will be keeping Stafford healthy. But if he's healthy, they're going to be in the playoff mix again.
Last team on the leap list would be the Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, I think they have to.
Right, come on.
Because they were one of the favorites to win the AFC. They were one of the teams that we thought was going to actually challenge the Chiefs.
Yep.
And then when their quarterback went down, you just kind of your season's over. You have all the pieces in place. They just couldn't find a quarterback to lead them.
What is it? The quarterbacks who have beaten Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs? Tom Brady, he's not playing, and Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Is there any team that I'm missing here that you may think could take a leap?
That could take a leap.
I'll give you one. Atlanta Falcons. I feel like they were held back by not bad quarterback play, atrocious quarterback play. And how about a coach who actually wants to give their star players the football in a division that's winnable?
I was about to say Arthur Smith held them back.
Yep.
Okay. That wasn't even bad quarterback play because you know what a good coach does?
Hey, son, give them the ball.
No. Yeah. I'm going to find your strengths and we're going to make this work. Okay. Because he was just like, no, trust me. This is going to guy, we're out here getting killed. We drafted Bijan for a reason as a decoy. Yeah. So, you know what?
Good job, Brainiac.
I could see them taking a leap. I thought maybe I was looking at Seattle, bringing in some fresh blood, new coaching staff. I think they have the core pieces. Now they're going to try to run this back with Geno Smith, maybe the Seahawks.
Okay, let's move to the teams that can have a major fall. Start with the first 2, the Cleveland Browns, New Orleans Saints.
I see both. I think the Browns one's a little more interesting because people are going, wait, hold on, great defense. How are they going to take a step back? Do we know if Deshaun Watson's a good quarterback anymore?
Well, that's just it. I mean, we should know something about the first 4 games because the rush should be gone. I know he got injured, but if you come out there and you're 3-1, 4-0, then yeah, you know what? You don't. The thing is, with the Browns defense, you don't have to be elite. Don't get me wrong. if you're Jared Goff-like and you're a system quarterback with that defense, you will go far. You don't need to be Mahomes. You don't need to be the playmaker. You don't need to do all of that. You know, funny fact about that, this year, you know who was more of a game manager?
Who?
Well, it was Mahomes. Look up his numbers. It shocks people when you actually look at it.
Next two teams on the list that can have a fall, the Denver Broncos and the Minnesota Vikings. The Denver Broncos and the Minnesota Vikings.
I'm sorry, I saw something I probably shouldn't have. I'm going to go with the Denver Broncos because I don't know what Sean Payton is trying to do there. If rumors hold true and they're actually going to draft a quarterback, you're telling your fans that, yeah, you're probably not going to get a C.J. Stroud that late where they're picking. They're going to take a step back. The Minnesota team, it depends on if they keep Cousins or not. Because I think with Cousins playing with the talent that they have, I think they could have been in the mix. They would have been playing where the Packers were. Because remember, Minnesota was winning. They had a good record. They knocked off San Francisco at home. They did a lot of stuff. And then when they lost the players, they didn't have enough to finish the season out. I see them staying there, but the Broncos, Sean Payton better know what he's doing because I think his runway ends at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have the quarterback question mark. I think if Minnesota keeps Cousins, they're more competitive. But let's not forget, they're not a great running team. The middle of that offensive line has been deteriorating for years. And while I'll give them credit for their defense, a lot of it was playing above the talent level. Flores putting them in positions where they could be aggressive and blitz, and it's a very feast or famine way to play. Does that run back and work 2 years in a row? I'd see them taking a step back, both of them taking a step back.
And finally, now this is the list of those that take a major fall. Finally, the team, they went 6-11, the New York Giants.
Yeah.
It could get even worse.
I think it does.
Boy.
I think that they would take a major fall. You don't know what your offensive line situation is like, and the one asset that you had on offense you're trying to get rid of is Saquon. So let's just say you were able to make a trade for him. You're trying to bottom out this year. So, yeah, I could easily see the Giants with the first or second pick of the draft next year. But you know what? There was one team, David, that I think could make a rise, and I think it's a team, bear with me, because this team would go out there despite all the turmoil that this team had, and they would battle teams to the end, and they would find ways to lose, except when they played Philly, and Philly found out, man, this team's pretty good. Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals.
They were frisky.
Right. They're not the most talented team, but they would battle you to the very end. So if Kyler Murray could just do anything, they may be a team that can rise up from the dirt.
And that is your NFL rise and fall football today. So let's do this here. Let's kind of look ahead. We have not had free agency yet. We haven't had the draft. Not a lot of players have been released off their rosters yet. But let's do this. I have 5 NFL teams poised to take a major leap, 5 that are going to fall. Let's talk about them all. Let's start with the leap. We have the Houston Texans and the Colts. I'll start with them together because they're in the same division. Take a leap. Texans, Colts.
Are they going to take a leap?
Mm-hmm.
Texans, yeah. Texans will. I think the Texans have something. I think they have the coach that you need. They lucked into a quarterback that I think that he may hit a little bit of a sophomore slump because he's going to play a more difficult schedule. But I like the core that they have. Plus, if the rumors are true and they go after somebody like Saquon, that could be the difference maker, especially in that division.
I mean, Texans won a playoff game this year. You would think second year for Stroud, second year for DeMeco Ryans, the cap space to play with. They should take a step forward. The Colts, it's a little tough, right? Richardson didn't get that first year under his belt. He's still a wild card of a quarterback. And while I think the upside's there, he's going to make mistakes. And I think those mistakes help hold you back. Yeah, I don't know that they're ready to take a leap. I mean, they were a surprise this year. If anything, they're a team that may take a step backwards.
Next 2 teams on the list, only 5, so we'll do 2 at a time. Green Bay Packers, the LA Rams.
You're the Packer guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Packers leap forward. I think that the Packers have a young core. They have their quarterback. They looked a lot different when they had all their pieces in place, when they had Aaron Jones and they had the wide receivers, and you saw the defense out there. They were getting it done. They're still learning on the job, but I like what I see with Green Bay. I think they do take a leap forward. The Rams, that's your guy. I'm going to leave that to you. He's special.
They surprised me already this last year. I looked at their defense before the season. Rico, I watch a lot of college football. You watch a lot of college. Who were these guys? Yeah. And yet they ended up playing respectable on defense. And their offense, that offensive line held together well enough for Stafford to throw to not just Cooper Kupp, but also Puka Nacua. The big question will be keeping Stafford healthy. But if he's healthy, they're going to be in the playoff mix again.
Last team on the leap list would be the Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, I think they have to.
Right, come on.
Because they were one of the favorites to win the AFC. They were one of the teams that we thought was going to actually challenge the Chiefs.
Yep.
And then when their quarterback went down, you just kind of your season's over. You have all the pieces in place. They just couldn't find a quarterback to lead them.
What is it? The quarterbacks who have beaten Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs? Tom Brady, he's not playing, and Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Is there any team that I'm missing here that you may think could take a leap?
That could take a leap.
I'll give you one. Atlanta Falcons. I feel like they were held back by not bad quarterback play, atrocious quarterback play. And how about a coach who actually wants to give their star players the football in a division that's winnable?
Guess we got a little bit of breaking news happening right now.
Yeah, what do we got?
Tiger Woods. He withdrew from his own golf tournament. So, yeah. He was on the 7th hole, and then he hopped on a golf cart and got carried off. So
never a great sign when you're on the golf cart.
No.
Is Evan going to be all right? I know Evan's obsessed with Tiger Woods.
You notice Evan's not around.
Yeah, I don't see him anymore, so I think he may be in the corner crying.
Right, somebody needs to go check on Evan in the bathroom.
Just to give you an idea of how, I was going to say obsessed, but I was going to clean it up. Whatever. Obsessed Evan is. He was carving out time for the announcement of Tiger's new apparel line earlier in the week. I get it if you're excited to see the guy golf. Evan wanted to see him announce a new apparel deal. That's the level of fandom.
Yeah.
It was an exciting time, though. Very exciting.
Unfortunately, I think we may be seeing the end of the road for Tiger. Now, it's getting to the point, David, when athletes hold on too long and you start, it's almost like it's cringy. Like, okay, you know what? I don't like seeing you this way. Can you just let me remember you how great you once were and not this person?
How many times have we said that about Tiger, though? It feels like every time something happens with him, we're like, all right, I guess he might be done.
But it looks like his body is just breaking down.
I agree. I don't like seeing that.
It's that one Masters that he had that was so magical, all-time great.
It was so beautiful.
And because he did it, everyone's like, hey, maybe one more?
No, and see, that was the perfect time to tap out and say, you know what? Next time I'm here, it's going to be for Charlie. I'll be his caddy. I'll be helping my son out. David, we've reached a point where we're looking at Shaq as a Celtic or Jerry Rice as a Seahawk.
I can't let go, and I'm not going to let go.
There's certain players that just
you
can't just keep going forever. You're Allen Iverson as a Piston. Okay.
No, listen, I'm going with what the PGA Tour just tweeted out. It is not his back. I'm going to go with, they say it's due to illness. He's back. He'll be back. Okay?
Illness.
It's not his back.
Okay,
it says illness. Hey, I believe in it. I believe in it.
I know football season's over. Do we have the flags in the studio? Come on.
The real Tiger would have just told his sickness, no, go.
Illness. He's sick of how bad his back is right now.
Seriously, I'm believing in what they say.
To me, it's leaning that way where, this person was this great person, and then they're like, oh, okay, you're just going to keep holding on and playing for different teams. Whoever will pay you.
David, press release Hall over there. Don't believe everything they tell you.
I have to. I have to believe that he's still going to play for the Masters. So it's not bad.
Did he get sick mid-round?
Yeah, in fact, yes. I saw him on the third tee.
Was he like vomiting?
No, I didn't see that at all.
Kenny, who's the NHL icon that just should have let it go?
It's Fedorov with the Ducks. Or Fedorov with the Blue Jackets, actually.
How long did Yager play?
He's still playing in Russia right now.
Incredible.
I know, it's ridiculous.
You're just like, I want to remember you as being great. Not like this. Because now it's almost to the point where you could take bets on when is he going to withdraw? When is he not going to make it? Not if he's going to win, when is he going to leave?
Yeah, it is sad to see.
You know what else would have helped cushion some of this? A next great golfer.
Very
and we've
true.
had so many. We're like, Spieth might. Oh, never mind.
McIlroy.
Rory before that. Rory, yeah.
No. It's funny you say that because if you think about it, the best thing that happened to the NFL was Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
You don't miss Tom Brady. Brady's gone. Because remember last year, it was like, will Brady come back? Will he come back? You know what, Brady, we're good. Go enjoy your life. We got Mahomes. He's actually going to be better than you, and we can move on.
He's already on the Brady cycle of people just being tired of him winning all the time. Yep. That's how far into that we are.
And he's only like 6-7 years into his career.
But it wasn't that where you had to wait a few years for that next guy. You literally got him the next year. He's here. Brady left, and then he won 2 in a row.
People would be obsessed about Tiger regardless, but it would have been a little easier to deal with if we had, say, another 1 or 2 great golfers that you could just kind of, all right, pay attention to what's going on over here and let Tiger quietly fade into retirement.
Yeah, but
the problem is he's not going to be quiet about it because everyone
when Tiger
was interested.
When he was that dominant, it was like Jordan. There's no competitors. Like none of you are going to beat me.
It was Patrick Ewing, nothing. Karl Malone, Gary Payton, nothing.
Like
because Jordan's here.
Dating myself, but like when Magic and Bird, they canceled each other out. If one didn't play, the other would have had 9 titles. But they split these titles between the two of them. Jordan had nobody. The person he was supposed to have was Len Bias, who OD'd, and he wasn't there. So it was just him. So yeah, Charles Barkley, nope. Karl Malone, nope. Ewing, nope. Reggie Miller, sorry. So yeah, Tiger, we may be looking at the end here.
Feels like it. David, any ticket text before we reset at 5?
Yeah, someone's saying Mike Modano with our Red Wings, sadly, but he's at our hometown boy, but it was sad to see him on the Red Wings.
Yeah, but I think he was a Livonia Franklin guy, so does that really count? I mean,
someone's saying I was watching the tournament. Tiger sneezed, back out. That's it. They're joking, but his back is that bad where he may sneeze and it's
gone.
You're
right. You were like, he's crying. I'm like, he's not crying. He's in a golf cart and they hit a pothole and he was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was just bumpy road. Right. I can't do this.
Like, brother, are you gonna hit every rock?
Oh man. Someone says maybe the PGA wants him and begging him to play for Liv.
Because of Liv, like to get the
get that money.
Okay.
Aren't they merging though? I don't know. Someone says Joe Namath as a Ram was sad to see. Rico, how was it?
You know, I actually do remember that. So.
Oh wow. I was joking.
No, I mean I was young in the NFL game, but yeah, it's sad when you see certain players like Emmitt Smith as a Arizona Cardinal. Like I always applaud the people who just say, I'm gonna go out gracefully and I'm gonna leave on my own. That's like Calvin. Calvin could have kept playing. Calvin said, I played enough. You're gonna always remember me as a Lion. You're gonna always remember me great. You're not gonna remember the years where you drafted him on your fantasy team, but it was only because he was always your favorite player, but really he stinks.
Yeah, nowadays you see that type of player, you're like, wow, he's still in the league, huh?
Yeah, occasionally. 12. Right, occasionally you get that one like, he's still playing? Huh.
Another one here, JT and KZoo says Gordie Howe with the Detroit Vipers was the ultimate hang.
Yeah, he was trying to get
a
record for scoring a goal in consecutive decades.
Yep.
He's got the gray hair when you see the photos.
Because at that point, do you just say, you know what, just shoot. Just Just shoot.
Just have it. Just
You
go
know what?
ahead.
You're gonna have an empty. We're gonna do the face off, empty net. Just shoot. No, bring it back. Try it again. Just go.
And then one person is texting in, and I agree with them, saying Tiger Woods is what Kobe Bryant looked like at the end of his career. And he's exactly right.
It is where, he was like, Kobe, I realize what you're trying to do. Like, his final night. Yeah, okay.
That was an amazing night, but it was fake.
Right. They were pretty much, there was no defense being played. Oh, Kobe, let him shoot.
So it would be like if Tiger, they let him bump up on some tees closer.
Mm-hmm. Or,
on the amateur tees instead
Yeah,
of.
exactly.
We're going to look away if you just happen to kick that one in with your foot. It's Kobe. It was, that night was like, it was so contrived. Like, okay. But it was his final night. Like, guys, seriously. That wasn't basketball that I was watching. No. It was like when Michael Strahan got the sack record and Brett Favre just fell down.
Slid down, yeah.
He fell. I was like, are we really counting this as a sack? He got the record because Brett Favre basically said, buddy, I want to be the guy. And he helped him up. Come on. If you're going to get the record, you do the record like Caitlin Clark did. With gusto. I'm pulling up from the logo. I'm not shooting a layup.
First 8 points.
No and one. The record breaker was a logo shot. Like, it was amazing. Yeah, she came out the gate. We're just going to end this thing right here, right now. 8 points. Bang, bang, bang. That's it. I got it. And then score 49 points to finish the game off?
That's how it's done. All right, coming up next, I'm on Ross St. Brown, a label that one of us wants to give to him. It's 97.1.
Michigan State thrashed Michigan 2 weeks ago, chasing the Wolverines out of Breslin Center by 19 points. But U of M was without leading scorer Doug McDaniel, whose unusual suspension keeps him from playing only on the road.
Rhodes Scholar.
Tomorrow, Michigan will have McDaniel, who's averaging nearly 17 points per game, and they'll have the friendly confines of Chrysler Arena, where the Wolverines have beaten the Spartans 5 straight times. Tom Izzo acknowledged it will be a lot different from 2 weeks ago, and that State can't get complacent. In college football, Sharon Moore has reportedly filled out his staff at U of M, hiring Louisiana Lafayette defensive coordinator Lamar Morgan as DB's coach.
Are we sure he's coming this time?
This time, I
you
think
told
it's
me
for
the
sure.
last time he had it filled out.
Why'd you lie to us?
Why did Stephen
Is this what they do over on
Adegoke
the
back
J
out?
side?
Yeah,
These are make up stories.
Fake
A lot
news.
of people.
Yeah, we're fake news.
Oh, see, you said it.
The hiring means Michigan will have an entirely new defensive coaching staff in 2024, which is probably a factor in this next headline. U of M defensive back Keon Sabb entered the transfer portal today. Sabb figured to compete for a starting role next season. He played in 18 games, started 4 times in 2 seasons at U of M. The NBA is formally investigating the incident between Pistons big Isaiah Stewart and the Suns' Drew Eubanks from earlier this week. And speaking of the Pistons, you can see Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren in tonight's NBA Rising Stars game, part of the All-Star Weekend festivities. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You brought up Len Bias.
Wait, there's a second verse to this?
I was gonna say, I thought that was it. This is one of it.
That it? Yes, I did bring up Len Bias.
You brought it up. It's also it was Stoney's final morning show earlier today. For people who missed it, Odyssey app, go back, listen. He gave a thank you to a lot of people, including the listeners. Really cool that Stoney got to have that moment. He deserves that moment.
And you know what? He also said something that I want you guys to do, because I had to deal with this. Give Costa a try. We like Jim. We give Cookies a hard time, but he is one of the favorites of this show. I feel like you're a family member and you're going off to do your own thing. You're going off to do your own spinoff show that you were so good on here and doing stuff, and on the weekends and at night. You have fantastic shows solo, but now you get to sit in one of the big chairs. I'm really happy for you. I'm really proud. And I want people, he's not Stoney, but he never promised to be Stoney. He's Jim. Listen to him, argue with him, fight with him, agree with him, but listen to him. Give him some time, because you're going to enjoy it. And I don't even think you're going to need much time, because I think he is going to be a spark that the morning show is going to appreciate.
Yeah, you're Florida Evans. For those that don't know the reference, she started on Mall, got a spinoff to Good Times. That's what you are. You're Florida Evans.
Or George Jefferson.
Or George Jefferson.
Yeah.
You guys have been a really fun show to be part of. You know, my schedule as a radio nomad has been challenging. I mean, to not have the same schedule, to not build a show where one day flows into the next and we can have those moments. So I'm excited to have those moments in the morning, work with those guys.
And see, I know you. Here's the one thing that I like when Mike is gone. I know that the same amount of work is going to get put in pre-show. That either I'm texting with you at night or talking to you the next morning. You're not just going to come in here unprepared. Cookies is going to have something for you guys every day.
And I'll say this. I know you guys, and this is what I like about this show. You guys have accepted me for who I am, the Smarmazon cheese, the costacholi. I can be insufferable at times, but I want you guys to know that I like laughing along with those jokes. You guys have helped make me a bigger part of this radio station with the way you guys have ingratiated me to this audience, the 2 to 6. And I can't wait to build that relationship with people on their way into work every morning.
No,
it's not.
So I'm proud of you. You're going to have fun.
Thank you.
You're going to do a great job. All right, that's enough of that. Now,
well, you guys aren't going to say nice things about me for the next hour?
No, that's it, bro.
I was enjoying that. That was nice.
That's it.
All right, Monday the show starts.
Now I'm reading your comments and your tweets.
Yeah, let's do this because you were having some fun with this. I posted my pillars of the Detroit Lions moving forward because you're going to see a lot of discussion about who to pay and who not to pay and who's worth paying, how much is too much. I labeled 4 pillars for the Detroit Lions. One of them was a source of some tension, but the obvious choice is Penei Sewell. I thought another obvious choice was Aiden Hutchinson. I think the quarterback is by definition a pillar. And then I included Amon-Ra St. Brown, who I will argue is a pillar of this team. 3rd in the NFL in receiving yards last season, 3rd in the NFL in first downs. So we're talking critical, reliable receiver. The mentality, the identity, heart and soul, call it cliche. I think it matters given the identity of this football team. He is going to be set to get that extension this offseason, and I would pay Amon-Ra St. Brown. My label for him is pillar, cornerstone. Right. One of the 4 biggest guys I want to build this Lions franchise around is Amon-Ra St. Brown. So I sent that out last night.
You did.
And Rico, you were reading through some of these comments.
Right, I didn't realize you sent it out last night because we were just talking. I'm like, no, let's scrap our 3 o'clock. Let's go with this for the 3 o'clock topic. And I do want to know, Detroit, who are your 4 pillars? Not who do you have to pay, but who are the 4 people that you build this team around, and no matter what, you can't have them leave. You do everything around these 4 people. 248-539-9797. You heard Cookie say Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson, St. Brown, and Jared Goff. Mm-hmm. It's a good list. I'm not bashing it. My thing was I take St. Brown off and I put Laporta in because you have a game-changing tight end. You cannot let this person ever leave. You have, and he's young. So you get to experience that whole Gronk, how Gronk just grew with the Patriots, and he was the best tight end for a long time. Kelsey and Kittle, they're getting up there in age, so they're not going to be there in a minute. It will just be Laporta and maybe a couple other people.
Okay, can I just tell you why Laporta wasn't listed? And it's not anything against him. He's got 3 more years left on his rookie deal, so he's not top of mind to me. It's not anything against Sam Laporta.
Right. But when you said just the people to the cornerstones, build around.
You think he's one of the 4.
Okay, we just poured the concrete in on him, but you know what? We need that corner.
Okay.
We need that person right there. He's not going anywhere.
And this is what's so interesting. You could say, well, Laporta's a guy that needs to get paid down the line. Aleem McNeil's a guy that needs to get paid down the line. Brian Branch, what he did as a rookie, he maybe. You can only have 4. Right. That doesn't mean you can't keep everybody, but you have to have guys that you are willing to overpay and build around.
Now, the funny thing is.
And maybe you can't, maybe the other guys, there's a debate and you can't keep them.
Funny thing is looking at some of the comments on your tweet, there's only one person that's unanimously chosen that you have to protect at all costs.
Yeah.
You know who that is, right?
It's a big guy.
Yeah. It's your right tackle. Everybody else is like, no, because I was just searching and I found it. You have Hendon Hooker here. Goff shouldn't be on the list.
Welcome to the internet. Was there a guy that advocated for Khalif Raymond in the comments?
I'm looking at it now. Possible hot take there, but I think Khalif Raymond belongs here.
Hey, Jim, I appreciate your work. You do a good job. These 4 are great and all. Khalif Raymond. Might I interest you in him in a cornerstone spot?
Kirk Cousins equal Jared Goff.
Oh, yeah, the Goff stuff.
J-Mo will be on this list at some point.
Be nice. He's getting there.
Yeah.
The problem is I don't think you could have 2 receivers in your cornerstones, and I just think St. Brown embodies everything this team wants. That doesn't mean I'm kicking J-Mo to the curb. I have to say that because people get very defensive and protective over him. I think everybody was encouraged with the way J-Mo finished the season.
They were.
Not just the big play against your Niners, but he was used more like a receiver and not a gadget guy. Going back to the Denver game, that was the light bulb moment for me where I go, oh, he's got a route tree. They're using him as a real NFL receiver.
Here's the unfortunate thing. Lost in the 49er game was J-Mo's game.
Yeah.
Had they won that game, we would all been talking about that. But it got lost in the, should you have kicked a field goal? Should have gone for it on fourth down? You blew a 17-point lead. J-Mo had the game that Detroit has been waiting for 2 years. And on the biggest stage, J-Mo had that game that we were all like, man, could he do that? And it got whitewashed. We forgot all about it. But right here, the wide receiver position, it's a valuable position, but I just think that there's new wide receivers constantly coming in from college that you can replace this guy with this guy. He may not be the same, but he could be something very comparable too. But if you get yourself a Gronk-type tight end, that's your guy for the next 10 years. You do not let him go, no matter what. That's why, nothing against St. Brown, but I take him out of there. I put Sam Laporta in because his rookie year, he wasn't supposed to do this well this fast. Yeah. I thought maybe especially
at that position.
I thought he would kind of be like J-Mo at the end of next year where it's like, okay, he's doing something. Man, he took over the league and you started to think, okay, he's going to fall off. It won't keep happening. No, it just kept going and going. So much so that I think it affected the line against the Rams game because you didn't know how effective a rookie tight end was going to be.
He surprised everybody, especially in this city where we've been jaded about the tight end. Oh, you took Pettigrew and Ebron and Hawkinson, and you were happy to get rid of all of them.
Not this one.
And then there was, let's not do revisionist history, there was apprehension when they took Sam Laporta. They're like, I know it's not a first-round pick, but it's an early second for another tight end.
Right, couldn't you take something, a tight end?
They got great production out of nobodies the year before. What, Sam Laporta? But once you took a little bit of a deep dive and recognized, at Iowa, he was actually a good player. Amidst that biohazard of an offense, he would get yards after the catch. He was their best playmaker. And then very early on, it didn't take long, we started seeing this guy make plays this season. Just so we're all having the same conversation. When we say pillar or cornerstone, I mean, these are guys that are non-negotiable. You will be extending when the time is right. You'll get a deal done. You won't bat an eye. If it means you lose somebody else, so be it. Who are the cornerstones for the Detroit Lions?
And I'm glad you said that because I think that St. Brown has a cap, that if he goes beyond this, I can't. Laporta has no cap. Whatever you ask
As
for,
the kids say.
whatever the market price is, we're going to have to find a way to pay it. Who are your four? 248-539-9797. We're going to take those four that you call in for in your ticket text next, 97.1.
David, are we getting a consensus? The pillars of the Detroit Lions going into a critical offseason and off seasons to come.
No consensus. Sewell,
Good,
St.
lovely.
Brown, Hutchinson, and Gibbs, Carl, and Troy. Someone else texts in Sewell, Hutch, St. Brown, Laporta. Goff isn't on the list because other quarterbacks in our system should produce similar numbers.
Are we doing this Hendon Hooker thing still?
Well, I think, well, yeah. And just wait till he signs that deal. Now, the Gibbs thing, it's once again, you can find another running back. Because remember?
Careful, Brad Holmes is listening.
Remember? We all thought about Jamal last year? He led the team and he beat records. Beat Barry's record. Oh, what are we going to do without him? He's the heart and soul of the Lion. He cried in Green Bay. He cried. How much did we miss Jamal?
Not even a little bit.
Right. So when you sit here and tell me this guy's the heart and soul of the team, the second he got offered a contract, he then badmouthed the team and went and moved on. And then you went out and got not one but two better running backs. That's why, when I hear they're the heart and soul of the team, then you'll get a new heart. You'll find a new soul because it happens. You had Swift, and then you moved on to Jamal, and now you moved on to Gibbs and Montgomery. And when something happens to them, you will go find another running back.
Rico's performing heart transplants to fix the Lions. If you trust Holmes, though, some of this is you can't keep everybody. He's going to have to keep replenishing the roster. The Gibbs conversation, picking a running back in the first round. Got a lot of flack for it. And it wasn't about what happened in year one. Because that's a plug-and-play position. Running back, especially one as talented as Gibbs, was plug-and-play behind an elite O-line. He delivered. The question wasn't what happens in year one. It was when you draft a guy in the first round, you want that guy to be there for 10 years. Running backs, that second contract is dicey. I'm not expecting a running back to make it to a second contract. Get the most out of him, chase the Super Bowl with him. It can still be a good pick because you are chasing a Super Bowl, but I can't put him in the pillar category.
No, but it's always funny. Like I remember it was a Clyde Edwards-Helaire got taken in the first round by the Chiefs. And you're thinking to yourself, you're in the greatest spot ever. How many fantasy people took him because you're the Chiefs running back? Except it was a 7th round pick that actually won the job.
Yep. Pacheco.
Yeah.
That story is as old as time.
Someone says, can't we build a Pentagon instead? Sewell, Laporta, Hutch, Goff, St. Brown. Give me someone else.
So the Lions got like the fancy house on the block. They did the addition, and it's got like a wing on the yeah, there we go.
The 4 cornerstone players are Sewell, Hutch, St. Brown, and Laporta. Rob and White Lake.
So he left off Goff too.
He did. 4 pillars. Interesting, this one.
See, hold on, David. The reason why I don't think you could leave off Goff, because this works for him. When you get a quarterback that can produce and can score points, it's so rare in the NFL. You can sit here and say, well, he's not like this guy. He's not like, you know what? But he is like, he's Goff and he scores. And that offense works for him, because if not, look at how many teams that are still searching for a quarterback and they don't have one. David would probably cut off his right arm to have a quarterback, because you don't. Because with no quarterback, there is no system.
Is
there
somebody
is no
asking?
offense.
David, are you
right now.
right-handed or left-handed?
I'm right-handed. They can take the left hand.
I was going to say compromise.
Right.
Negotiate a little bit.
No quarterback means your offense just doesn't work.
Yep.
You need something, and it works here. He'll never be Josh Allen. He'll never be Mahomes. He'll never be, but he works for Detroit.
I don't think he's one of the 4 best players on the Detroit Lions, but he plays the most important position on the field, and he's more than held his own, and he's going to get an extension. I'm sorry, you guys, you can't leave him off the pillars list. I think that's in bad faith.
This list takes him off, but let me read to you what it has. 4 pillars: Sewell, Hutch, Decker, and Ragnow.
Okay. Decker's on the last year of his deal. Ragnow had to clarify that he's not retiring. For as much as I like both players, I don't think they're long-term.
They are not. I think people missing a pillar means somebody that's going to be here. NFL pillar, like 5-6 years. Is that a safe amount of time?
Yeah, I mean, for a league where there's a lot of turnover, you got to get good players to last, and they have a few.
5-6 years. So this supposed run that they're going to have, no matter what happens, because it's going to change. I mean, once again, look at from the 2019 Niner team to this year's team. They only kept a core amount of players that were in both Super Bowls. You don't get to keep everybody.
Great point.
So, yeah, those two probably not on the list. Ragnow, I like him, but
I don't know. See, but just to play devil's advocate for a quick second,
David is now helping the devil.
They
There you
only
go,
lost
Pastor.
2 games when Ragnow and the entire offensive line was together.
Right, but David, what I said, can Ragnow keep it together for another 5 seasons?
No, but I'm not looking for 5 seasons.
That's
I'm looking.
a pillar.
Next year is the year they say Super Bowl, right? That's all I care about.
Okay.
No,
I know what you all are saying.
Okay, and I get. Okay, so you're trying to read into what the text
Yes,
sent. Just
right.
to understand, Frank Ragnow just
Will
finished,
not be here. Yeah,
He just finished his first year on a 4-year deal. I think that's the last big deal he has in Detroit.
My question for you, David, you brought it up earlier. Why no Hutchinson on your list?
Hutchinson's not on my list because when I look at defensive ends, and he can eventually maybe be there, maybe another year. But when I look at guys that were young like him, they didn't need the help to be dominant. Bosa didn't, and I mean Nick Bosa, not Joey. Nick Bosa didn't need the help. Myles Garrett didn't need that help. TJ Watt didn't need that help. They were just dominant on their own, and no one said, you got to get somebody else to pair with them. It's nice to have someone to pair with those guys, but you didn't need to.
I'll tell you who Aiden Hutchinson is. It's a cross-sport comparison. He's Spencer Torkelson. They had the periphery stats.
Oh, he's a bust.
People, that's David. Sometimes you hear something on the radio and you think it was Rico or it was Mike or me. That was David. You can find him. You can email him. You can message him. That was David.
Tweet at me.
Here's the deal.
X me.
Spencer Torkelson. Early last season, they go, oh, where's the power? And for Aiden, where are the sacks? But everybody was telling you exit velo, hard hit rate, pressures, hurries. By the end of the season, Torkelson hit 31 home runs. By the end of the season, Aiden Hutchinson had big games, got to double-digit sacks. I'm telling you, if the indicators are there, and they are for Aiden, he's going to be a force for years to come.
And that's why I said he can eventually maybe replace one of these guys to be a pillar. One day, maybe. But Torque needs help. Hutch needs help. Just saying.
What a great sin. A young player, 2 years in, doesn't have it all figured out. He really is sticking up for the devil over there.
I sure am. Let me give you this one from Johnny in Commerce. Sewell, Goff, St. Brown, Ben Johnson.
Can you have a coach in there if he's not your head coach?
I guess. I mean, the way Spags is getting celebrated in Kansas City. But here's what I would say about Ben Johnson. He coaches well for 3/4 of the game.
If you're going to go off the field, don't you go Holmes?
Or Campbell?
Or Campbell, maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
What about Sheila?
I'm just saying, Ben Johnson's 3rd quarters were consistently awful.
That is definitely something he has to work on starting now.
I mean, yeah, they would have I mean, tell me when you've heard this story. Lions jump out to big lead and then end up barely winning the game or losing the game. Because New Orleans, because you knocked Carr out the game, you won that game. Because we all saw how that was about to go. It was about to be the San Francisco game, except you didn't knock Purdy out. You knocked out Carr.
Okay. I agree. Ben Johnson, 3rd quarter offense needs to be better. Some of this has to come onto Campbell's plate, too. Get the guys fired up coming out of halftime. Let's make that part of the narrative,
What do you
too.
mean? How does Campbell wakes up fired up?
I know, but he's got to get the guys there with him. Get him the venti double shot espresso supreme, whatever he's got to do. I think that's his drink. It's 97.1.
So let's do this here. Let's kind of look ahead. We have not had free agency yet. We haven't had the draft. Not a lot of players have been released off their rosters yet. But let's do this. I have 5 NFL teams poised to take a major leap, 5 that are going to fall. Let's talk about them all. Let's start with the leap. We have the Houston Texans and the Colts. I'll start with them together because they're in the same division. Take a leap. Texans, Colts.
Are they going to take a leap?
Mm-hmm.
Texans, yeah. Texans will. I think the Texans have something. I think they have the coach that you need. They lucked into a quarterback that I think that he may hit a little bit of a sophomore slump because he's going to play a more difficult schedule. But I like the core that they have. Plus, if the rumors are true and they go after somebody like Saquon, that could be the difference maker, especially in that division.
I mean, Texans won a playoff game this year. You would think second year for Stroud, second year for DeMeco Ryans, the cap space to play with. They should take a step forward. The Colts, it's a little tough, right? Richardson didn't get that first year under his belt. He's still a wild card of a quarterback. And while I think the upside's there, he's going to make mistakes. And I think those mistakes help hold you back. Yeah, I don't know that they're ready to take a leap. I mean, they were a surprise this year. If anything, they're a team that may take a step backwards.
Next 2 teams on the list. It's only 5, so we'll do 2 at a time. Green Bay Packers, the LA Rams.
You're the Packer guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Packers leap forward. I think that the Packers have a young core. They have their quarterback. They looked a lot different when they had all their pieces in place, when they had Aaron Jones and they had the wide receivers, and you saw the defense out there. They were getting it done. They're still learning on the job, but I like what I see with Green Bay. I think they do take a leap forward. The Rams, that's your guy. I'm going to leave that to you. He's special.
They surprised me already this last year. I looked at their defense before the season. Rico, I watch a lot of college football. You watch a lot of college. Who were these guys? Yeah. And yet they ended up playing respectable on defense. And their offense, that offensive line held together well enough for Stafford to throw to not just Cooper Kupp, but also Puka Nacua. The big question will be keeping Stafford healthy. But if he's healthy, they're going to be in the playoff mix again.
Last team on the leap list would be the Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, I think they have to.
Right, come on.
Because they were one of the favorites to win the AFC. They were one of the teams that we thought was going to actually challenge the Chiefs.
Yep.
And then when their quarterback went down, you just kind of, your season's over. You have all the pieces in place. They just couldn't find a quarterback to lead them.
What is it? The quarterbacks who have beaten Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs? Tom Brady, he's not playing, and Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Is there any team that I'm missing here that you may think could take a leap?
That could take a leap.
I'll give you one. Atlanta Falcons. I feel like they were held back by not bad quarterback play, atrocious quarterback play. And how about a coach who actually wants to give their star players the football in a division that's winnable?
I was about to say Arthur Smith held them back.
Yep.
Okay. That wasn't even bad quarterback play because you know what a good coach does?
Hey, son, give them the ball.
No. Yeah. I'm going to find your strengths and we're going to make this work. Okay. Because he was just like, no, trust me. This is going to guy, we're out here getting killed. We drafted Bijan for a reason as a decoy. Yeah. So, you know what?
Good job, Brainiac.
I could see them taking a leap. I thought maybe I was looking at Seattle, bringing in some fresh blood, new coaching staff. I think they have the core pieces. Now they're going to try to run this back with Geno Smith, maybe the Seahawks.
Okay, let's move to the teams that can have a major fall. Start with the first 2, the Cleveland Browns, New Orleans Saints.
I see both. I think the Browns one's a little more interesting because people are going, wait, hold on, great defense. How are they going to take a step back? Do we know if Deshaun Watson's a good quarterback anymore?
Well, that's just it. I mean, we should know something about the first 4 games because the rush should be gone. I know he got injured, but if you come out there and you're 3-1, 4-0, then yeah, you know what? You don't. The thing is, with the Browns defense, you don't have to be elite. Don't get me wrong. If you're Jared Goff-like and you're a system quarterback with that defense, you will go far. You don't need to be Mahomes. You don't need to be the playmaker. You don't need to do all of that. You know, funny fact about that, this year, you know who was more of a game manager?
Who?
Well, it was Mahomes. Look up his numbers. It shocks people when you actually look at it.
Next 2 teams on the list that can have a fall, the Denver Broncos and the Minnesota Vikings. The Denver Broncos and the Minnesota Vikings.
I'm sorry, I saw something I probably shouldn't have. I'm going to go with the Denver Broncos because I don't know what Sean Payton is trying to do there. If rumors hold true and they're actually going to draft a quarterback, you're telling your fans that, yeah, you're probably not going to get a C.J. Stroud that late where they're picking. They're going to take a step back. The Minnesota team, it depends on if they keep Cousins or not. Because I think with Cousins playing with the talent that they have, I think they could have been in the mix. They would have been playing where the Packers were. Because remember, Minnesota was winning. They had a good record. They knocked off San Francisco at home. They did a lot of stuff. And then when they lost the players, they didn't have enough to finish the season out. I see them staying there. But the Broncos, Sean Payton better know what he's doing because I think his runway ends at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have the quarterback question mark. I think if Minnesota keeps Cousins, they're more competitive. But let's not forget, they're not a great running team. The middle of that offensive line has been deteriorating for years. And while I'll give them credit for their defense, a lot of it was playing above the talent level. Flores putting them in positions where they could be aggressive and blitz, and it's a very feast or famine way to play. Does that run back and work 2 years in a row? I'd see them taking a step back, both of them taking a step back.
And finally, now this is the list of those that take a major fall. Finally, the team, they went 6-11, the New York Giants.
Yeah.
It could get even worse.
I think it does.
Boy.
I think that they would take a major fall. You don't know what your offensive line situation is like, and the one asset that you had on offense you're trying to get rid of is Saquon. So let's just say you were able to make a trade for him. You're trying to bottom out this year. So, yeah, I could easily see the Giants with the first or second pick of the draft next year. But you know what? There was one team, David, that I think could make a rise, and I think it's a team, bear with me, because this team would go out there despite all the turmoil that this team had, and they would battle teams to the end, and they would find ways to lose. Except when they played Philly, and Philly found out, man, this team's pretty good. Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals.
They were frisky.
Right. They're not the most talented team, but they would battle you to the very end. So if Kyler Murray could just do anything, they may be a team that can rise up from the dirt.
And that is your NFL rise and fall football today. So let's do this here. Let's kind of look ahead. We have not had free agency yet. We haven't had the draft. Not a lot of players have been released off their rosters yet. But let's do this. I have 5 NFL teams poised to take a major leap, 5 that are going to fall. Let's talk about them all. Let's start with the leap. We have the Houston Texans and the Colts. I'll start with them together because they're in the same division. Take a leap. Texans, Colts.
Are they going to take a leap?
Mm-hmm.
Texans, yeah. Texans will. I think the Texans have something. I think they have the coach that you need. They lucked into a quarterback that I think that he may hit a little bit of a sophomore slump because he's going to play a more difficult schedule. But I like the core that they have. Plus, if the rumors are true and they go after somebody like Saquon, that could be the difference maker, especially in that division.
I mean, Texans won a playoff game this year. You would think second year for Stroud, second year for DeMeco Ryans, the cap space to play with. They should take a step forward. The Colts, it's a little tough, right? Richardson didn't get that first year under his belt. He's still a wild card of a quarterback. And while I think the upside's there, he's going to make mistakes. And I think those mistakes help hold you back. Yeah, I don't know that they're ready to take a leap. I mean, they were a surprise this year. If anything, they're a team that may take a step backwards.
Next 2 teams on the list. It's only 5, so we'll do 2 at a time. Green Bay Packers, the LA Rams.
You're the Packer guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Packers leap forward. I think that the Packers have a young core. They have their quarterback. They looked a lot different when they had all their pieces in place, when they had Aaron Jones and they had the wide receivers, and you saw the defense out there. They were getting it done. They're still learning on the job, but I like what I see with Green Bay. I think they do take a leap forward. The Rams, That's your guy. I'm going to leave that to you. He's special.
They surprised me already this last year. I looked at their defense before the season. Rico, I watch a lot of college football. You watch a lot of college. Who were these guys? Yeah. And yet they ended up playing respectable on defense. And their offense, that offensive line held together well enough for Stafford to throw to not just Cooper Kupp, but also Puka Nacua. The big question will be keeping Stafford healthy. But if he's healthy, they're going to be in the playoff mix again.
Last team on the elite list would be the Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, I think they have to.
Right, come on.
Because they were one of the favorites to win the AFC. They were one of the teams that we thought was going to actually challenge the Chiefs.
Yep.
And then when their quarterback went down, you just kind of, your season's over. You have all the pieces in place. They just couldn't find a quarterback to lead them.
What is it? The quarterbacks who have beaten Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs? Tom Brady, he's not playing, and Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Is there any team that I'm missing here that you may think could take a leap?
That could take a leap.
I'll give you one. Atlanta Falcons. I feel like they were held back by not bad quarterback play, atrocious quarterback play. And how about a coach who actually wants to give their star players the football in a division that's winnable?
I was about to say Arthur Smith held them back.
Yep.
Okay. That wasn't even bad quarterback play because you know what a good coach does?
Hey, son, give them the ball.
No. Yeah. I'm going to find your strengths and we're going to make this work. Okay. Because he was just like, no, trust me. This is going to guy, we're out here getting killed. We drafted Bijan for a reason as a decoy. Yeah. So, you know what?
Good job, Brainiac.
I could see them taking a leap. I thought maybe I was looking at Seattle, bringing in some fresh blood, new coaching staff. I think they have the core pieces. Now they're going to try to run this back with Geno Smith, maybe the Seahawks.
Okay, let's move to the teams that can have a major fall. Start with the first two, the Cleveland Browns, New Orleans Saints.
I see both. I think the Browns one's a little more interesting because people are going, wait, hold on, great defense. How are they going to take a step back? Do we know if Deshaun Watson's a good quarterback anymore?
Well, that's just it. I mean, we should know something about the first 4 games because the rush should be gone. I know he got injured, but if you come out there and you're 3-1, 4-0, then yeah, you know what? You don't. The thing is, with the Browns defense, you don't have to be elite. Don't get me wrong. If you're Jared Goff-like and you're a system quarterback with that defense, you will go far. You don't need to be Mahomes. You don't need to be the playmaker. You don't need to do all of that. You know, funny fact about that, this year, you know who was more of a game manager?
Who?
Well, it was Mahomes. Look up his numbers. It shocks people when you actually look at it.
Next two teams on the list that can have a fall, the Denver Broncos and the Minnesota Vikings. The Denver Broncos and the Minnesota Vikings.
I'm sorry, I saw something I probably shouldn't have. I'm going to go with the Denver Broncos because I don't know what Sean Payton is trying to do there. If rumors hold true and they're actually going to draft a quarterback, you're telling your fans that, yeah, you're probably not going to get a C.J. Stroud that late where they're picking. They're going to take a step back. The Minnesota team, it depends on if they keep Cousins or not. Because I think with Cousins playing with the talent that they have, I think they could have been in the mix. They would have been playing where the Packers were. Because remember, Minnesota was winning. They had a good record. They knocked off San Francisco at home. They did a lot of stuff. And then when they lost the players, they didn't have enough to finish the season out. I see them staying there, but the Broncos, Sean Payton better know what he's doing because I think his runway ends at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have the quarterback question mark. I think if Minnesota keeps Cousins, they're more competitive. But let's not forget, they're not a great running team. The middle of that offensive line has been deteriorating for years. And while I'll give them credit for their defense, a lot of it was playing above the talent level. Flores putting them in positions where they could be aggressive and blitz, and it's a very feast or famine way to play. Does that run back and work 2 years in a row? I'd see them taking a step back, both of them taking a step back.
And finally, now this is the list of those that take a major fall. Finally, the team, they went 6-11, the New York Giants.
Yeah. It could get even worse.
I think it does.
Boy.
I think that they would take a major fall. You don't know what your offensive line situation is like, and the one asset that you had on offense you're trying to get rid of is Saquon. So let's just say you were able to make a trade for him. You're trying to bottom out this year. So, yeah, I could easily see the Giants with the first or second pick of the draft next year. But you know what? There was one team, David, that I think could make a rise, and I think it's a team, bear with me, because this team would go out there despite all the turmoil that this team had, and they would battle teams to the end, and they would find ways to lose, except when they played Philly, and Philly found out, man, this team's pretty good. Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals.
They were frisky.
Right. They're not the most talented team, but they would battle you to the very end. So if Kyler Murray could just do anything, they may be a team that can rise up from the dirt.
And that is your NFL rise and fall football today. So let's do this here. Let's kind of look ahead. We have not had free agency yet. We haven't had the draft. Not a lot of players have been released off their rosters yet. But let's do this. I have 5 NFL teams poised to take a major leap, 5 that are going to fall. Let's talk about them all. Let's start with the leap. We have the Houston Texans and the Colts. I'll start with them together because they're in the same division. Take a leap. Texans, Colts.
Are they going to take a leap?
Mm-hmm.
Texans, yeah. Texans will. I think the Texans have something. I think they have the coach that you need. They lucked into a quarterback that I think that he may hit a little bit of a sophomore slump because he's going to play a more difficult schedule. But I like the core that they have. Plus, if the rumors are true and they go after somebody like Saquon, that could be the difference maker, especially in that division.
I mean, Texans won a playoff game this year. You would think second year for Stroud, second year for DeMeco Ryans, the cap space to play with. They should take a step forward. The Colts, it's a little tough, right? Richardson didn't get that first year under his belt. He's still a wild card of a quarterback. And while I think the upside's there, he's going to make mistakes. And I think those mistakes help hold you back. Yeah, I don't know that they're ready to take a leap. I mean, they were a surprise this year. If anything, they're a team that may take a step backwards.
Next 2 teams on the list. It's only 5, so we'll do 2 at a time. Green Bay Packers, the LA Rams.
97-1. You're catch up some ticket text and then make way.
Yeah,
for
I mean,
Pat
I do think
Caputo
the
tonight.
Packers
40-10.
leap
About to say a
forward.
fan
I think
favorite
the
of
Packers
ours,
have a
DJ,
young
John.
core. They
he's
have
got
their
some thoughts.
quarterback.
Yeah, DJ has some thoughts.
They looked
on,
a lot different.
What we were talking about.
What up, though, fellas? Robert Porsche and Aiden Hutchinson are the same guys. Tier 2 guys, almost Tier 1 Pro Bowl defensive ends. Almost like when there was Reggie White and Myles Garrett type of level. So Reggie White for
Just
Porsche,
a step above, yeah.
Myles Garrett for Aiden Hutchinson, a step above. So that's from caller DJ.
We also have some Tigers news. Not major news. In fact, minor news. They signed Keston Hiura to a minor league contract, according to John Heyman. Second baseman, first baseman. He's played a little corner outfield. Spent, I believe, all of last year in AAA, where he hit pretty well. I don't know what the plan is for him in Detroit, but another bat, a little more depth. Certainly not Matt Chapman or Cody Bellinger, but they've made their point that they don't want to sign those big name guys. They want to give some breathing room for the younger bats to succeed this season, and here is not going to get in the way of Colt Keith.
No.
David.
My 4 pillars would be Sewell, Goff, Hutchinson, and Aleem McNeil. Another one text in says, my cornerstones would be Panay, Aiden, Amon-Ra, Laporta. They do have an explanation on Goff. They said Goff needs to be re-signed, but he's not going to be the Lions QB after 4 to 5 years, and that's what you all said about the pillar.
Interesting.
See,
okay.
I think
the other guys are longer term.
No, but here's the thing. If you extend Goff, he's going to get you to about 4 years or 5 years. If he's on a 4-year deal plus, this upcoming year, that's 5 years for him.
Someone says J-Mo will never be a pillar. All right.
Guys, I'm telling you this.
By the way, that's not some giant slight that he wouldn't be one of the 4 most important players. He could still be really productive.
He used to be like in the top 10.
Yeah, right. What were you going to say, Rico? Sorry.
If the Lions had won that game, the NFC Championship game, we would be talking about J-Mo so differently. J-Mo he's the only one that put it this way. It's what we used to call, J-Mo had the big piece of chicken type of game, meaning he did the right thing. You get to eat first, J-Mo. You get the big piece of chicken, okay? Because, yeah, you went out there. You got it done. You scored that first touchdown. You made some key catches. You did what we've been waiting for you to do.
And Rico, tell me if I'm wrong about this. I feel like this city wants to celebrate J-Mo maybe more than anybody not named Jared Goff. They want to
Because they want to
celebrate
say
J-Mo.
we were right, and it's just like Gibbs, because we came on here, you don't pay running back. Oh, you still feel that way now? And guys, remember, you were in love with Jamal last year. Y'all was walking around with silly little hats because Jamal had them on, the skididdly diddly diddly do, whatever he said. And yeah, so yeah, Gibbs went out there. He had his opening, that big coming out party against the Raiders.
Yep.
And he never looked back. And he was exciting to watch. We'll see how far it goes. But running backs have a short shelf life in the NFL.
Yep.
Rarely do you end up being like that Derrick Henry type of run.
Well, we talked about Mixon in one of the blitzes, 28, and they're like, I don't know how much time he's got left to be a productive NFL running back. I mean, that's just the position.
I mean,
and those conversations happened a year ago when he was 27.
Right. I mean, running backs is rare. Like, you get that guy that, it's 10 years like Jerome Bettis. Like, that doesn't happen anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, after about 5-6 years, okay, they're on the clearance rack.
Yep.
Non-negotiable. My non-negotiable sign, no matter what, are Laporta, St. Brown, Gibbs, and Sewell.
Interesting. All offensive players. Right?
Yeah, it is.
Interesting.
And then one more from Tom and Novi says, Ragnow is a pillar. Without him, the O-line takes a huge hit. That's another one. Voting for
5
Ragnow.
years. Now, here for the all offense, I think it's because here in Detroit, we just love our offense. And you don't realize the defense in the NFL means something. You have to be able to stop that other quarterback at some point.
We got Pat Caputo in the studio. Pat, how are you?
Defense means a lot in every sport.
Yeah.
It really does. I mean, I was watching a hockey game yesterday in the last couple days, and the Red Wings, they got a couple goals. You look at their score, but their plus-minus started going down here.
Yeah, yikes.
So, that's not good. And the NFL is the same. Kansas City.
Oh, they won
I
this year.
think we all three of us said, well, Kansas City's defense.
The top 3 scoring defenses and the Lions were the final 4 teams.
Yep.
Lions were in the top 4 scoring too.
They were.
How did they do in pass
scoring
defense?
Oh, Pat, you're feeling yourself tonight.
coming out like a cannon.
He's ready.
All right.
Good stuff.
I talk some Lions and a little bit of the NFL tonight. I mean, is it the quarterback or the coach? Is it Reed or Mahomes? Is it Belichick? I'll tell you what I think about that. Wrote a column about it for our website. Also, get into some draft talk with the Lions. But I'm going to start out with some baseball.
Did you see the Tiger?
I think you guys are really shocked by that. They're actually pitchers and catchers there. I think, on every story, man, it's like, man, the only thing I miss is the Miggy story. How he actually put on 10 pounds but looks so good, And
No, but you know what? Javi Baez is the new Miggy.
He is, in a way.
He's healed up from the core injury.
That's right. Oh, yeah.
Great shape, they say, Pat. Did you see the Keston Hiura stuff that just broke? They gave him a minor league deal. I don't know if you have a read on that. I mean,
Well, I'll get into that.
Oh, okay. It's part of the show
called
plan.
a tease, man.
Oh,
You
okay.
can't give it all away.
He is a baseball guy. I respect Pat. I wanted to get his thoughts. I guess I'll have to listen on the way home.
It's why Pat is one of the pillars of Detroit radio.
Yeah, well, we get into that. And also, look, the Red Wings have lost a couple games. What do you think? And we're going to have a contest where people can't look on their phone and can they spell Fontecchio?
F. Antecchio.
There's a C in there and an H, an O.
And $5 is the first person who says that what college Shake Milton went to.
Oh, Pat's got Pistons trivia.
And we'll talk about the Spartans. I mean, the Spartans are showing some life. 50-1 to win the Natty.
We brought it up the other day. I know they've been buried by some people.
Well, they did it after the Iowa game last year.
Start to wake up a little bit.
It's that reunion game that all of a sudden, sometime in February, they look all. But here's why, real quick. They end the season, and you're thinking next year it's going to carry over, and then it falls in their face in November, December every year. And then they build it back up again. So, yeah, you have high expectations. You were the number 14 preseason.
Well, they had all those freshmen. None of them have really done anything.
They play like freshmen.
Yeah.
Is what happened.
I mean, I thought Booker was supposed to be so great. 5-star.
Yeah, I don't know who
Welcome
gave him
to
that
Tom
star.
Izzo. I mean,
Booker can shoot a 3.
Yeah, but that isn't.
Cohen Carr can dunk. Jeremy Fears was actually the only one that was good, and he got shot.
And he got shot.
Well, we got Pat Caputo coming up next. He's got a loaded show, a lot to get into.
And by the way, who played in college longer, Malik Hall or Sam Hartman? That'll be also. Has Malik Hall been there forever?
It feels like
I think Hartman.
Yeah, I know
Hartman's got like
6-7 years.
He's got to drop his kids off at kindergarten and then go to football practice.
He was at the Senior Bowl, and he actually went to the nursing home when they're down there.
The real Senior Bowl.
Yeah, the real Senior Bowl. Early bird special, baby.
Guy's been there 100 years, man. College football. Sam Hartman.
Pat Caputo, he's next. Stay tuned. 97.1.